Πριν από μισό αιώνα, οραματιστήκαμε το μέλλον, με ανθρώπους να ζουν σε βιώσιμες πόλεις και σε αρμονία με το φυσικό περιβάλλον. Με σύγχρονες υποδομές για καλύτερη καθημερινότητα, ποιότητα ζωής, πολιτισμό. Οραματιστήκαμε το μέλλον και ανοίξαμε δρόμους για τις μικρές και μεγάλες διαδρομές που ενώνουν τις ζωές των ανθρώπων και κάνουν τα όνειρα να ζωντανεύουν. Πιστέψαμε στην επανάσταση της καθαρής ενέργειας και στη δύναμη της καινοτομίας και τολμήσαμε. Πιστέψαμε στους ανθρώπους μας και ταξιδέψαμε την Ελλάδα σε ολόκληρο τον κόσμο. Πιστέψαμε ότι κάθε τι καινούριο που κάνουμε πρέπει να γεννά ευκαιρίες και να φέρνει ευημερία σε όλους. Όμιλος Γεκτέρνα. Επενδύουμε στην Ελλάδα. Επενδύουμε στο μέλλον.
Με την πρωτοβουλία Vodafone Smart Forest δημιουργούμε το πρώτο έξυπνο δάσος στην Ελλάδα που εντοπίζει έγκαιρα τη φωτιά με τη δύναμη της τεχνολογίας και του Vodafone Green Network. Αγκαλιάζουμε πιλωτικά περισσότερα από 314.000 στρέμματα στην Πάρνηθα και δημιουργούμε το υπόδειγμα για να είναι πιο ασφαλή από πυρκαγιές τα δάση της χώρας μας. Γιατί όταν μπορούμε να προστατεύουμε το δάσος, μπορούμε να συμβάλλουμε σε ένα πιο βιώσιμο μέλλον για τις επόμενες γενιές. Together we can. Vodafone.
Καλημέρα σας. Καλώς ήρθατε.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the third consecutive day of the Regional Growth Conference 2022. And today we have the pleasure to welcome four distinguished guests who will share with us their views on a very specific recent program of the European Union with great prospects, not only for Europe, but also Greece and its regions. So today, the title of our debate is Recovery and Resilience Facility of the European Union, and to what an extent this is a new economic paradigm for the transition towards the regional, national, and European economy. As I said earlier, together with us, we have four outstanding speakers, each of whom will have 5 minutes for some introductory remarks, and then there will be some Q&A in order to lay emphasis on specific aspects of the facility. And I would like to start with MEP Frank Bogovic, who will provide us with a European dimension and the views of the European Parliament, how this facility was developed, what was the role of the European Parliament in shaping this facility, thus shedding light on some aspects that maybe in Greece we have not realized as to the complexity of the European system of policy making. He will be followed by Mr. Papageorgiou, who comes from the European Investment Bank. The European Investment Bank has a very specific role to play in the implementation of this facility, because for the first time we can witness a far-reaching coexistence of public and private funds, and the European Investment Bank, of course, plays an important role as a leading bank, thanks also to the know-how they have. Next to Mr. Papageorgiou, we have Mr. Alekos Kritikos, who has a long-standing experience because of his mandate at the European Commission and also in his former capacity as Secretary General of the Ministry of the Interior. He has for a long time also studied the regional policy of the European Union and the management of structural funds. What we intend to highlight here is whether the Recovery and Resilience Facility is an innovation, possibly something positive in the regional policy of the European Union. Last but not least, Professor Nikos Vetas, professor at the Athens University of Economics and Business and General Director of EOVE, Foundation for Economic and Industrial Research, will provide us with his view pertaining to the Greek program, as well as the prospects for a new economic paradigm for the regions of our country, as may stem from the implementation of the RRF. First and foremost, I would like to thank you all for being here.
And give him the floor in order to present both his own views, but also the views of the European Parliament and the background, a little bit logic of this facility. Thank you very much, Mr. Bogovic, for being with us.
Yeah. Thank you for the question. Thank you for inviting me here, and good morning to everybody here in the audience, also for those who follow us online. And I will try to speak on the basis of my experiences. I was also mayor in Slovenia, also Minister for Agriculture and Environment, and now I'm in European Parliament in Regi and Agri Committee, second term, and now I'm also in ITRE. When we speak about resilient and recovery facilities, we must speak about the package which was made in the year 2020. It was a multi-annual financial framework plus Resilient and Recovery Fund. And we must know that it happened in the time when we were in the middle of the COVID crisis. Before we spoke about multi-annual framework in the after Brexit, which also influenced a lot on the next financial framework, and also for sure we feel the effect of all crises which were before, financial, migration crisis, and other things. And then it was not easy to come to put it together. And at the end, it was political decision accepted during the German presidency that we established this Recovery and Resilience Fund. As all we know, that something new is this, that this is the additional money which we will get from own resources of European Union, also loans for long term, and what is the most important, that behind these loans is the European Commission, and this is the first time what didn't happen in financial crisis when, especially in Greece, Spain expected similar tools. I can say that if we put all this money together, we really speak about big money, and altogether it's more than 2 trillion of grants. And what is very important, that this Recovery and Resilience Fund is for 3 years. It means 3 plus consumption next years. It means that in short time it's necessary to use this money. Behind this money, there must be national programs which are in line with these priorities of the European Union. And if we spoke at the beginning of mandate about Green Deal, and we use, I say, usually 2 magic words, green and digital, after COVID we added resilient Europe. So it means that we need and also find the answers on new questions, health, social, and other things which are connected with COVID crisis. And in the meantime, we got these programs from almost all countries. Netherlands is the last one. We know about Poland and Hungary. There are some questions we usually debate, sometimes I think also too often in the European Parliament, but this is a question. But other countries, they started to accept this money. What is also important, here are people from European Investment Bank, and also many tools which are behind in financial institutions. We accept now, for example, taxonomy, which will influence on use of quality money in the future. So I think that in European Parliament it was big majority to support these tools, and I think that through these tools we really can change many things in the country. These are main priority. There are these 6 pillars, and we know that on national level it is necessary to answer on the questions which are in some countries. And what is for me also very important, if we see the amount of money and where this money go, it's a combination for me to answer also not only on COVID crisis, it's also a combination to answer on migration and financial crisis, because we see that per capita the first country is Greece, in this close to 2,000 euro per capita in these years, and there are here Croatia, Spain, Portugal, all these Italy, Mediterranean countries which were affected very much from other crises also. So that if you compare this with cohesion policy, it's more money than in cohesion policy, additional money. So I think that this money can influence a lot on development on countries. Now it's a problem also in some countries. We spoke before about human resources of people who manage this, because it's necessary to close perspective 14-20, start with 21-27. In the meantime, also Recovery and Resilience Fund. So it's very big amount of money, a lot of papers, and here I think in some countries there are problems, and also on the commissioner level, as we spoke, it's necessary to push and to do more in this direction. Now in last days, last these three months, for sure the war in Ukraine influenced again a lot on this. We have now new tool, Repower EU. It means this energy dependency. And if I said that we spoke first about green digital, then we add resilient, and after COVID crisis, we started to speak about strategic autonomy of European Union, debated about health, pharmaceutical industry, chemical industry, other things. Now we started to use, for me, three very important securities about military security, energy security, food security, and I think this will be another shift in many policies. There are big challenges in front of us. There is no additional money, not a lot, but there is, I think that there is a lot of place also inside recovery and resilient facilities, especially for loans which were not used so much at the beginning. And for sure, financial institutions are here to help to make this energy transition in Europe and also ensure food security, which is also under the question. And we see also the changes in national budgets about military security. I will finish with this, that as I said, I was 13 years mayor in between 1998 and 2011, when in Slovenia, from where I am, we work a lot on European money, and thanks to this we also develop country. And I know very well that this orientation of European Union influence a lot on use of local money, regional money, national money. And I think that we know that the budget of European Union is around 1% of GDP. It's not so big amount, but the driver is much bigger than this 1%. And I think together with financial institutions, with such a tools as taxonomy, we will influence on development a lot. And it's necessary to find the answers on the regional level and be quick enough, because it's not only to have money, it's also to act and to be proactive. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bogovic. Ευχαριστούμε, κύριε Bogovic. Νομίζω ότι
Thank you very much, Mr. Bogovic. I think you have already touched upon two critical aspects that we will discuss further when it comes to absorption of fund. So it's not only about having the money, but also about taking care of the sound and efficient use of it. And now I would like to give the floor to Mr. Papageorgiou for some introductory remarks, always considering the role of the European Investment Bank generally in the sector of the European Union's economy growth, but also how in this framework it may cooperate with the community authorities. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. First and foremost, I would like to point out the fact that the European Investment Bank is the investment branch of the European Union. Our participation, our shareholders are the member states of the European Union, and we intend to promote social cohesion in the European Union, while we also invest in third countries to improve the financial and social situation in that countries. I would say that EIB has played a vital role from the very beginning of the crisis, the financial crisis, in Greece, by investing constantly in Greece. If I'm not wrong, we are the only international organization that in the very first difficult years of the economic recession continued to invest here, and we keep on investing approximately €2 billion per annum in Greece. As long as this crisis goes on, our bank will not stop investing in Greece. Since 2016 onwards, a special working group, an investment team has been set up specifically for Greece, as well as a specialized team based in Athens, and this team continues to work here and will continue to do so. Having said that, I would like to add something important also for our discussion. The European Investment Bank is being transformed, is transforming. We call it Climate Bank, a bank for climate. We are the first international financial institution whose investments need to be fully aligned with the Paris Agreement, and by 2025, our ambition is 50% of our investments to be made in the sector of the environment. We are very close to meeting that objective. We are close to 49%, I believe, and this needs to be considered. Also, with relation to RRF, because 38% of the resources, the funds available, need to be invested in green transition. Now let me touch upon, very shortly, because I suppose we will further elaborate on that during our discussion, on the role of the EIB. And so part of the funding coming from RRF, specifically from loans, comes to the European Investment Bank to form a fund. This fund intends to co-invest with EIB. And so we start from what we call the project pipeline of the bank, and the fund specifically established within the EIB co-invests, relying on the know-how of EIB in project evaluation, because I need to say that EIB is project-based investment institution. We support projects in other way. We have developed a great know-how in technical evaluation of projects, their sustainability, viability from a financial, economic, but also social perspective. And therefore, the European Investment Bank has a team in charge of managing the RRF-related funding, and the existing teams, together with the other technical teams, which evaluate projects. And some projects which pass through the committees of the bank, and they may be approved. They are bankable, may also draw on the funds from the RRF. There is a governance facility of this fund, the fund that was established within the EIB, with an investment council appointed by the Greek government, and it discusses all the strategic aspects of RRF. It is updated on the investments that are being made and takes decisions on critical issues. Considering the objectives of the regulatory framework of the RRF and the Greek Recovery and Resilience Plan, 60% of funds need to be earmarked in green and digital transition. The remaining 40% will be invested in general objectives of extroversion, competitiveness, productiveness, and the creation of economies of scale. The funds which we have been entrusted with may amount to 15 billion. We intend to promote big-scale investments. We do not directly support SMEs, although we intend to promote their development, but we do that through local banks, through the intermediate loans. We borrow money to the Greek banks, and the Greek banks pass the social benefit of our low interest rates to SMEs, to small and medium-sized enterprises. So this is the overall framework. We are talking about a fund with two specialized teams, one in charge of management and the existing teams in charge of the technical evaluation, and the bankable project will be funded also through the Recovery and Resilience Facility on condition that the eligibility criteria of the facility, of course, are met. In many issues that have to do with green transition, sometimes we are stricter than, for example, we do not fund natural gas or hydrocarbons. This is our policy. Our policy, a political decision, was to stop supporting investments in natural gas and hydrocarbons. I believe I have I can stick to the time. Thank you very much for your introductory remarks. I would like now to give the floor to Mr. Kritikos. You have a long-standing experience in how structural funds and cohesion strategy of the European Union works, and the major problems are delays in absorption of funds. So apart from all the other remarks you have to share with us as to how this fund works, I would like to also have your opinion as to the quick time, the short time that these funds need to be absorbed. If I'm not wrong, there's a timeline of 2026. Is this feasible?
I will start from the latter, but I would like first to congratulate the organizers of this regional growth conference, a female newspaper, Peloponnesos, and Mr. Louloudis, who honors us with his presence, and the region of Western Greece for this valuable initiative which will contribute to the regional growth in Greece and abroad. Absorption, rate of absorption. The RRF shows us new ways. A proof is that Greece has already taken the 40% of the grants assigned to it, although the NSRF has not been approved. Mr. Bogovic knows, is aware of that, and he is concerned about that. The NSRF shows us the way and paves the way. It is feasible to absorb. What's the secret for Greece? What was the secret for Greece? First of all, to introduce very simple procedures. The NSRF in Europe has not been approved 1.5 years after the onset of the programming period. If we add to that only the 75% of the previous programming period has been absorbed, all this is accumulated, and the RRF gives a solution and a vision to that. But the RRF, in my point of view, has a very important political dimension when it comes to European unification. It was an inspiration moment for the European Union, the approval of the RRF, and it introduces 3 elements paving the way for further unification. First of all, the first element, the common borrowing, first element. With 5 billion euros, the European Union borrowed 5 billion and then borrowed this money to the member states, the NIC. And sure is a common borrowing, but the RRF, due to its innovative character and its size, is common borrowing a principle, a crucial element. Mr. Vetas will showcase this. Second element, increase of the budget. 1 month before the onset of the crisis, Mr. Bogovic, we had 1.07 GDP or 1.05, and out of a sudden it skyrocketed to 2%. Union without a bigger budget we cannot have. So this is the second element. Third element, establishment of new revenues, new sources of own resources. So instead of the European Union being dependent on the ETS, on the shareholders, now there are new taxes that are constituting new sources of revenue. That's why I say that the political dimension of the RRF is more important than the financial one. It then showcases the reforms, because thanks to the reforms, the resilience will be feasible. We used to have, in the framework of the NSRF, we used to have the so-called conditionalities. But these conditionalities were linked to the funded projects. They used to say, I won't approve this project if you don't bring me the plan for the railroads. Now, these are not linked. We say that we want the fiscal harmonization. There is no any project linked to that. So these conditionalities will ensure that the resilience that was lacking before, now it will be present.
And if 2.8%, half of it will be due to reforms which do not have any financial cost. I mean, reforms may have another kind of cost, but they do not require money disbursement to such an extent, I mean. And so this is also very important. The RRF also is a mechanism, a facility that concerns all European citizens. The same goes with partnership by agreement, some may argue. But if we think that they don't concern the Nordic countries, for example, according to some surveys, 80% of Germans had never heard the word cohesion policy, while now Germany, as France, for example, benefits from the RRF. And so they all get ownership to resolve a shared problem. And this is a great contribution of RRF in creating this sense of belonging to a family with common problems and shared prospects. And then we talked about simplified procedures, but I would also like to make reference to collateral damages. There are some. First, the General Directorate of Regional Policy was expelled. Also, this is partly to be attributed to it. I regret to say that it was not up to the expectations. What is now important is to have a big pie, and we need to offset all the gaps from NSRF. The RRF, if it is left alone, it may exacerbate regional and inequalities. And so we need to take that into consideration. Also, the development of intergovernmentalism. In the previous reform, we had managed to have a supranational entity taking decisions. Now again, the ECOFIN decides on the national plans, and the approval of the project is decided by the ECOSOC, with the right of veto and so on and so forth. So this, again, is a collateral damage. And again, we relinquish some important principles of the reform of 1988. And this is said by a person who chaired the working group. And I regret to say that. So we have abandoned the integrated planning and partnership principles. We could not have those. Generally speaking, I believe that RRF paves the way for a new era in the cohesion policy, but we'll be here to see that. Thank you very much. Apart from the historic dimension, and certainly we need to have a macroscopic approach. I mean, we need to see how this facility complements all the previous ones and adopt a holistic approach vis-a-vis all this, the attempts to financially back the member states. And now I would like to give the floor to Mr. Vettas, because here we need to focus on the Greek experience when it comes to the management of this project. In other words, we have a plan to Greece 2.0 and the reform of the Greek productive paradigm. First, what is your take? And second, what, in your view, is its prospect, considering the short time frame for the absorption of funds, but also its integration with the programs of regional development, which are of interest to our public. Good morning. Thank you very much, Mr. Blavukos. It is a pleasure and an honor for me to participate into this discussion. The Recovery Fund, both for Greece and the European Union, already before its implementation, has managed to meet half its objectives. What it has managed to do amidst the pandemic was to stabilize expectations. So it managed to avert fright about the possible collapse of the European Union or a free fall of the member states, in conjunction with the monetary policy, of course. So in that sense, it has brought about a stabilization. And now we need to see how we will meet the other half of the objectives, and also what will be the expectations for the future. Because as the previous three speakers have highlighted, now the rules of the game are different. So RRF has changed the rules of the game. We need to see, therefore, the dynamic and the impetus that is there, how it will develop. Now, you talked about strict time scale. Well, I disagree. I don't believe that times for Greece are too strict. The notion of timescale and deadlines were strict for Greece anyway. Greece is a country that has experienced a deep financial recession from 2009 to 2015-16, but then there was stagnation, followed again by a crisis. So there is a huge investment gap, one of the lowest participation of the labor force in Europe, high unemployment rates, insufficient infrastructure. So with or without the RRF, if Greece does not manage to keep up and to speed up, rather, in these sectors, then there are great concerns about the future anyway. And so RRF is here to help, but we need it to speed up anyway. And here lies also the concept of how to connect the investment that will be made through RRF with the other policies, the NSRF, the Structural Investment Funds, that is, or the National Investment, but especially the leverage of investment, of private investments. Frankly, you asked me to focus on the Greek case. So in our country, for example, the term fund usually makes us think of the word opportunity. And usually then we think of the term missed opportunity. So in order to avoid that, what is critical, and I believe Mr. Kritikos stressed that, is the word reform, this dirty word. We hate this word, reforms. And the RRF explicitly says that we in Europe acknowledge that there are problems when it comes to productivity. It matters how competitive we are against the rest of the world. And this is true. We need to recognize that. So our continent has many virtues, but when it comes to competitiveness, productivity, innovation, or interconnection between the education system and the labor market, for example, we lag behind compared to both Asia or America. On top of that, the demographic situation is worse than the other two continents, and so the RRF comes here and it says, we were subject to a pandemic crisis after a debt crisis. Let us mobilize some funds. Let us do the easy tasks, the low-hanging fruits, as we say, that is, to distribute, to allocate the best possible credit capacity to the other member states, already done, or stabilize expectations, done, to help investments and, of course, to boost the economy. As far as Greece is concerned, as I said, we need to speed up anyway. The economy had already started being aligned from 2019 onwards, but then because of the pandemic and the war in Ukraine, again, we are back to the fiscal deficit. We have a high fiscal deficit. I don't believe it is unjustifiable, but it is. And then the external balance, because of the increase in energy prices, the fall in the fall in tourism, and so we are back to this double deficit. However, at the same time, there is an obvious need of investments in our country. And ironically, I would say, we seem to be outpacing some other countries. Why? Because to a certain degree, we have already passed through the stage, do something to take the money. I mean, we have experienced 3 memoranda. And I'm not just joking, or rather, this is not a joke. There is a know-how in this country, both in the private and the public sector. We have accumulated some experience also in interacting with the European institutions as to how we manage these processes. Of course, it's not yet do something, otherwise you will get expelled from the game, which was the case some years ago, okay? Now, they tell us, do something to facilitate absorption. Okay, another 2 remarks I would like to share with you. What kind of funds and how many funds will be mobilized is very critical, especially from the private sector. And it will not be easy to measure, because we may measure what will be approved, and I'm thinking of the private loans, for example, that will be co-financed. We will see and we will measure that, we will count that. What we will not know is the net increase, because some financing may have existed even in the absence of RRF, which now will be used in conjunction. But we need to see what will be the net improvement of financing opportunities because of RRF. This will be somehow difficult to estimate. And here, time may be both an ally and an enemy, because what this country needs is medium and long-term investments, which will go hand in hand with the reforms to be implemented. 1.5 years or 2 years ago, I participated in the Vissaridi Committee for the developmental planning of Greece. Back then, the measurements we had done focusing on reforms were similar to the ones that the Bank of Greece did on the basis of the real situation vis-à-vis the RRF. So our country, if it manages to bridge the investment gap through the investment and structural funds, through private funds and through RRF, but maintaining the existing economic structure for the next 2 years, it will have a growth rate of 1.5%. Only if we manage to truly transform our productive process, especially the relationship between the businesses, enterprises, and the public sector, then this 1.5 may double to 3%, which is imperative for a country like Greece with such a high public debt. And in order not to find itself when the debt servicing will be necessary to repeat the same mistakes. So it is critical, this dilemma, this crossroads, as it were. We don't have much time ahead. We do have funds which need to be absorbed not only to grow, to develop, but also to change the pathway, the course of economy. And by that, I mean that the European economy has some characteristics. Earlier, I compared Europe with the US and Asia, but here, for example, we in Greece have more but very small enterprises which do not find it easy to be innovative and extrovert. In some other industries, we have bigger enterprises which are not competitive. What we don't have is to have a clean ground from which a company may start being small and then become larger and larger and being taken over. So we have a less dynamic, productive structure of the economy. And because I mentioned the benefits and the advantages of the RRF, on the other hand, there are some concerns as to the fact that inevitably RRF will be bureaucratic, will bring about a concentration of decision-making by politicians, which will guide the economy. And this is, it could be, it can be probably better designed from some point of view, but it still is a fund in the framework of which the European Union borrows without having own resources, interestingly. This imposes an acceleration. So what was considered as an own resource 4 or 5 years ago, it turned out to be a tax on electricity. So probably we should avoid talking about all that. However, we need to come up with some resources if we want to continue from that point on. And I'm saying continue because RRF probably is a vehicle so that without disregarding the fiscal stability rules, continuing to support the weaker economies. Not so the European Union not to tell some economies that your debt is too high, funding and borrowing money to meet that objective. So I believe that sooner or later this will go to that.
Bogovic, and try to bring into focus the European dimension. Again, we spoke a lot about Greece and the development plan and the growth model and how this needs to be changed. But now let's bring back the European dimension. And here I have two questions or points that I would like you to comment on. And the first one is about the political dimension that Mr. Kritikos also mentioned. The fact that this is a signal or should become a signal of further political integration in the sense of debt mutualization, common financing of policies, and so on and so forth. And the second political dimension that I would like you to comment on is the use of this instrument, the potential use of this instrument as a means to put pressure for democratic reforms, rule of law, and so on and so forth. We know very well that this has been the case already. It has been associated, it's functioning with how member states act and behave in some areas. So what's the EP view, the European Parliament take on that?
Yes, these are very good points, and this political dimension is really very important. As we said, this common borrowing and also ensure for the money for this part of grants. This is something new, and it was not possible to do in financial crisis at the time, and Greece asked for this also in other countries. So in European Parliament, I can say that if we see about this cooperation between Commission, Council and Parliament in this trialogue, usually the Parliament is first who is for the common policies. And in European Parliament it was really not easy to reach a compromise about this and support this. Also, when we speak about amount of money, it's all the time the pressure to have more money on European level, so that I can say that this logic in the Parliament is very clear. Also about the second, the rule of law measure, we see, and these debates, and last I arrived here direct from the Strasbourg, and we had again debate about Poland and this debate of use of RRF for Poland, which was the promise of Mr. von der Leyen. If Poland will respect all this conditionality which are there, their reform in their system, and I think that I can be very open here, and I can say that sometimes perhaps we repeat this debate too often also, and these pressures, we need this pressure. Parliament asked for this, but no, I think that if in Poland, for example, we reach this agreement with the government and they will accept these laws which are asked, that's clear that we must do this. And I can also say that when we saw this political part of all these programs and also other decisions, this crisis influenced a lot on the relation between different parts of the Europe. For sure, migration crisis bring on one side the also financial and other problems in especially Mediterranean countries, and later this dividing on the east and west started in Hungary, Poland, and these debates influenced a lot on these topics, and also that we accept this conditionality that the rule of law is a condition to get money from European Union, and that also you can stop deliver the money to countries. So for sure through this the role of these financial measures are big, and behind this, as we said, this is the one political dimension which we often see, and I can say that openly that we really speak sometimes too much, because as you finished, here is necessary action, and to accept reforms on national level and work on reforms. And the debate about political parties much bigger than debate of this, how we use this money, if the programs are okay, and these differences between countries which are very big. And for example, inside European Union, for me is one of the biggest question, this demographic question. And we deliver the money, but if we will lose young people in the countries which have problems in development, we will be still in bigger problems. So I think this territorial social cohesion, it should be underlined, and sometimes countries from western part of Europe don't like to speak too much about this, because we know Germany needs 400 people per year, and we know how big territory is to be born 400 people. And for example, this is one dimension if you connect territorial cohesion and demography. And I think it needs real support to the countries which we have this flow, because for me, we also spoke a lot in the past about migration, and we usually spoke about out of the European Union, Middle East, Africa, but we don't speak, for me, enough about internal migration, south east to north, towards northwest of Europe. And here I think that is a big capital of people which go there. So this is the one dimension. And the second dimension which this war showed to us is energy union, repower of new program. It brings very big challenges in front of us. And sometimes when we speak about also Green Deal and this transition of energy sector, I think that sometimes people who should don't use figures. They use more ideological terms, green, renewable, other, and taxonomy will be one case in which when you go to the deep to the figures, for example, in Germany, German energy policy, you can ask if what this policy brought to us, also this dependence on Russia and other things. So that food security, when we speak about farm to fork strategy and common agriculture policy, and for example, we in the Agri Committee, we ask impact assessment, and we didn't get on time impact assessment from Commission. We got goals for farm to fork strategy, but when you get impact assessment and you see that increase of price of food, demand for food, there are also some critical points. And again, this war in Ukraine showed us what it means if there are, I don't know, 20, 30 million tons of wheat which is blocked in the Black Sea, what it means for whole world and what influence will be in Africa and other things. So that I think here, usually as Europe, I think I really think that this is a great project, the European Union, and we must support this. But sometimes as European, for me, we are a little bit naive that we live in ideal world with ideal people and that our policy will influence on the whole world. And I think that now is a time to check these policies, if this soft power is too soft to solve problems, and if somebody follow us. And here I think in many of these policies, and all these policies are connected with these funds, and in which direction we go, with which speed we go, and how we will be depend on different part of the world. And I don't know, for example, it's open debate about, we had this week Fit for 55 package in the European Parliament. We didn't get our statement because of political games, but at the end on ETS, which also bring money for modernization fund and other things, which again influence a lot on this. But for example, voting about use of car, diesel and benzene after 35. It's a question on whom we will depend on after this technology. Will we develop enough fast, I don't know, all infrastructure which we need for electricity car? Will we have critical materials like lithium, other things? So I think, and sometimes not only on national level, also on European level, I think that we must rethink something and use these words I used before, security, in all three pillars of security, military, food and energy security will be basic, and it changed for me a little bit thinking about our future and some paradigms also in some policies. So I think that there are big challenges in front of us. We have tools. We need real politics, real policies, and common answers. I'm sure that we cannot gas supply or other things. We need common answers, not otherwise we are all losers. And so I really believe in this project, but I think that it comes a reality check, because if we see overall there is the fight in the world between this part of the world with respect to this democratic rules democracy and autocratic part, and it's a little bit changed, and the European Union works very well where international agreements are agreed and also that people respect this. But today, if we see that somebody comes and make a war with such a consequences, with so many died people, and that he arrives, that the army arrives with crematory on the fields, we must think how to act, and this dependency, especially in the energy sector, is crucial for our decisions, for me, and also for development of the Europe and development of democratic part of the world.
Thank you, Mr. Bogovic.
Mr. Papageorgiou, let's go back to the economic dimension again once we have analyzed the political dimension. You said that EIB is project-based. As a consequence, it's important to see what kinds of projects are submitted for approval to the various bodies of EIB. And here I would like also to mention inter-regional inequalities. In other words, can your bank counter the emergence of inequalities between regions within a member state? Well, let me start with the simple things first. First of all, currently, a project pipeline is being defined by our colleagues. And as I said, there is a specific context for us to work in. We cannot change that because this is based on a decision taken by the BOD, and so we need to abide by that. Also because we have very specific contractual clauses from the contract with the European Union, with the Greek government. And so 60% for green transition is, for us, imperative. 38% or 38 point something needs to be earmarked for green transition, 21% approximately for digital transition, and we forgot to say digital first, and the remaining amount for competitiveness, extroversion, productivity, etc. Considering also that the EIB's strategy is to transform and to turn into a climate-related, a climate-based bank, you may understand that climate is a top priority for our bank, especially in the energy sector. We will greatly focus, for besides, here lies the future. Now, when it comes to inter-regional inequalities, you asked. Now, look, the European Investment Bank has a very concrete, specific and detailed policy in this regard. That is meeting economic and social cohesion between regions, which is mirrored also through the percentage of funding of regions. And so we also give a great opportunity to the disadvantaged, the less developed regions. And this is one of the eligibility criteria, the evaluation criteria that very seriously are taken into consideration by our economists and engineers, evaluators. And so clearly the role of the European Investment Bank is this, because this is our policy. This is what our policy is all about on the basis of the treaty and the statute, the Articles of Association, and the Treaty of the European Union, I mean. We need to meet, to achieve cohesion, interregional cohesion. And so this goes without saying. It is taken for granted, and it is cross-cutting to all our operations. And so my answer is yes, it is one of our objectives to meet also through the recovery fund. Because first, we evaluate eligibility criteria of each and every project on the basis of the criteria set by the bank. And then we evaluate, and only then we evaluate the compliance with the criteria of the RRF. And allow me also to say something about leverage, which also is important. There is a ministerial decree according to which up to 50% of the eligible, of the desired budget can be funded from the RRF. Lending, yes, through loans, 30% by us, and at least 20% by own resources of the investor. Our intention is to turn that to 40-40-80, so 40% RRF instead of 50, which is the maximum, 40% EIB, and 20% own resources or equity. And what does this mean in terms of leverage? That for every euro of RRF, 1.2 euro is leveraged in the economy. But of course, history will show what will happen in the end. This is our intention, though. I mean, this is what we expect to do on the base, according to the institutional framework we comply with. This this ratio is 1:1. We intend to increase that to 1 to 1.2. If I may, this additional investment that may come through leverage, we can never be sure whether they are new investments or investments envisaged anyway. Is there any concern on whether RRF may lead to a crowding out? And so instead of attracting investments, lead to the exception or outflow of investment? Well, I don't think this is the case. I may be somehow technical, but you know, one of the benefits is the crowding in, so the additional resources of our investments. This is why our ceiling in our conventional loans is that our funding cannot exceed 50% of the cost of a project. And so there needs to be additional resources. This is imperative for a project to be funded. Moreover, because of the EIB's objectives, we have a complementary role vis-à-vis the Greek banks. There's another part of 6 to 7 billion that will be managed by the Greek Development Bank and the Greek banks. And here, our target group is the SMEs. I believe there is full complementarity, therefore. I don't really believe that there is any concern whatsoever about triggering a crowding out procedure of private investment. Thank you, Mr. Papageorgiou. Mr. Kritikos, again, the European dimension. We saw what the European policy at the institutional level is like. I would like to discuss with you what about the other states of our Mediterranean area. They have submitted their own action plans, and there are common characteristics and differences with the Greek one. Could you please outline what the efforts are and whether it would be desirable to try to achieve a cooperation between member states? I mean, we all see the particularities between the member states, but here again we have a group of countries of the basin of the Mediterranean, and so I'm wondering whether RRF may be a springboard for cooperation between the Mediterranean states. As you said, there are commonalities but also differences. For example, we as a country took into consideration all the loans that were available, 12 billion. Portugal did not want to do so. It only used 1.5 billion. Italy, like Greece, used a lot. The difference is that, of course, these loans matter when it comes to debt. Probably Portugal did not want to aggravate that. And there were some other differences also that, for example, Portugal focused on social housing. And I'm not expressing an opinion whether this is good or bad, but I'm just saying that this was a choice. And from the Greek opposition, there is such a request for an amendment. Now, when it comes to a cooperation between the southern member states, well, I would say that RRF has the virtue that it has a symmetric coverage of all European Union. As I said, it creates a sense of belonging for all European citizens. Each and every European citizen feel concerned. So I don't believe that there is any purpose to enhance cooperation between the southern countries or the northern countries or between south and south. So what matters here, in my view, is for all of us to make an effort for the RRF to become permanent. This is the secret and the passport for European integration, in my view. The fact that, of course, there is a group of member states supporting such a prospect, and the fact that there are some dissidents, let's say, is not by accident. You will have observed the fuss at the beginning. It started as a way to counter the consequences of the war in Ukraine. There was a debate on the European bond, which has passed. Quite on the contrary, we rechanneled some funds from the RRF to be transferred to REPowerEU. Let me remind also to your audience that the RRF, according to 2018 prices, includes 390 billion in grants and 360 in loans. Out of these, 225 have not been asked by the member states, either because they don't want loans or because they have other resources. And so the proposal of the European Commission, about 500 grants and 250 loans, the initial proposal of the European Commission, was good. What we call as the frugal four countries reacted to that, and so uselessly the amount of loans was increased, and now we rename them, we transfer them to be earmarked for another purpose. And so although these frugal countries, as we call them, did not have any objection to transferring these 225 billion to REPowerEU, they desperately resisted against the creation of another recovery fund. And here we have some deep root causes, and I may sound provocative, but now the debate is not whether we want a single RRF or not, whether we want less or more Europe. Those who want more Europe are in favor of a permanent RRF. Those who want less Europe are against any new wave of deepening the European Union. Mr. Vetas, my question has to do with the nature of the projects that will be funded or already are in the pipeline to be funded by this facility, especially when it comes to their added value. We have considered the project already approved and considered bankable. Are these proposals drafted taking into consideration the growth and development related needs of Greece, or do they perpetuate an obsolete economic growth paradigm? In other words, if we wanted to redraft the economic growth map of this country. Do these projects truly have an added value for the future economic growth of Greece? Well, this will be judged out of details. My first answer, would be generally yes. So the Greek roadmap, the Greek plan, mirrors a willingness to change, a wind of change, a willingness to support new and innovative public and private investments. But I do believe that we will be in a position to judge only after implementation. And again, it is also a matter as to how the remaining economic policy will be shaped, because there's also economic policy out of RRF. For example, there are some specific fiscal priorities for the Greek state. The large part of the fiscal policy is not contained in the RRF, so it depends also on that. It is not only RRF, it is also the remaining policy of the Greek government. This is one thing. Now, adopting a more theoretical approach, if I may, such facilities have a degree of inertia, because who asks funding, be it public sector or private sector, are the existing, the consolidated, the incumbents, and not the ones that you want to create in 10 years' time. And so this is a bet how you will support the creation of new entities and new businesses. So the demand comes from the incumbents, from the existing organizations. And I would like to share with you some remarks, general remarks. The previous speaker talked about whether we want more or less Europe. My answer would be we want more money from the European Union, but less pressure as to when we will change. I don't judge that. This is normal. But the sense that Europe has a purely financial dimension for some countries. This is, of course, this may sound superficial because essentially Europe also provides guiding principles while also setting limits and limitations, but also mitigate the risks for the weakest. But the question, the dilemma about whether we want more or less Europe will depend on the political processes that will be promoted in the next years. Thank God, in the member states, the European Union is composed of democracies, and we will have elections. So what will be the body that will tell a country, whether big or bad, that you did not use soundly the money from the RRF, so bring it back? I mean, and this is up to us, but this also depends on external factors, as the war in Ukraine, for example. It will depend on whether we will recover. Certainly, if Europe manages to have a growth in the forthcoming years, will be a whole different story vis-à-vis a stagnation, which will lead to countries closing and isolating themselves to maintain, to preserve what they have managed to achieve. The question about, you asked what are whether the projects to be funded compete one against the other. Allow me to say here that as soon as we measure eventually what was the overall impact on the investment of RRF, then we will have to compare it to an alternative scenario, not a scenario of zero investment, but a scenario of different investment. So this is why I insist on the net increase. Okay, this is not just a a fund that will not be measured. We will measure how it will be absorbed. I was delighted to hear the remarks as to the fact that in many sectors, for example, energy transition or the green transition, we should not be naive as Europe. I agree with that. It is a good thing to progress and to show that we are in a position to compose two things: economic well-being and social state, welfare state. The synthesis in Europe between these two levels is key, but we should not be naive. Very difficult dilemmas lie ahead when it comes to energy. To an extent, we have relied on the advent of a technological progress in the next years, in the years to come. But this, to a certain degree, is still a hope. We have not seen that tangibly. And we also need to see whether our choices will increase our reliance on third economies for raw materials, for example, batteries. So these are difficult, these are thorny issues and difficult dilemmas. Of course, we say green, but green how? And second, digital transition from itself is a synonym to development, but it is also critical to see how it will change the structure, the public administration. I mean, it makes no sense to digitalize the public authorities without changing its structure. What I want to say is that generally we deliver, but we need to be very careful on details. And because time is running, we also need to study the structures that will exist in the future. An investment is always forward-looking. And so we need to focus on the future, on how we will be structured in the future. If we take the clock back to 1981 when Greece joined the European Union, then we would say that from a macroeconomic perspective, up to 2007-8, Greece experienced a constant period of development and growth. It's one thing to establish institutions and tools when you flourish, when you grow. And we benefited also from the fall of the Eastern Bloc and the progress of China. But now we see ahead difficulties which are unexpected. All of a sudden, you wake up in the morning and there's a pandemic, and there's a war in your neighborhood. You wake up in the morning and UK is no longer a member of the European Union. So here it is about the European Union getting mature, becoming adult, an adulthood, a transition to adulthood. It is as if the idea of just we want something and it will be done is no longer valid.
It's the last 3 minutes of the panel, 30 seconds each. I think what could we take out of this discussion on the facility, on the RRF? What would be your main thrust in 30 seconds, please, so that the audience can leave this panel getting the main gist of what we have discussed so far? Mr. Bogovic, 30 seconds.
Okay, European Union and RRF has the solutions. There are many policies, and there are also many challenges on which we must answer. I'm sure that we can do this, but we must not forget on social and territorial cohesion, and we must not be naive.
Mr. Papagiannis, as European Investment Bank, what I would like you to retain is the following. In the framework of the RRF, our target is to manage investments of added value which will contribute to digital transformation, to green transition, but there is a very important aspect of the reforms This is of paramount importance, and it has a political dimension, and I think that there we need to focus on that, as Mr. Veta said, because there are sectors such as justice, education, which will affect in a decisive manner what will our country look like in the future. Yes, the paradigm, the crisis must be a paradigm of financial intervention of the European Union. It can be done, it can be turned into a new paradigm of implementation, but this will be contingent upon the response of all the member states and those who will react to that, to what extent they will be willing to help that this turn into an implementation paradigm. Those who are living on this continent, we are very lucky because it's a region with a very good institutional function, and it's not a weak financial region. We have resources, we have capabilities. However, if we rest on our laurels, and unless we want to change in order to adapt to the ever-increasing changes, this will lead to a stagnation. So there is a conjuncture that can be turned into an opportunity in order to head to the future in an optimistic way. Thank you very much. And with these optimistic words by the panelists, thank you very much for your participation, for your very thoughtful comments. Thank you very much, the audience, for being here, and those who followed us online. And I will invite you to stay here in order to attend the following sessions when it comes to European integration and European vision as a whole. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. We are here at the Regional Growth Conference, in a very interesting conference with very topical sessions. And now we will have a quite topical discussion. Here with me, I have Mrs. Xenia Loizidou from Eliamep, Maria Spiraki, digitally a member of the European Parliament, and ladies, we will speak about green transition. Such a simple phrase, but so complex when it comes to implementation in a very difficult conjuncture, what is more. I would suggest to start with Mrs. Spiraki, who is digitally connected with us, for her presentation. Good morning, madam. Good morning. Well, the speaker sound is not that good. We are trying hard to translate her, but the sound is a problem. Allow me to say first that in our region, in this conjuncture, there is a series of opportunities emerging.
Αυτά συμβαίνουν στα ζωντανά προγράμματα, όπως λέγατε και παλιά στην τηλεόραση, κυρία Σπυράκη.
Now, technology has advanced that much that I hear myself, says the speaker. However, so as I was saying, a series of opportunities is emerging as to how we can continue the future, while at the same time we take a conscious political decision not to leave anyone behind. And of course, the critical factor here is energy cost. Households and businesses are under severe stress and they have to shoulder an unbearable cost. Considering that, I believe that energy transition of our wider region is key at a speed that is closely set by the European Union. I believe that the European Union's policies are fully aligned with what we want to do in the south of Europe. First, recently, REPowerEU was announced for installation of photovoltaic panels on roofs. So the targeted wants to manage to have 600 gigawatt by 2030, that is generate an annual of 45 gigawatt. Our end objective is to double the electricity from photovoltaics. And you may ask me, why photovoltaic? First, because it is the easier solution to implement, to install. Secondly, because thus the consumer may become easily producer. And third, because our country, as other countries, may take advantage of sun shining that sometimes exceeds 360 days per annum. The time required for the licensing of a photovoltaic installation is less than 3 months, and this is a record time as against European specifications. The second opportunity is the installation of offshore wind parks. I'm saying that because I am aware of the experience many northern countries have, as Scotland, which may have full energy sufficiency, thanks to an offshore wind park. And so this is a huge opportunity for Greece as well. And here allow me to provide you with some figures. I insist on figures because I find very important to prove how we intend to proceed in the future. And so Our intention is 60 gigawatt by 2030 and 340 gigawatt by 2050. So our potential to develop electricity out of offshore wind is shocking. And the return currently is very low. It is approximately 2 gigawatt per annum, so we need to speed up. And there are serious concerns here that have to do with licensing, with the location of installation. We need to speed up on that, as critical is also the social acceptance. So whether we are in a position to convince the local communities to embrace such a prospect with a view not only to ensuring much and low-cost green electricity for our countries, but also to be proud enough to abide by the strictest specifications and legal framework in full respect of the environment, climate and ecosystems, thanks to a very targeted legislation. If we manage to do that, we will drastically decrease energy cost. And I would like to shed light on a third opportunity, and I will close by that. Especially in the Mediterranean member states, in my view, we need a targeted policy to counter energy poverty. And I'm saying that because the European Observatory figures, of 2020 are shocking. More than 50 million of people are considered not to be able to have their houses heated during winter. According to the same figures, another 50 million people pay their energy bills in delay. And, of course, we do not even rely on the 2021 data, because certainly the situation exacerbated during the lockdown and the pandemic. And what did the European Union comes to do? The establishment of the European Observatory for Energy Poverty is a great novelty. I was one of the 4 MEP involved with a view to engage the local communities. And so here it matters the fact that we are saying that in a regional conference, engaging through technical assistance also the local authorities first in order to record and map the problem. And once we have identified the problem, we may come up with targeted solutions. The financing and funding policies, in this case, as in the case of energy cost, do not, of course, eliminate the problem, but rather mitigate the consequences of the problem. So it's high time we decided to take specific political decisions in the Mediterranean, which will bring about the RRF, the Recovery and Resilience Facility. All countries, we will have to revisit the plans considering the recent development and taking into account also the European Union's budget, which intends to promote the promotion of a green transition and a digital transition. Having said that, I am at your disposal for questions. And thanks to the introductory remarks of Mrs. Spiraki, I would like now to ask this. We are all experiencing energy awe. She talked about how the reforms will be accepted by local communities. And I'm wondering, Mrs. Loizidou, to what an extent all this may be achieved and implemented and be 100% green. 130 kilometers from here, my birthplace is located, and various investments are being made with a view to upgrading the existing infrastructure, aligned to the general landscape, while at the same time the natural environment is under severe attack.
Yes, I would like to tackle this problem from the start. When we talk about green transition, we must mean green sustainability, which is based on three pillars: society, environment, and economy. With green transition, we cannot mean an energy transition only, exclusively. If we take this one-way road to talk only in that dimension, energy transition, without taking on board the other axes, the other pillars, then in terms of transformation and in terms of infrastructure, we will deal with problems because we follow a one-dimension road, a business-as-usual approach. So we need to talk about circular economy and to put all this on the table: the waste management, the urban development, development of rural areas, good agricultural practices, rising of the sea level, climatic chaos, not climate crisis. All these must be the pillars on which will be developed together, having in mind what we call green transition. The resources do exist. Mrs. Spiraki presented them in detail. Then there is a debate whether they are good channeled or not. But then the local communities which are suffering from the conjuncture, this could jeopardize the approval, which is crucial for this reform to be successful. Yes, there is a concern, and it is justified by people, because all the efforts done until now for the engagement of the stakeholders were not essential, were theoretical but not practical. Let's take, for example, the energy. We know that in 2020, we know for many years that in 2020 the prices would change, good changes, and we knew that if we didn't get rid of our dependency on fossil fuel, our utilities bills will be higher. We knew that, but we didn't do anything to deal with that. So this is very important to be frank vis-à-vis these people, these social stakeholders, and make them a part of the decision-making in order to let them speak about the problem and give solutions to tangible problems, because very often we talk a lot and we act, we don't act in the same way. We need to draw policies and budget to concrete solutions to real problems. Mrs. Spiraki, Mrs. Loizidou talked about frankness. We will link that to what you mentioned with the benefits, with the benefit policy in this very difficult conjuncture. And I would like to ask you whether this big ship, as it is characterized, as the European institutions were characterized by the Prime Minister, wanting to showcase the difficulty with which the decisions are taken at the European level, or this delay by the European Union will fuel Euroscepticism and populism. Mrs. Loizidou, yes, she has malinterpreted my statement. The energy cost for me, who is politician, is the first danger. And we in Greece, we are our counterpart when it comes to renewable energy sources is very low, and this is of our fault, of all the stakeholders and all the politicians. We lost the train in the previous decade, and now we are trying to catch up. Let's see the example of Portugal and Spain. You are aware that Spain and Portugal have in their energy mix more than 50% coming from the RES, and they managed to lower the prices, and they now can exercise a policy of low price, and this is a huge step they were able to take due to this increase in the energy mix, the increase of RES energy mix. We didn't do that because the previous government didn't want to catch up, and this government, however we run fast, we cannot catch up this trend. So we need cheaper energy thanks to the circular economy and the renewable energy sources. We need to increase in our energy mix the RES counterpart. We need more sustainable products. We need cheap and clean and green energy in order to create our environment in the context of the biohouse that we've discussed yesterday in the Biohouse Festival, in order to have an inclusive growth and an inclusive environment. But for all this, we need cheap energy. And in order to have this cheap energy, we need to draw new policies. It is I do agree with what you said, that we did not engage with the social stakeholders, but we need to explain to the people, that clean and cheap energy comes from the RES, and tell them that the European policies are the strictest in the world in terms of environment protection. Yes, but the ship cannot turn. It's difficult to turn it, but we need to turn it, because we cannot continue with a business as usual approach. We cannot be dependent on the most expensive fossil fuel in the world, which is behind all our problems, our current problems. I'm talking about natural gas. Every country is doing whatever it can. We push things to the limits, but with all this money coming from the European Union as a support, we need to increase the mix of renewable energy sources in line with the local communities, with the local authorities, and with all these people who will have these air turbines just close to their house, and they will know that these turbines do not harm the environment, do not harm the birds, etc. Yes, just a small remark. Obviously, I fully agree with you that energy is the priority, and I have been working for 35 years in the sustainability field. I am an engineer, and the concern is that in our concern for the Greek transition, we must not leave behind all the rest. My concern is not to enter a channel of policies, of single-dimension policies. We're talking about the Mediterranean basin. There are countries without regulation when it comes to circular products. There are many gaps. We must not lag behind. We can talk about green transition, red, blue, etc. But what we want is change, and we need game changers for the change. Yes, but maybe the accelerators may constitute setbacks instead of accelerate things. And what Mrs. Spiraki told is very essential when it comes to approval of these policies. Yes, but these accelerators cannot turn into setbacks. When it comes to sustainable products and circular products through which the countries will be able to have local products that can be recycled, and through this new secondary markets will be generated. But in our country we don't have secondary markets through this cycle. But this sustainable product initiative to which I am a rapporteur for the European Union, I have the honor, the sustainable products will be a prerequisite for the green passport, the digital passport of each product, from cement and steel to chemical products, and the glasses where we drink our water. So we need to, the member states need to adapt and to fit their policies to that. Yes, Mrs. Spiraki. The way in which we will establish the new toolkit of the European Union, do you believe that this is sufficient in order to deal with this problem? And the comment on the local, on the national policies. You said that benefits cannot be the solution to this problem because, according to the numbers, the money given to the households which suffer are too much. Yes, they are suffering. All the households are suffering, but we all become vulnerable through this increase in cost. The first action we should take is to put off the fire by giving benefits. But within 5 years, we cannot keep giving benefits. Can we give for 5 years benefits? No, no one could stand this budgetary cost. So what we should do is to work with the social stakeholders in order to accelerate the installation of PVs, the installation of RES with the approval of the society. And at the same time, we must not miss the train to sustainability. But now our houses here are in flames and we need to put out these flames. And I'm afraid that this fire will keep burning. In winter we will have, this problem will be exacerbated, and we need to give solutions to that with an increase of RES in our energy mix. And thanks to the European intervention, we need to change the model. The model is the key word. This discussion is about the model. The paradigm needs to change. Are you afraid of this problem turning into a setback when it comes to the big transition we must do? Or the biggest hazard is this single dimension approach? Yes, I do. I am preoccupied, I'm concerned, and the energy poverty is due to the fact that for many years we didn't take on board the warnings that were telling us that we should turn into that direction. Throughout my career, I'm always concerned when these tight priorities are imposed. Another hazard is that green transition is interpreted as expensive bills. So this makes people be very skeptical when it comes to approve this this shift, this transition. We need to be frank with the society. We need to give them the numbers, the figures according to which they will approve all this transition that must be done.
Η συνεργασία μεταξύ των Ευρωπαϊκών.
Also, when it comes to waste disposal, for example, the cooperation between member states of the European Union and on the Mediterranean countries is very important. We have great concerns when it comes to the contamination and pollution of the Mediterranean. And there are many Mediterranean countries which are not member states of the European Union. So we need to come up with solutions here again. And these concerns are on the table, but we need tangible and measurable actions. Mrs. Spyraki, Mrs. Loizidou talked about cooperation with the Mediterranean countries, including Turkey. One of these countries is Turkey, and I would like to grasp this opportunity to ask you, Mrs. Spyraki, can we achieve the cooperation with Turkey, considering the recent developments? Well, I believe that we need to focus on the forest, not on the tree, on the big picture. Obviously, Turkey has been systematically trying to exacerbate the situation and to create tension in the relations, particularly with our country. We have been monitoring what is happening. We have enhanced our deterring power. At the same time, though, I believe that our powerful arms, weapons, is international law, our alliances, and the conjuncture. Allow me to say here, for example, that we have seen in the harsher way possible that there's no room for revisionism in the European Union. The European Union, in a coordinated way, replied through the harshest sanctions against Russia and by supporting Ukraine. And so the provocative stance and rhetoric of Turkey probably lead to setback. This does not mean that we don't have room for cooperation with Cyprus, with Israel, with Egypt, with whom Greece has entered into an agreement for the transfer of green energy from Africa to Europe, because Europe will not be self-sufficient in green energy in the years to come. And this is a win-win conjuncture and win-win case, because this will also create jobs, and the European Union will have access to green energy, and so we need to view partnerships under another perspective. What certainly matters now is how we will enhance peace, safety, and stability in the Mediterranean, which is a conditio sine qua non to promote sustainability and pursuing the single agenda. I also wanted to add something on energy poverty anticipated by Mrs. Loizidou. Countering energy poverty is a bet that needs to be our overarching political priority for the next period and the next programming period in all countries of the European Union, Greece, Cyprus, Italy, with many abandoned buildings in villages in Spain and Portugal. Currently, what we know is that certainly this may lead to a huge saving of energy, something like 30%. While at the same time it will create jobs for SMEs and local jobs for technicians and people of the local communities, because of course it also matters to increase the social footprint. Mrs. Spiraki, I would like to appeal to your background as a TV person, and so we are running out of time, and hopefully we will have more opportunities to meet and discuss in the future. I would like to spare some moments to give you the floor for some closing remarks when it comes to green transition and stability. Well, green stability is the only way forward. And it can certainly be also constitute the framework of cooperation between European and non-European Mediterranean countries. Society, economy, and the environment are the three pillars of society. They need to go hand in hand, one with the other, and I firmly believe that we need structural changes and another mindset. Let us not make the same mistakes we made in the past. We need to adapt ourselves. Adaptation is imperative and needs to be agile and swift, quick. Certainly. And we also talked about the geopolitical factors, preparing the ground for the next panel that will feature experts in that. Thank you very much, Mrs. Louisidou. Thank you, Mrs. Spiraki. And we will meet again later to talk about migration and geopolitics. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, again from the auditorium of the University of Patras, the previous discussion ended with some references to geopolitics. And now we will discuss rethinking geopolitics and migration in the Mediterranean, in Mare Nostrum, with distinguished guests, people who have developed structures and aspects relevant to this undertaking. Next to me, I have the Professor, University of the Peloponnese, Theodoros Papatheodorou, Mr. Ronald Maynardou, Senior Research Fellow and Head of the Mediterranean Program of ELIAMEP, and the only lady. I was with two ladies in the previous panel. Now I have a virtual connection by the only lady, Mrs. Dimitriadi, and because we are three gentlemen, of course, allow me to start with you, Mrs. Dimitriadi. Well, we said what is at stake. And this is an issue very difficult, of course, to discuss in just 1 hour, but it is highly interesting to see in the present conjuncture. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for having me here. I regret not being able to be there with you, but I am delighted to have the opportunity to focus on the Mediterranean, which in migration management is key, and we need to focus on the Mediterranean in the years to come. And the Mediterranean is in a period of transition, and the basic question for people like me involved in studying migration is to what an extent the European Union will shape an answer which will be up to the current needs of the countries of the basin of the Mediterranean, not only the member states of the European Union, but especially the Mediterranean third countries. We still have conflicts, we still have displacement, extreme poverty, lack of stability in sub-Saharan Africa and North Africa. All that conditions exacerbate migration towards Greece, Spain, Italy, Malta, Cyprus, the external maritime frontiers of the European Union. The Mediterranean, the basin of the Mediterranean is also a common transit sea for groups composed of both migrants and refugees, which means that the challenge is yet more daunting because we need to provide safe transit, and at the same time we also have food insecurity because of the war in Ukraine. And this certainly will have an impact on countries like Tunisia, Egypt, and Turkey, according to the first forecast. And these are also transit countries, but also countries of origin of refugees and migrants. And so considering energy cost, the increase in prices, lack of raw materials, the picture we have seems gloomy. At the same time, we can see state policies which trigger and foment instability for already installed refugees and migrants. A recent example is Turkey, which has been talking about provoking the return of many Syrians. And so these people will certainly attempt to come to Europe because Syria is not an option for them. And so the problem that emerges for the European Union, and I would say for single countries like Greece, is that there seems to be a trend for policies to develop because of the crisis. It started with Arab Spring. It has been exacerbated, and we have a perpetual trend as to how to avoid repeating the situation of 2015. So we are now turning to a paradigm that used to be an exception, and the consecutive crises certainly are not of any help to address legislative, long-standing problems and gaps. And these crises, of course, are not temporary. They are structural, permanent crises that need to be addressed in the long run. The main gap when it comes to the Mediterranean migration policy is deterrence. Very few incentives are given to third countries to cooperate with the European Union in order to also address the needs of third countries. And whenever we have seen cooperation, as, for example, the deal between the European Union and Turkey, a relation of dependence has been shaped that has allowed Turkey to instrumentalize this relation. Having said that, the challenge for the Mediterranean is for us to view it exactly as it is, a mare nostrum, a common space in order to regulate and facilitate transit. We need to encourage transit for people in the move. It is impartial, insufficient to view migration only through the state policy. We need new ways, new solutions to mobilize, to participate in the management of the problem in order to encourage a mobility that will benefit both shores of the Mediterranean. The alternative is deleterious in the short and the long run. And with that phrase, I would like to ask you, Mr. Papatheodorou, and allow me also to link that to the recent developments. From the East, there seems to be that threat of the migration crisis, instrumentalization and manipulations, and I would grasp the opportunity of what Mrs. Dimitriadi said, because also the possible mistakes in policy making. However, this threat seems to be visible, according to most. Thank you very much. I would like to start by first and foremost thanking the organizing committee. It is a great honor and pleasure for me to have accepted the invitation by Mr. Loloudis, who is the soul of this conference for the 10th anniversary of the Regional Growth Conference. Importantly, he continues along the path of growth and development. And now let me come to your question. In my view, it's worth noting that when we talk about migration and refugee policy of the European Union, we are talking about policy, a policy which currently, as always, depends on the geopolitical changes of the world order in our neighborhood and globally. If we see how these geopolitical changes, especially in the Mediterranean, have had an impact on today's migration policy of the European Union, then we need to think about the period of 1991 when the migration policy starts being of interest for the European Union, but especially after 2012, 13, 14, the Arab Spring, and when we had displacement of people in our area. But they started from a substantial historic watershed that was Arab Spring and the change in boundaries, in frontiers. Today what we have ahead, a new geopolitical condition with the illegal invasion of Putin in Ukraine. We have a new geopolitical change due to the Putin's revisionism and Turkey's revisionism at the same time. And we see a continuum since 2015, from 2015, when the migration crisis had its epicenter in the Mediterranean, especially Greece. In 2016, we had the common statement EU-Turkey, which has been partially enforced by Turkey, with constant claiming requests about abolishing visas, the increase of funds and customs union, the constant threat that Turkey would have opened up its gateways for refugee flows, which was the case in 2020 when we witnessed the instrumentalization of refugees and migrants. And we also had an attempt of mass violation of frontiers back then. Revisionism, which today is characterizing the rhetoric of Erdogan. Here we may see to what an extent Putin's revisionism is exportable in the new geopolitical environment, is based on the need to change frontiers. And so we need to focus on the fact that in 2020, Europe, first Greece and then Europe, confirmed the main characteristic of migration policy: protection of external borders. So this is a change in the political paradigm, right? The political doctrine that has to be revisited now again. At the same time, though, in 2020, we had a series of other changes and I'm not thinking of the revisiting of the non-refoulement principle, principle, but some partial change of the policy of the European Union, which focuses on the protection of external borders, the borders of the European Union and the borders of the member states as Greece, Cyprus, Italy, Spain, and Portugal, by at the same time focusing on the humanitarian aspect. And here again, we need to say that Turkey, on the basis of this revisionism, and here I call that pure politics, Turkey manipulates, uses migrants and refugees as a weapon of external policy, but also revisionism. What does Turkey argue today? That I will relocate Syrian refugees that live on my territory. And so what we need to focus on is, again, revisiting the migrant and refugee policy doctrine. And of course, the policy of the European Union is multi-center. The European Union decided immediately to support, for example, Ukraine by granting immediately the international protection regime to Ukrainian. At the same time, external management of migration, Europe has opted for for protecting only legal regular migration, whereas irregular migrants, as we saw in Greece, but also in the case of Spain, has found Europe being contrary and arguing that we want safe external borders that our member states are able to safeguard, but also the debate about linking refugee and migrant policy with the safety policy in a Europe which is changing. And I would like to have some introductory remarks by Mr. Meinardus. Is this an existing threat, Mr. Meinardus? I'm thinking of the manipulation and instrumentalization of the migration flows by the Turkish president, or is it just a lever to put pressure in this geopolitical poker in which Turkey claims an increasing role for his country?
First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for the invitation, and I would like to say that the regional newspapers are a very important institutional democratic and very important democratic institution, and the weakness of the liberal democracy in the adjacent regions is very important in generating, in triggering these questions. And the instrumentalization, you are right, it's a fact, and we need to live with this fact, but we need to see both of the sides, Europe, Germany, and Turkey, which have a stance vis-à-vis this issue. But at this point, I would like to describe in a structural way, because I think that migration is a huge issue, and it will be here for many, many years, for structural reasons indeed. And I would like to continue in English, because I've prepared a text and I would like to publish it, because I have some, I will express, in the discussion I will speak in English.
Of the day, and it will be like this for many, many years to come. Just a couple of days ago, the interior ministers of the southern European countries met in Venice, and one more time they complained about a lack of solidarity, because they are taking the brunt and they expect much more power sharing and burden sharing from the north. And in this situation, we can also see a weakness of the European Union. The solidarity, the sense of solidarity, particularly in the eastern part, is relative, although then we see again the eastern people's reaction to what's happening to the Ukrainian refugees, and this is a whole different discussion altogether. Migration is arguably the most controversial domestic issue, and it is the cause of disruptions in Western democracies. It is the best tool for populists from the right wing, and it is destabilizing our democratic order. This said, there has to be an organization, a limitation of migration if you don't want to destabilize our political systems. Rethinking geopolitics and migration in the Mediterranean is a very timely topic. And what I want to do is I want to look at three mega trends. As a political scientist, I look at structural developments and three mega trends which have an immediate impact on migration and will be continuously impacting this issue. They are political instability and a democratic backsliding. I mentioned this in the beginning. They are climate change. We discussed that before in the earlier panel. And then there are demographic transformations. We have illiberal governance around Europe. We have even illiberal governance inside Europe, if we look at Poland and Hungary. And one of the causes of this, in Hungary is very clear, is really a migration issue. So this illiberal governance in the Arab countries is the cause for political instability and for a lack of economic development. And these two phenomena, they drive emigration. If Egypt, as I said before, I lived for 20 years in Egypt, so if Egypt were a democratic polity, we would not have the people wanting to live there in Charles. The other point is climate change, and according to studies, the Mediterranean is more affected by the devastations of climate change than other parts of the world. And I think we here in Greece, we saw yesterday the pictures coming from Larissa, we saw the weather phenomenon a couple of days ago. Last summer we saw these catastrophic forest fires. And these, ladies and gentlemen, will continue to be an issue. And experts predict an increase in droughts. And these have an immediate effect on the agricultural sector and food security, particularly in the southern part. And this will also lead to many people coming from the south to the north. And the last thing, which we cannot overstate, is the demographic transformation we are seeing. Greece is shrinking in a dramatic way, and if you want, I can elaborate on this. There is really a catastrophic development if you look at the populations here in Greece and in Italy, also in my own country. And if it were not for migration, the demographic balance would be totally out of order. If you look at the projections by the demographic people, they would say in 50, 100 years, the population of Greece would shrink to the half of what it is now. And this has dramatic implications also for the economic development. So therefore, we need migration. Although we maybe don't want it, for cultural reasons, for racist reasons we don't want it, but we need it. And so it means there's one very clear answer to this. We have to educate our people, and that's why it's a good opportunity to discuss this, that we need it, otherwise we will die as a civilization. And we have to regulate it. We have to organize it. And I think this is also the paradigm a little the European Union is following.
Κύριε Παπαθεοδόρου.
Και τώρα συνεχίζω στα ελληνικά. Ευχαριστώ πολύ.
Εμείς σας ευχαριστώ.
And now I continue in English. I will retain two things. First of all, the lack of convergence when it comes to European solidarity and the extension of this discussion and its connection with the demographic transformation which is of paramount importance in Greece, and the integration policies for these people, we need to focus on that. It's of paramount importance, and Mr. Papatheodorou would like to revisit the point we've discussed previously, namely the new doctrine of policy, the deterrence on frontiers, on the borders. Mr. Linardos mentioned that. But there is an aspect which is called propaganda. We've seen that very often in the previous year, which is registered due to the change of paradigm with more iron secured borders. We saw the accusations against Frontex, the accusations against Greece, and the deep claims against Greece and the Frontex. What's the role of the propaganda in this, and how can we deal with that? I would like to talk about the subject which prepares all this. Yes, indeed, we all say that Europe is always in delay, is always with institutions that drag their feet, but Europe, since 2015, managed to shape a new migratory policy and strengthen Frontex. That we saw it in 2020. That's why I said, let's see the evolution of things. In 2020, therefore, Frontex strengthened Greek forces in the Ebros river, in the Ebros borders, in spite of the fact that this policy of the European Union for the external management of the migration and the protection of the external borders cannot find a supporter, an adamant supporter in United Nations or the NHRC, etc. And we saw the result in Greece, 90% of reduction in migration flows, and due to the fact that Turkey has removed some of its claims, and from the fact that we saw the Balkan route was reduced, the flows were reduced on the Balkan route, and we see some flows on the Mediterranean route, and the Mediterranean has turned into an immense graveyard of people who are seeking a better future in Europe. But Europe is playing a major role because this policy has been placed in doubt. It was put in doubt when we saw the European Court for Human Rights that sets some prerequisites when it comes to the protection of the border and asylum seekers. But on the other hand, we must say things as they stand. Today we put in doubt the Frontex project after the resignation of the head of Frontex. 3 days ago in Brussels, some accusations that drag in the mud Greece, and we need to change things, then to change concepts, because migration, legal migration, is very important. My dear colleague mentioned before some illiberal democracies in Greece which generate problems in the evolution of the European policy, such as Hungary. But this European policy has been developed in the last 5 years. And I would like to conclude by saying that being in a very important geopolitical region with some important particularities, European policy cannot there cannot be one policy that fits every member. We find ourselves this concept-specific risk region. There are some risks coming from a specific context, and we have some special needs in relation to the Turkish policy. We have specific needs when it comes to countries such as Jordan and Libya. We need a different approach in migration policies, and that's why I say that the doctrine should change. We should be always the doctrine must be underpinned by humanistic values, but we need to protect the external borders. And when the European Union needed to show its solidarity because the war was inside the European continent, then the response was immediate.
Mrs. Dimitriadi, we have talked about the need to create a safe migration route. At the same time, you also called our attention to the fact that we may go back to the situation of 2015. This is a real risk, as you said. And so here I would like to ask this. We have talked about propaganda, about the role of misinformation and its role here, but also the claims and accusations against the policy of many member states, including Greece. I would like to have your take as to the role played by NGOs in countering in managing the migration problem. Now, first of all, allow me to say that with reference to propaganda and the reports on refoulements and returns, this is not a matter of propaganda. It is not a matter of non-NGOs or journalists or the United Nations High Commissioner of Refugees. It is a matter of the rule of law. These are exceptional policies we are talking about, produced amidst a crisis. We may discuss on whether in 2019 there was a crisis. I'm not thinking, of course, I'm not talking about 2020, etc. 2020 was a critical, it was a watershed. You will agree, I suppose. I get what you're saying, that you do not make reference to 2020, but rather to 2019. However, you will agree on the fact that 2020 was a watershed in the possible instrumentalization of migration flows. I believe that it was expected to have a policy. We closed the borders, but at the same time, I find the abolition of the access to asylum for a certain period of time raises concerns as to how we view the access to asylum. And so I don't find that the answer which was given was 100% correct. I believe that the problem with this discussion lies with the fact that for most people this is black or white. Those who defend the rule of law and access to asylum not necessarily claim a chaos or open borders or a repeat or a return of what happened in 2015. The European Commission itself, which does not fully agree with all the policies applied along the external borders of the European Union and has showed that repeatedly, is that when it comes to protection of the human rights and deterrence, etc., we need to strike a balance. This balance has not been stricken. As far as I can see, there always is an impact as to what is happening in the wider neighborhood, and there are phenomena which shape the political reactions. But the challenge here lies with the fact, with how we, what is our stance when we are confronted with a crisis, what we do. And I'm not thinking just of Greece, I'm thinking of all the external borders of the European Union and also some internal borders. Therefore, I believe that in the discussion about safe borders, protection of human rights, and the migration policy of the European Union, I believe that we need to strike a balance. We have failed to do so. The European Union has partially failed to that, partly because of specific facts, but partly also because of the situation obtaining in in some member states. The fact that the part of decision making is taken by the member states and therefore on the basis of the national priorities. The particular state, the particular regime of Greece, because of its vicinity of Turkey, cannot be an excuse for having a radically different migration policy compared to Italy or Spain. Neither can these countries along the external border of the European Union may rely only and purely and exclusively on deterrence, and therefore we need to encourage regular routes for migrations, for migrants and refugees to come to Europe. Mr. Papatheodoru, is deterrence the only way forward, you believe? Allow me to start from what the colleague was saying. Striking a balance needs to respect the rule of law, to protect human rights, but also to keep on developing the European policy. The case of the Spanish case, is quite interesting. Why? Because when the European Court for Human Rights in the Melilla case ruled that there's no violation of the non-refoulement principle, when asylum claims could be submitted outside the borders, and on the other part, there's no illegal, mass and violent violation of borders. Through the development of human rights regime on the one hand, and through the European policy, certainly there's not a single European policy. There are the national interests of member states. However, at the same time, there is a European perception as to the fact that European citizenship, European territory, European policy cannot exist without protecting our borders. So yes, we will try to strike a balance. On the one hand, we will always keep in mind that human rights cannot be violated, must not be violated. On the other hand, though, regular migration and the multiple routes offered by Europe currently is in conflict with the selective migration policy sometimes pursued by member states. We don't want just a relocation. There are some countries that want to encourage flows according to their own criteria, and the criteria are different in the case of Greece, Germany, etc. And so in this new geopolitical landscape, as it has been shaped after the invasion of Ukraine, this is a whole different world compared to the pre-war era. And this geopolitical new situation is here to stay up to the end of the war. We have an attack against liberal democracy and rule of law as we see it in the West, and this is something we need to defend in the future. Certainly this will also have an impact on the migration policy. We should not disregard the fact that this European policy has to do also with and is linked to the safety policy of the European Union. So, yes, we need to strike a balance, but that balance entails a closer cooperation, higher solidarity among member states, and despite difficulties, I can see that this solidarity is being enhanced. And interestingly, the member states, which are the gateways, as Portugal, Spain, Cyprus, Greece, they will have a policy which will be tailored to the existing conditions. And in my view, it is here that we need to try to find the new balances, obviously without undermining the right to international protection for people who are in desperate need of that because they flee their country.
Mr. Menardis, do you agree that the political conjuncture and the special place of Greece, the geopolitical place in Greece, cannot push away the deterrence policy vis-à-vis a more balanced policy. When it comes to deterrence, which is one dimension of a mix of policies, I think that solidarity, because we talked about the European solidarity, the solidarity of the European family, is a fact. It's not stressed, but it's a fact. What we saw on the Ebros River in 2020 was a historic appearance of the leadership of Europe to support the stance of Greece and to speak about a shield of the European defense. And we talk strictly about deterrence, and it has passed on. Yes, there was an international outcry coming from the NGOs, etc., but at the political level there was a consensus. But exclusively deterrence does not work, does not function, because deterrence can take place on the Ebros River, but the deterrence issue is much more complex in the Aegean or in coastal areas or in maritime borders. And I need to be very careful when I express that. I'm very afraid that 2020 can be repeated on the Aegean Islands, and there the challenges will be much harder to be faced by both the European Union and Greece. Yes, I'm talking about a coordinated effort. We can see here and there some interventions, but we can see a coordinated and the timing is not a coincidence, but still it hasn't reached the level to which it can arrive, and there we will see how Europe will deal with that. And we've said that Europe doesn't have a cohesive policy. It cooperates with Egypt, with Turkey, with different interests. It cooperates with Libya, with Tunisia and Libya. So since we are not consistent as Europeans, we're talking about liberal democracy, and we promote it in Egypt, but not to the extent that it needed to be the case. And as long as these liberal democracies are present in Europe, and as long as this inconsistency keeps course, we will see such phenomena. But I would like to conclude with a more optimistic message, because all these messages are not optimistic. But I want to wind up my intervention with more optimism. We talked about green transition and the new energy strategy. In the context of this strategy, the Mediterranean countries, especially Israel and the Arab countries, play a crucial role. And I can see there an opportunity for an economic recovery. And this could lead to a world where these countries will be a very hospital countries for their own residents, and their own residents will not want anymore to leave these countries, because they will have jobs, they will have food and water. So this could be a solution for this big issue for Europe. Mr. Papatheodorou, Mr. Maynardes, made an estimation according to which the 2020 will be repeated in a different geographical context, namely on the island. We saw on the previous day some information according to which there are many migrants, there is an overaccumulation of migrants on the borders. And I would like to ask you whether you agree with that, or you believe that Recep Tayyip Erdogan will choose a different moment to do that due to tourism. Yes, we will agree that the menace is there, the threat is there, it's real. It has been planned for many years. I talked previously about the instrumentalization of immigrants as a weapon of external policy vis-à-vis the European Union, vis-à-vis Greece, and they are used as a weapon of revisionism when Erdogan wants to invade Syria in order to resettle populations. But listen to that. Do not underestimate that this policy is a policy of revisionism, entailing a change of borders. Turkey is trying to change to redraw borders in Syria. So we have a new geopolitical situation here that Europe needs to deal with and to oppose itself against that, as it did when the illegal invasion of Putin in Ukraine took place. But there is something else. And I will wind up my intervention with an optimistic view, but I will agree with you on the fact that Erdogan is getting prepared to use the refugees not from the easy route for him, namely the Ebros one, but from the most complex one, the maritime one. And to deal with that, it will be a much more complex task and a daunting one, because it's different to deal with an invasion from the land when compared to an invasion from the sea. And the deterrence will be a very complex, a very daunting task, because the European naval force cannot deter on the maritime borders in the same way that it did from the land. The threat is there, the danger is there, the preparedness both of Greece and of our allies, our European allies, Spain, Italy, France. But here we're talking about a warmongering provision, a revisionism, and the migrants will be used as a tool. And what's the optimistic note in all that? Yes, the optimistic note is that we always talk about migration and refugees in times of crisis. But at the same time, in Europe, there is an intense debate over how can we host more legal migrants from third countries, not just to give a solution to the demographic problem, but because Europe has an imbalance when it comes to productive age. And we can see now in Europe that in the next years we will need more than 30 million people in order to maintain the same standards, living standards. And there, in that context, we will need more efficient integration policies. The integration policies are national policies, and in such policies, Greece or another country has a deficit when it comes to social cohesion, the integration policies did not bear the fruits that we would like to bear in order to create a more solidarity framework and benefit from this from the migration. Mrs. Dimitriadi, can you see an optimistic note in this context? Yes, there are some optimistic messages indeed. I can see some optimistic dimensions from third countries which are thoroughly understanding what is at stake, and now they sit on the table as an equal, and this could lead us to something positive. I see another positive aspect in the two world accords on migration and on refugees, and these are put on a test bed in different countries. We have in general a Eurocentric approach vis-à-vis migration, but migration, we should not forget that it's a global phenomenon, and these policies could lead to better solutions in Europe. And I find very optimistic as well the fact that the cities are getting engaged in the discussion, and I think that the more we get away from the central governance and the more the cities and the local authorities engage in these policies, we will have more integration, better and more efficient integration policies. Thank you very much. I will give the relay to the next session, and I regret for any deficits, and hopefully the next panel will be
Πριν από μισό αιώνα, οραματιστήκαμε το μέλλον, με ανθρώπους να ζουν σε βιώσιμες πόλεις και σε αρμονία με το φυσικό περιβάλλον. Με σύγχρονες υποδομές για καλύτερη καθημερινότητα, ποιότητα ζωής, πολιτισμό. Οραματιστήκαμε το μέλλον και ανοίξαμε δρόμους για τις μικρές και μεγάλες διαδρομές που ενώνουν τις ζωές των ανθρώπων και κάνουν τα όνειρα να ζωντανεύουν. Πιστέψαμε στην επανάσταση της καθαρής ενέργειας και στη δύναμη της καινοτομίας και τολμήσαμε. Πιστέψαμε στους ανθρώπους μας και ταξιδέψαμε την Ελλάδα σε ολόκληρο τον κόσμο. Πιστέψαμε ότι κάθε τι καινούριο που κάνουμε πρέπει να γεννά ευκαιρίες και να φέρνει ευημερία σε όλους. Όμιλος Γεκτέρνα. Επενδύουμε στην Ελλάδα. Επενδύουμε στο μέλλον.
Με την πρωτοβουλία Vodafone Smart Forest δημιουργούμε το πρώτο έξυπνο δάσος στην Ελλάδα που εντοπίζει έγκαιρα τη φωτιά με τη δύναμη της τεχνολογίας και του Vodafone Green Network. Αγκαλιάζουμε πιλωτικά περισσότερα από 314.000 στρέμματα στην Πάρνηθα και δημιουργούμε το υπόδειγμα για να είναι πιο ασφαλή από πυρκαγιές στα δάση της χώρας μας. Γιατί όταν μπορούμε να προστατεύουμε το δάσος, μπορούμε να συμβάλλουμε σε ένα πιο βιώσιμο μέλλον για τις επόμενες γενιές. Together we can. Vodafone.
Πριν από μισό αιώνα, οραματιστήκαμε το μέλλον, με ανθρώπους να ζουν σε βιώσιμες πόλεις και σε αρμονία με το φυσικό περιβάλλον. Με σύγχρονες υποδομές για καλύτερη καθημερινότητα, ποιότητα ζωής, πολιτισμό. Οραματιστήκαμε το μέλλον και ανοίξαμε δρόμους για τις μικρές και μεγάλες διαδρομές που ενώνουν τις ζωές των ανθρώπων και κάνουν τα όνειρα να ζωντανεύουν. Πιστέψαμε στην επανάσταση της καθαρής ενέργειας και στη δύναμη της καινοτομίας και τολμήσαμε. Πιστέψαμε στους ανθρώπους μας και ταξιδέψαμε την Ελλάδα σε ολόκληρο τον κόσμο. Πιστέψαμε ότι κάθε τι καινούριο που κάνουμε πρέπει να γεννά ευκαιρίες και να φέρνει ευημερία σε όλους. Όμιλος Γεκτέρνα. Επενδύουμε στην Ελλάδα. Επενδύουμε στο μέλλον.
Με την πρωτοβουλία Vodafone Smart Forest δημιουργούμε το πρώτο έξυπνο δάσος στην Ελλάδα που εντοπίζει έγκαιρα τη φωτιά με τη δύναμη της τεχνολογίας και του Vodafone Green Network. Αγκαλιάζουμε πιλωτικά περισσότερα από 314.000 στρέμματα στην Πάρνηθα και δημιουργούμε το υπόδειγμα για να είναι πιο ασφαλή από πυρκαγιές στα δάση της χώρας μας. Γιατί όταν μπορούμε να προστατεύουμε το δάσος, μπορούμε να συμβάλλουμε σε ένα πιο βιώσιμο μέλλον για τις επόμενες γενιές. Together we can. Vodafone.
Πριν από μισό αιώνα, οραματιστήκαμε το μέλλον, με ανθρώπους να ζουν σε βιώσιμες πόλεις και σε αρμονία με το φυσικό περιβάλλον. Με σύγχρονες υποδομές για καλύτερη καθημερινότητα, ποιότητα ζωής, πολιτισμό. Οραματιστήκαμε το μέλλον και ανοίξαμε δρόμους για τις μικρές και μεγάλες διαδρομές που ενώνουν τις ζωές των ανθρώπων και κάνουν τα όνειρα να ζωντανεύουν. Πιστέψαμε στην επανάσταση της καθαρής ενέργειας και στη δύναμη της καινοτομίας και τολμήσαμε. Πιστέψαμε στους ανθρώπους μας και ταξιδέψαμε την Ελλάδα σε ολόκληρο τον κόσμο. Πιστέψαμε ότι κάθε τι καινούριο που κάνουμε πρέπει να γεννά ευκαιρίες και να φέρνει ευημερία σε όλους. Όμιλος Γεκτέρνα. Επενδύουμε στην Ελλάδα. Επενδύουμε στο μέλλον.
Με την πρωτοβουλία Vodafone Smart Forest δημιουργούμε το πρώτο έξυπνο δάσος στην Ελλάδα που εντοπίζει έγκαιρα τη φωτιά με τη δύναμη της τεχνολογίας και του Vodafone Green Network. Αγκαλιάζουμε πιλωτικά περισσότερα από 314.000 στρέμματα στην Πάρνηθα και δημιουργούμε το υπόδειγμα για να είναι πιο ασφαλή από πυρκαγιές τα δάση της χώρας μας. Γιατί όταν μπορούμε να προστατεύουμε το δάσος, μπορούμε να συμβάλλουμε σε ένα πιο βιώσιμο μέλλον για τις επόμενες γενιές. Together we can. Vodafone.
Πριν από μισό αιώνα, οραματιστήκαμε το μέλλον, με ανθρώπους να ζουν σε βιώσιμες πόλεις και σε αρμονία με το φυσικό περιβάλλον. Με σύγχρονες υποδομές για καλύτερη καθημερινότητα, ποιότητα ζωής, πολιτισμό. Οραματιστήκαμε το μέλλον και ανοίξαμε δρόμους για τις μικρές και μεγάλες διαδρομές που ενώνουν τις ζωές των ανθρώπων και κάνουν τα όνειρα να ζωντανεύουν. Πιστέψαμε στην επανάσταση της καθαρής ενέργειας και στη δύναμη της καινοτομίας και τολμήσαμε. Πιστέψαμε στους ανθρώπους μας και ταξιδέψαμε την Ελλάδα σε ολόκληρο τον κόσμο. Πιστέψαμε ότι κάθε τι καινούριο που κάνουμε πρέπει να γεννά ευκαιρίες και να φέρνει ευημερία σε όλους. Όμιλος Γεκτέρνα. Επενδύουμε στην Ελλάδα. Επενδύουμε στο μέλλον.
Με την πρωτοβουλία Vodafone Smart Forest δημιουργούμε το πρώτο έξυπνο δάσος στην Ελλάδα που εντοπίζει έγκαιρα τη φωτιά με τη δύναμη της τεχνολογίας και του Vodafone Green Network. Αγκαλιάζουμε πιλωτικά περισσότερα από 314.000 στρέμματα στην Πάρνηθα και δημιουργούμε το υπόδειγμα για να είναι πιο ασφαλή από πυρκαγιές στα δάση της χώρας μας. Γιατί όταν μπορούμε να προστατεύουμε το δάσος, μπορούμε να συμβάλλουμε σε ένα πιο βιώσιμο μέλλον για τις επόμενες γενιές. Together we can. Vodafone.
Πριν από μισό αιώνα, οραματιστήκαμε το μέλλον, με ανθρώπους να ζουν σε βιώσιμες πόλεις και σε αρμονία με το φυσικό περιβάλλον. Με σύγχρονες υποδομές για καλύτερη καθημερινότητα, ποιότητα ζωής, πολιτισμό. Οραματιστήκαμε το μέλλον και ανοίξαμε δρόμους για τις μικρές και μεγάλες διαδρομές που ενώνουν τις ζωές των ανθρώπων και κάνουν τα όνειρα να ζωντανεύουν. Πιστέψαμε στην επανάσταση της καθαρής ενέργειας και στη δύναμη της καινοτομίας και τολμήσαμε. Πιστέψαμε στους ανθρώπους μας και ταξιδέψαμε την Ελλάδα σε ολόκληρο τον κόσμο. Πιστέψαμε ότι κάθε τι καινούριο που κάνουμε πρέπει να γεννά ευκαιρίες και να φέρνει ευημερία σε όλους. Όμιλος Γεκτέρνα. Επενδύουμε στην Ελλάδα. Επενδύουμε στο μέλλον.
Κυρίες και κύριοι, καλημέρα.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the Regional Growth Conference. This is an institution and this year is taking place in a very difficult conjuncture for we have the war in Ukraine and inflation which has skyrocketing to a record high, thus shrinking income of households and businesses. Today, I have the pleasure and honor to have here with me Mr. Konstantinos Tsangaropoulos, Governor at the Greek Siemens Pension Fund, NAT. Good morning. I would like to thank the organizing committee for having me here. It is the first time I participate and I hope to come back in the future. Mr. Tsangaropoulos has managed to achieve something unprecedented for the Greek standards. For in a very short period of time, he managed to minimize the pending pensions of NAT. Mr. Tsangaropoulos, you took office in April 2021 as the governor of NAT Fund. And I would like to ask you, how have you managed to get rid of that torment? Well, I will tell you how, but allow me to correct something. It was not an achievement only by Mr. Tsangaropoulos. It was a coordinated job done by especially the NAT's employees. They spared no effort. They worked really night and day to achieve that, while at the same time it is also an achievement which was feasible thanks to the support of the Minister Hatzidakis from day one. He helped us, he supported us, and this was very significant to us. Now, when it comes to management, we need to focus on human beings. Of course, digital means are very important, and this is where we have invested. But we first need to focus on human beings. So we went to the services, we went to the officials to ask them what the real needs were, what the real problems were. And through that interviews, we managed to gather information in order to bridge gaps. So we found out, for example, that only 20 employees managed to settle 190 dossiers per month, with 150 dossiers being submitted per month. There are no magical solutions, but there are reasonable solutions. So what we did was to recruit new people. So we benefited from the OIVs, the European the Greek Manpower Organization, by recruiting employees after interviews who staffed whom accompanied the existing 20s. We also, for the first time, institutionalized productivity bonuses, which, as we saw, was fundamental. So it was constructive. And at the same time, we also found out specific shortcomings, as, for example, the fact that our employees had to settle all that workload with obsolete equipment, obsolete computers, obsolete softwares. We purchased business intelligence softwares which helped us measure each and every one of us productivity. We identified specific gaps. If you remember, 444 pending pensions existed last year, and the minister simplified processes in order to speed up. We managed to adopt interoperable softwares with EFCA and with other competent ministries, and thereby we managed to achieve this result. And so we coordinated HR and digital technologies. If I'm not wrong, the pending pensions in April amounted to 74,000 at all funds. Do you believe it is feasible to set their reduction to zero by August, as the European Commission has decided? Now, I believe that this is a bet that will be won by the government and by the leadership of EFCA, because we know that significant measures have been taken. The other day, we awarded the highly productive employees, and the Prime Minister announced that we managed to settle 30,000 pensions clearance. And so already a great high number of pensions have been settled. We have the fast-track pensions, we have accountants and lawyers who have been supporting EFCA in this endeavor, and at the same time we can rely on the EFCA Control Tower and other softwares which are excellent in recording all processes implementing. And so I believe that this is a doable, a feasible objective, as the minister had anticipated. Let me now insist on seafarers, or seamen. What is the trend when it comes to their contributions? Look, seamen's contributions are aligned to whatever is envisaged for the other categories. So a reduction in employers' contributions have an impact on seamen's pensions. For example, when it comes to the subsidiary pension, we started with a 3.5% with the Katrougalos law, which envisaged that employer's contribution. In 2020, that went down to 3.25, and it again was set to 3%. So it has decreased. There is a de-escalation of Social Security contribution. And of course, we need to monitor real-time all needs, but also the sustainability of the problem. Especially when it comes to seamen's, their pensions and contributions are defined by ministerial decrees and measures adopted to incentivize the use of the Greek flag, but also to increase the attractiveness of the profession. All that is translated into new measures and incentives, including, of course, a relief of Social Security contributions. The state, also amidst the pandemic, stood by us by subsidizing part of the Social Security contribution, the suspension of contracts. So there seems to be a safety net, which also is significant. You mentioned the word sustainability. So what interventions are necessary to boost the seafarers' profession so that your fund may also be viable, sustainable? In the aftermath of the approval of Katrougalos law, NAT, of course, provides for the subscription to the issue of the subsidiary pension. And apart from that, when it comes to sustainability, we could, of course, remind that NAT is part of EFCA, together with all the other funds, including assets, of course, and liabilities. The only thing NAT can do is, once the pending workload is settled and cleared, we will focus on the seafarers' profession and how shipping may make our life easier. So what we can see is that once the pending cases are settled, we will use to the utmost the great amount of information and data collected. We have collected information for our ships, our fleet, and personnel, and of course we will thoroughly study that. We have also multi-configured data. We have the possibility now to identify what the trends are and how to map the various aspects, and this would be useful for the Ministry of Shipping and also when it comes to the training of seafarers in order not to make useless investments. Currently, we have less than 25,000 active seafarers and 54,000 retired. So it is better now. The situation is better compared to the past. Governor, you have a long-standing experience in social security situation. From January 2023, there seems to be a removal of the freezing of pensions, and probably pensioners will see an increase in their pensions from January 1st, 2023. Your pensioners, will they be entitled to these increases? They not follows all the measures taken and all the decisions taken for pensioners at large. And so, of course, the NAT pensioners will be entitled to whatever the government will provide. But already, increases have been granted through the Brutis law that had, in compliance with the ruling of the Council of State, remedied the injustices of the Katrougalos law. More than 225,000 pensioners have seen their pensions increased. Announcements have been made about the abolition of a solidarity levy, and so we have a safety net that provides for an increase in the NAT pensioners' increase. According to the terms and conditions provided for by the Katrougalos law, however, depending on that, whatever will be valid for the other pensioners will be valid for the NAT pensioners. So we cannot make any estimates for any increase in pensions. Well, we certainly cannot risk making any specific and accurate forecast about that. When it comes to retroactive pensions, we are expecting the Council of State ruling for the retroactive pensions. Who will be entitled to that eventually? Look, I will not risk saying anything about that because, of course, we need to expect the ruling of the Council of State. What we can certainly see and say is that this government complies with all the rulings issued by the Greek courts. So as the Prime Minister and the Minister has said, we will see what the court will decide and we will comply with that. So as soon as the ruling is issued, the government will be ready to enforce that ruling. Allow me to ask you, because you also served as a vice governor of EFCA, There seem to be some reports from the Association of Pensioners that mistakes have been made in the recalculation of main pensions, and some of the pensioners have lodged appeals and have received increases. So do you envisage a round of new lawsuits? Well, what I have always avoided was to create illusions or to cultivate foundless hopes for people. What is for sure is that even if, whenever there is a problem or any divergence, remedies are taken, so corrective measures are taken, and if that is not the case, courts' rulings are there to correct any injustices. But certainly, as you said, some time ago, I served as vice governor of EFCA. I don't know currently how EFCA is working, so probably I'm not the appropriate person to give an accurate answer to that. We are running out of time, so I would like to ask you about the increase of the threshold salary. Now, it seems that despite the increase granted, households are under severe pressure still. So to what an extent do you believe that an increase, even in 2023, is likely? Look, when it comes to the essential wage, it is very easy to embark on the path of populism and etc. I have to say that some of the increases granted exceeded even yes, so the Confederation of Greek Workers' expectations. The mechanism, the facility according to which the minimum wage is calculated is an equation of many ingredients, of many factors. Certainly, now there is the pressure exerted because of inflation, and so we need to consider that yet a higher increase may also exacerbate the inflationary pressure. In any case, the mechanism, the architecture consolidated to calculate the minimum wage may be revisited within the fiscal boundaries set by the Ministry of Finances. And so in case they are revisited, we will see how it will turn out. Can you forecast whether this will be the case? Well, certainly I am not an oracle, so I will not risk making any guesses. Is there any room for corrective measures in the social security sector? What we need to do is to regain the trust of people in the social security system. Whatever measures are taken to enhance confidence, all the measures taken to speed up the settlement of pending pensions certainly pursue this result. And of course, we are here, we are sensitive, we are aware of the problems, and whenever we identify problems, we try to remedy them. Mr. Tsakaropoulos, thank you so much for this discussion, this conversation. The Minister of Maritime Affairs and Insular Policy, Mr. Plakiotakis, will hold a speech immediately after. So, ladies and gentlemen, please stay tuned.
Κυρίες και κύριοι, καλησπέρα σας.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Welcome to the 10th edition of the Regional Growth Conference. Let's congratulate the organizers, Mr. Theodore Luludi and his partners for this seamless organization for 3 days. Indeed, the heart of the regional growth was at Patras. Apart from the internet, our session is broadcasted by Ionian TV, and we will talk about ports. Ports as drivers of regional development, the crucial role for the regional growth and the regional connectivity. It is paramount importance that the ports will meet the challenging requirements of today, adopting innovative supply chain solutions, smart and green business models, as well as proactive and sustainable infrastructural planning, enhancing this way their role as primary drivers of socio-economic development. And we will talk about this subject with very distinguished guests. But before introducing you the co-panelists with whom we are going to have a very important discussion, let's hear the speech by Ioannis Plagiotakis, Minister of Maritime Affairs and Insular Policy, who, due to other unavoidable work engagements, he couldn't be here with us. Let's see his message. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, allow me to thank the editor of Peloponnesos newspaper for his honoring me
Regional Growth
by
Conference,
inviting me to the 10th edition of Regional Growth Conference, putting the region at the heart of employability, infrastructure, economy, financial issues with a long-term goal of regional growth at an economic, political and social level. The subjects treated by this conference are of crucial importance for the future of regional development.
Όπως γνωρίζετε, ο Πρωθυπουργός Κυριάκος Μητσοτάκης, η κυβέρνηση, όλοι εμείς στο Υπουργείο Ναυτιλίας και Νησιωτικής Πολιτικής θεωρούμε σημαντική την μετάβαση στην έξυπνη ναυτιλία και έχουμε θέσει ως μία από τις βασικές μας προτεραιότητες στην αξιοποίηση των λιμανιών της πατρίδας μας. Γιατί έξυπνη ναυτιλία και λιμάνια σύγχρονα, κόμβοι διακίνησης επιβατών και εμπορίου στην νότιο-ανατολική Μεσόγειο συνεπάγονται σημαντικά ωφέλη για την ελληνική οικονομία, καλύτερη ποιότητα εξυπηρέτησης των πολιτών, ανάπτυξη για τις τοπικές κοινωνίες, ενίσχυση της γεωστρατηγικής θέσης της χώρας μας. Η Ελλάδα για πρώτη φορά διαθέτει δημόσια ολοκληρωμένη πολιτική στον τομέα της θαλάσσιας συγκοινωνίας και των νησιωτικών υποδομών θαλασσίων μεταφορών. Οι νησιώτες, κάτοικοι και επιχειρηματίες αντιμετωπίζονται με σεβασμό και αυτό σημαίνει ειδική μέρημνα για ασφαλείς υποδομές αλλά και ισότιμη πρόσβαση σε υπηρεσίες μεταφορών αλλά και ασφαλείς υποδομές. Στο πλαίσιο αυτό έχουμε ήδη εγκεκριμένα 45 έργα για τα οποία έχει διασφαλιστεί τόσο από το ΕΣΠΑ όσο και από το Ταμείο Ανάκαμψης το συνολικό ποσό των 205 εκατομμυρίων ευρώ. Στη νησιά μας κατοικεί το 15% του ελληνικού πληθυσμού, άρα το ελάχιστο που μπορούμε να προσφέρουμε είναι η εξασφάλιση της εδαφικής συνοχής. Μέσα λοιπόν από συστηματική νομοθετική και προγραμματική προσπάθεια η κυβέρνηση και τα συναρμόδια υπουργεία καταφέραμε και έχουμε εξασφαλίσει πλέον επιλεξιμότητα χρηματοδότησης για νησιωτικούς λιμένες εκτός του Ευρωπαϊκού Δικτύου Μεταφορών και επιπλέον με συγκεκριμένες πρωτοβουλίες θα επιτελέσουν ουσιαστικά προγραμματικό ρόλο για την προώθηση κρίσιμων νησιωτικών υποδομών στις θαλάσσιες μεταφορές με έμφαση κυρίως στα μικρά και μεσαία νησιά ή σε νησιωτικές περιοχές με σημαίνοντα περιφερειακό ρόλο hub στις θαλάσσιες κοινωνίες. Η πολιτική αυτή έχει ενσωματωθεί ήδη ως διακριτική προτεραιότητα έπειτα από εισήγηση της Γενικής Γραμματείας Αιγαίου και Νησιωτικής Πολιτικής σε στενή συνεργασία με τη Γενική Γραμματεία Λιμνών και το Υπουργείο Ανάπτυξης. Κυρίες και κύριοι, προχωράμε με πολύ γρήγορους ρυθμούς στον κρίσιμο τομέα της μετεξέλιξης των ελληνικών λιμανιών, όπου βιώνουμε πλέον μια νέα πραγματικότητα.
Rendering our ports state-of-the-art,
αποτελούν πλέον κομβικά σημεία στα οποία διασταυρώνται πολλές και σημαντικές επιχειρηματικές δραστηριότητες. Την ίδια ώρα, τα ίδια αυτά λιμάνια διαθέτουν τρία κυρίαρχα στοιχεία τα οποία αναδεικνύουν την στρατηγική σημασία τους για την χώρα. Πρώτον, διασφαλίζουν την εδαφική συνοχή και συνέχεια της χώρας. Ιστορικά είναι πολύ στενά συνδεδεμένα με τους αστικούς ιστούς. Και τρίτον, λόγω της γεωγραφικής τους θέσης έχουν ένα πολύ ισχυρό γεωστρατηγικό αποτύπωμα. Για την κυβέρνησή μας, τα λιμάνια μας αποτελούν ισχυρούς πυλώνες και ατμομηχανές ανάπτυξης όχι μόνο της εθνικής οικονομίας, αλλά και των περιφερειακών και τοπικών οικονομιών, τόσο της ενδοχώρας όσο και του Αιγαίου και του Ιωνίου Πελάτου. Είναι σε εξέλιξη 4 διεθνείς διαγωνισμοί αξιοποίησης των λιμένων της χώρας μας και συγκεκριμένα στην Αλεξανδρούπολη, στην Καβάλα, στην Ιγουμενίτσα και στο Ηράκλειο. Της Κρήτης με πολύ μεγάλο ενδιαφέρον από μεγάλους Ελλήνους εγχώριους και εξωχώριους, γεγονός που πιστοποιεί ότι τα λιμάνια της χώρας μας έχουν τεράστια γεωπολιτική και γεωστρατηγική αξία. Τα λιμάνια της Αλεξανδρούπολης και της Ιγουμενίτσας έχουν πάρει
geostrategically speaking, Igumenita and Kavala ports are in the second phase of the tender, and the same goes for Iraklio port, while the Kavala port is
και τις διαδικασίες αξιοποίησης και για τα υπόλοιπα περιφερειακά λιμάνια. Ό,τι αφορά το λιμάνι της Πάτρας, είναι γνωστό ότι αποτελεί μια πολύ σημαντική πύλη στην δυτική πλευρά της χώρας μας, με τεράστιο ενδιαφέρον που μπορεί να μεταξελιχθεί σε ένα σημαντικό μετακομιστικό κέντρο. Αυτό προϋποθέτει τη σύνδεση του λιμανιού με τον σιδηρόδρομο, ενώ είναι σε εξέλιξη και πολύ σημαντικές πρωτοβουλίες της διοίκησης του οργανισμού λιμένα προσαρμοσμένες στις απαιτήσεις των καιρών για την επίτευξη των αναπτυξιακών του στόχων. Απόρρια αυτών είναι η προετοιμασία του λιμανιού για την χρήση του υγροποιημένου φυσικού αερίου ως ναυτιλιακού καυσίμου, η αναζήτηση πόρων για την δυνατότητα παροχής ηλεκτρικής ενέργειας στα πλοία κατά τη διάρκεια παραμονής του επιδόματος, το λεγόμενο cold ironing, η εκπόνηση των αναγκαίων μελετών για τη μείωση της ηλεκτρικής ενέργειας μέσω φωτοβολταϊκών συστημάτων και LED τεχνολογιών, τόσο σε επίπεδο κτίριων, όσο και στον κοινόχρησμο εξοπλισμό του λιμανιού. Το λιμάνι της Πάτρας έχει μέλλον και το Υπουργείο Ναυτιλίας και Νησιωτικής Πολιτικής είναι δίπλα σε αυτή την προσπάθεια. Κυρίες και κύριοι, συνεχίζουμε με απόλυτη πεποίθηση ότι η ολοκλήρωση των διαδικασιών για την αξιοποίηση των περιφερειακών λιμένων της χώρας μας, αλλά και η βελτίωση και η ενίσχυση των λιμανιών των νησιών μας συμβάλλουν στην ανάπτυξη που οραματιστήκαμε και υλοποιούμε και διασφαλίζουν σημαντικά ωφέλη για την τοπική κοινωνία, αλλά και για κάθε νοικοκυριό και κάθε πολίτη. Με τις σκέψεις αυτές θέλω να ευχαριστήσω ξανά τους διοργανωτές του Regional Growth Conference και να ευχηθώ κάθε επιτυχία στην πορεία του συνεδρίου. Είμαι
edition of the Regional Growth Conference 2022, and hopefully from your conference very fruitful conclusions will be drawn which will lead to a bright future for our country. Thank you very much. Mr. Blakataki.
Thank you, Minister. And now let us start with our conversation. I would like to first and foremost introduce you our distinguished guests. We have together with us Nektarios Demenopoulos, PR Manager from Costco. Good afternoon. Dimitris Iatridis, Executive Director of Hellenic Ports Association. Welcome. Mr. Taxiarchis Sardelis, Retired General and Senior Vice President at the Black Summit Financial Group. Welcome. Thank you very much for having me. We thank you for being here. Mr. Thanos Palis, Professor Port Economics and Policy at the University of Piraeus and President at the International Association of Maritime Economists, IAME. And of course, Mr. Panagiotis Tsonis, CEO of the Patras Port Authority. Thank you. Of course, we will have an opportunity to discuss thoroughly about also the future of the Patras port. Now, I will give 3 to 4 minutes for your introductory remarks, and then we will have a, hopefully, fruitful dialogue. Mr. Themenopoulos, you may start. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to first congratulate the organizing committee, who once more have managed to successfully organize the Regional Growth Conference. Thank you very much for having invited the Piraeus port. Some first thoughts, some first insights that I could share with you are these. Considering that the world trade overall makes use of maritime routes, and considering what also the Minister anticipated, that is, the fact that Greek ports have a strategic and privileged position when it comes to good trafficking, be it energy or freight. Certainly there is room to further develop Greek ports by means of their targeted upgrade. We may share what has been achieved in the Piraeus port. Over the past decade, the Piraeus port has turned from a provincial port into one of the 30 major ports of the world through an effective partnership with a large maritime group. Importantly, the state may set the rules according to which such an upgrade will take place. In the case of Piraeus, this partnership started with an agreement for investment in the freight part, which multiplied the capacity of the port. As a result, the investment in Piraeus is considered one of the most constructive investments. The economic reward, which had been envisaged during the privatization of the port, was also important. So the rent, let it say, that the Port Authority pays to the state amounts to more than €5 million annually, and these resources are directly challenged to the adjacent municipalities, thereby boosting the local communities. Another reflection as to how the development of ports may have a positive impact on local communities. The development of ports is not a development which concerns exclusively the port. It is a development which also has a positive impact on other activities. The more vessels reach our ports, the more increased needs we have for the supply to ship, be it water for cruises or fuels, etc. So an ecosystem is created around the developing port. Moreover, there is the need for shipyard repair-related activities. The Port of Piraeus has a shipyard zone which allows local companies to provide their services. Ship repair is an industry in which Greece has a rich know-how. At the same time, tourist-related services, especially on the islands, services related to cruise, etc., stretching from simple entertaining services up to real estate. So the idea here is that actually the development of a port has a multiplier effect. As a result, economic centers and hubs are created around ports under development. This is my initial remark. Thank you very much. Mr. Iatridis. Thank you very much for having me here. I would like to thank Mr. Leloudis, the publisher of the Peloponnesos newspaper, for an excellent organization. I certainly agree with Mr. Denenopoulos on the fact that development of a port has a multiplier effect on the municipality, on the region, development, growth, the creation of jobs. The port, including the Patras port from the 11th BC, and of course, in modern history, has always been a gateway for passengers and freight to the West. Figures are eloquent. The Piraeus port had a revenue of 150 million, 78 million, and high profitability for Thessaloniki. In Patras ranked 3, followed by Heraklion, Corfu, Igoumenitsa. So excellent prospects, and of course a contribution to the Hellenic economy, and of course they support to Greek shipping. Greeks have always viewed blue oceans, the seas, has always been a seafaring nation, and have always considered ports as a poles of development. 1 week ago, I was at Valencia, Spain, at the Expo. The great concerns of Greece are our concerns of us, that is Greek CEOs of port authorities, together with the secretary of our association, are in close cooperation, and we are trying to bring forward all the challenges we are confronted with. And what are they? There are 2 challenges which all the economic activity in our country is confronted with. First, the war in Ukraine, with deleterious short-term and long-term repercussions, and of course, pandemic, which has been part of our lives over the past since 2.5 years. At the same time, though, there are other challenges which have to do with ports specifically. Minister Plakiotakis made reference to them. Green transition with the use of electrification in ports, digital transition, and of course the upgrade of the services provided, as well as the extension of port facilities. When it comes to green transition, we are at the phase of negotiation. 2 new regulations will be approved by the European Union by the end of the year. First has to do with the infrastructure for alternative fuels. And so after the stay of 2 hours in the port, 90% of the ships will be supplied with electric power. In the parliament, there are voices talking about 400 GT ships, although the initial thoughts were for 5,000 gross tonnage ships. And this is, of course, a project under construction and a dynamic procedure. And, of course, the Hellenic Port Association has a say in order to contribute and influence the developments at the European and international level. At the same time, there's a directive which has to do with shipping fuels. Very vital. Mr. Plakiotakis talks about the far-reaching investment and the efforts that are being made in Patras for LNG. Here again, according to the first directive, by 2025, similar facilities will have to be ensured for LNG or bio-LNG fueled ships. And what has meticulously been discussed is what it will be the fuel which will prevail over the others. And certainly this is not a decision to be made at the European level. It is a decision to be made by the industry, whether it will be methanol or hydrogen or ammonia or green ammonia. All that is vital, and all these are the dilemmas we are confronted with. Let us not, of course, disregard that we compete against the leading ports, Hamburg, Antwerp, and of course Thessaloniki, Patras, together with Piraeus, rank among the first at the European and international level. Digital transition, again, a series of initiatives which will certainly optimize the service provision inside the port, especially with reference to the environment, because we monitor the pollution at ports, although it is minimal in the framework of the Fit for 55 initiative. We have to count that on the basis of reliable studies. And then, of course, use of big data analysis, and which will optimize safety and security services in the port, and so various alternative scenarios and crisis management. And of course, Minister Plakiotakis also talked about the 250 million to be earmarked for insular ports from NSRF, the Structural Investment Fund, and the NEARCHOS project for the extension of port facilities, the upgrade of existing infrastructure for berths, safety of arrival, and 20 million euro from RRF. This amount hopefully will increase during the review of the action plan in conjunction with the competent ministry. And there are very encouraging also news from cruise industry. Thank you. Mr. Sardellis.
Before entering into my intervention and after expressing my gratitude to the organizers for this great conference and expressing their gratitude, my gratitude for their invitation, I would like to say that here I'm not here in my capacity as Vice President, but as Vice President of Black Summit Financial Group. My intervention is in English.
4 elements that advance growth and prosperity. 2 of those are trade and energy. Both of them are cornerstones to enjoy higher standards of living. The other 2, security and food, address the survival needs of civilization, so you have a stool with 4 legs, 2 for survival and 2 for growth. If one is missing, you have an unbalanced and risky proposition. Ports should serve all 4 functions. The world is currently facing 4 crises. First, defense security. Balance of power, Russia and China, where hard power, war, military, and soft power are being used to change the rules of the international order. Ports play a major role in that endeavor, and that's why both Russia and China are trying to obtain controls of ports like Piraeus, Thessaloniki, Crimea, Africa, South America, and so forth. The second crisis is energy security. Energy crisis at a time when the transition to renewable energy and carbon emissions reductions are underway. Again, ports can become hubs of energy security through pipelines, FSRUs, bunkering, and renewable energy projects. The third one is food security or food crisis. We're currently living one. The war in Ukraine proved the importance of establishing food valleys near the ports. The food crisis is here to stay for a long time. Climate change and demographics necessitate the vitality of those food valleys. The food valley that we envision will be between Kavala and Alexandroupoli, and I will provide some more details later on in the presentation. And finally, trade security. Supply chain crisis. We all have experienced its effects on our everyday lives. Efficient ports with sufficient warehousing capabilities can alleviate supply chain pressures. The Black Summit-led consortium International Port Investments Kavala has been awarded the tender for the subconcession of the Port of Kavala for the next 40 years. Black Summit is also part of the consortium that will be bidding for the Port of Alexandroupolis. Both ports are at the crossroads of Western geopolitical and geo-economic interests, and the strategic significance of the ports has heightened since Russia's invasion of Ukraine. The two ports are located at the intersection of two continents, connecting the Aegean, the Mediterranean, and the Black Sea, and they are relatively close to the Suez Canal, providing connections to major ports in the Middle East and North Africa regions. The location of the port of Kavala and the port of Alexandroupoli present the lucrative opportunity to divert trade from the congested Bosporus Strait and instead transport goods overland to Eastern Europe. The alternative passageway creates opportunities for the significant reduction of transportation costs and most importantly, time, saving at least 3 days of shipping, cutting costs of at least 55%, and while also improving supply chain management. Our consortium seeks to develop the port of Kavala so that it becomes a hub for energy, trade, and logistics. We are creating alliances with local industries and collaborating with regional ports for transshipments that serve the hinterland. If we are also awarded the tender for the port of Alexandroupoli, we will capitalize on the synergies between the two ports so that they become pillars for energy security, trade security, food security, and logistical warehousing operations for the Eastern Macedonia region, Greece, and the whole region. The port of Alexandroupoli is an extremely key asset for national and NATO security, as it is used for military exercises under the Mutual Defense Cooperation Agreement between the United States and Greece. Our primary aim for the port of Kavala is to expand its existing operations as a container, dry bulk, and general cargo terminal, particularly given the region's rich supply of marble and mineral products. The port of Kavala has a direct connection to the Egnatia tollway, and it will soon be directly connected to the railway system, as will be the port of Alexandroupolis. The port will also service the offshore underground storage facility and needs of the TAP and the interconnector between Greece and Bulgaria pipeline. Our consortium has given serious thought to establishing an FSRU at the port of Kavala. According to a 2012 study conducted by EXMAR, the port of Kavala is the best location for an FSRU as it can take in LNG, regasified, and then store it in the underground storage facility that exists offshore from the port of Kavala. An FSRU in Kavala could have double the storage capacity as the planned FSRU offshore the port of Alexandroupolis, making it a very valuable opportunity to store and transport the much-needed LNG throughout Europe. Our goal is also to make the port of Kavala and the port of Alexandroupoli, if awarded, two of Europe's first green ports. Over time, we have planned to implement renewable energy projects at the port to establish this goal. Renewable energy projects we are exploring include the power generation station, rooftop solar panels, charging stations, and renewable hydrogen and biofuel operations. The port of Kavala also has the potential to play a major role in Europe's green energy transition, particularly when it comes to the offshore wind supply chain. In addition, we plan to integrate digital-based smart port technologies which can increase the port's efficiency and mitigate environmental pollution. I talked in my initial remarks about the food valley. It is possible that a food valley facility will be right next to the port of Alexandroupolis. Thus, the port of Alexandroupolis would partner with the food valley to distribute goods throughout the region. Food valley is a vision, our vision for sustainable food supply that is both ecologically friendly and has a positive environmental impact. The food valley would be the world's first fully cyclical and carbon neutral large-scale food production facility in Greece. The project reaches all goals for the European Union's Green Deal program and applies to most of the United Nations Sustainable Development Programs. So, the strategic locations of the port of Kavala and Alexandroupoli and the synergies between them make the ports really critical assets for the development of the region and Greece. Our consortium, with elaborate business plans, is committed to make both ports to become pillars for trade, energy and security, and will promote the Western interests at a time when the stability of Eastern Europe is being threatened. Ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ.
Σας ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ. Έχουμε να κουβεντιάσουμε και...
Thank you very much. We will discuss upon what you've mentioned here, but now, Mr. Professor, you have the floor. Thank you very much for my invitation to participate. It's a self-explanatory panel. The regional growth needs the ports, but the big question is how are we going to manage to turn our ports into pillars of regional growth throughout Greece, taking into account the relief and the position of Greece. We need, first of all, to enhance the access to the ports, the accessibility. We need to enhance infrastructure, and in that context, the role both of the public sector and the private sector is crucial. And by hearing what the minister said is very important, all the initiatives that have been taken, but if we accumulated all the sums of money that had been announced in the past, we would have too much money, but this money did not end up to the port. So we need the public sector to expedite the procedures and in cooperation with the private sector to fast-track these procedures. COSCO has made a very important investment in our country and which brought very important benefits. But we need to remember that in that process, we renegotiated in an amicable way the agreement because things had been stacked. We could speak for hours, for long hours, who's the blame to put on, but the conclusion is that we need better cooperation and better developments when it comes to investments. It's crucial, and it has been stressed by the previous speakers, and railway is of critical importance for anything we want to do here in Patras or all throughout Greece. The railway is very important, and its role it's crucial when it comes to the regional growth.
A second part, which is also very important, is digitization. Amidst the pandemic, during the pandemic, ports operated. Why? Because they managed to allow the service users use digital means to transfer documents. So digitization needs to be accelerated and also take on board users. Several ports of our countries have set up users committee according to a European directive. So we need to activate these users councils. And this is a request by users also. We can all agree that on the occasion of all conferences, users ask for information. They feel that they can have access to information, and so we need to provide them with the necessary information in order for them to take informed decisions. So engagement of users is also key. And engagement of users go hand in hand with something that, in my view, is a weakness of the port system in Greece today, the needs for cooperation and coordination. Here we are in Patras, and this is the third in a row conference I participate in Patras. In the first conference, we talked about the relation between the city and the sea front. It's high time we created the necessary partnership, synergy, and cooperation with the port as a source of wealth. And I'm not thinking of Patras specifically, I'm talking generally. Patras is only an example, but the city also needs to understand that. And thanks to programming agreement, we need to proceed. So programming agreements are vital in order to promote a long-term policy. As I said, in the second conference I participated, we discussed cruises, and it's difficult for ports to understand that cruise companies right now are envisaging their policy in 2025, 2026. So we need prospects, we need a vision, we need a long-term strategy. I would like to conclude by highlighting something which also is momentous and sometimes we tend to neglect: the need for an institutional reform. Today, there are 4 ports under privatization, and there are 2 models that the state implements. What we do in Kavala is different from what is done in Kavala Iraklion and Igoumenita. According to the international experience, the model to be adopted is the one that the Greek government adopts in Kavala. So we need to have a univocal strategy for the 10 ports that are to be privatized. We need a very strong and clear message to convey to potential private investors. And of course, this reform needs also to include the small ports. In the Peloponnese and across Greece, there are small ports supervised by the Ministry of Shipping, or some others which fall within the competence of the municipalities or of the region, some others that are supervised by other ministries. So we need a clear framework, powerful investors, powerful port authorities, and this is of course feasible when all the various stakeholders are engaged. We need to concentrate know-how. We need our ports to become poles of attraction, but to do that, we need to promote the merger of the port operators. And the environment, this is my last word, and this, of course, is fundamental, as everyone has understood. Thank you very much. I have taken some notes, so we will have the opportunity to discuss that later. Mr. Tony, you have the floor. Thank you. I would like to congratulate Mr. Louloudis and you. You have made a difference thanks to this conference, and this is my third presence here in a row. I very closely listen to my interlocutors, but allow me to say that we need to agree on this. Ports are a hub for economic and social development. Since Kyriakos Mitsotakis took office as the Prime Minister of the country, there was a clear commitment to upgrade ports. The port organizations have played a role to that end. In my capacity as CEO of the Patras Port Authority, what I can assure you is that we have tried to turn the Patras Port into a smart and green port. And of course, we should not forget that the pandemic has had a very strong impact. And also we need to consider that economically, but also when it comes to supply, ports have fundamentally supported our societies. with our partnership with Fire Brigade and police, during lockdowns, we managed to operate in order to guarantee the supply through Italy. And so we can all agree that ports are vital. As the Minister anticipated, we are carrying out surveys on cold ironing. Cold ironing provide for turning off the ship's engine as long as the ship approaches berth in order to save energy. We have also carried out surveys on PVs, etc. But most importantly, during the pandemic, together with our partners, employees and external partners, we drafted the strategic business plan of the port. And this is vital for ports, for it is binding for at least the next 10 years. So we submitted the master plan of the port to the National Development Council. We have also submitted the environmental impact assessment to the competent department of the Ministry of Environment. And now the consultation will be launched. Hopefully, by the end of the day, all this process will have been finalized so that our port will be endowed with land use provisions, specific provisions about land uses, etc. If I have time, I would like to tell you, more or less, to outline the content of the master plan. I agree with the professor who said that modernization, development, and a detailed description of the services to be provided to our users depend on the state of combined transport. We saw that formally with Igoumenitsa when both Ionian and Egnatia, those were released, and so that went to the benefit of the passenger public. Necessarily, inevitably, there was a fall in the traffic of Patras. Not even Olympiados was offered to use. And allow me to use this term, we are in desperate need for the railway, and I am, however, delighted to have seen the launch, the beginning of the works for the national road connecting Patra to Pyrgos. If we have any time left, I would be glad to share with you some of the content of our master plan. Let us start with, let me ask you about the relationship between a city and port. There cannot be a city without a port and a port without a city. So there is a full interdependence. Are you satisfied with the cooperation with the municipality? Well, there's always room for improvement, but we are in close cooperation with the municipality. Sometimes, inevitably, we have to put pressure for things to be done, for us to be able to modernize, that port industry develops and evolves very quickly, and we need to keep up with the developments. One, suffice it to bring LNG as an example. I am glad to announce that the studies for the construction of LNG-related facilities have been finalized. The environmental impact assessment has been submitted to the competent department, and we are just in search of the financial tools that will help us implement. Before 2025, according to the European directive, Patras will have to supply to ships LNG. So we need to decide, it's high time we decided what kind of port we need. And if eventually we don't make it, then the ships, the vessels, which will have turned to the alternative LNG will not be able to moor here. And this is, of course, not up to us to decide, but also up to the city and all the stakeholders. Rightly, you point out all the stakeholders, because in my view, you also have to cooperate with the chambers, the region of Western Greece especially. There is a plethora of issues that here have a say. Well, I have made a specific reference to the municipality because in 2018, after the 2018 permanent concession, we have become neighbors. And so there are some reactions from the municipality and some objections about the LNG and other initiatives. The boundaries of the Port Authority are from Venizelou Street to the Glafkos Hill and from Dek to Agios Nikolaos. As you may understand, the land port zone has shrunk. As a result, we need to revisit the master plan of the port because land uses and activities performed in a much more extended part of the seafront now have to be performed in a less extended area. Let us give some time to the other interlocutors. But again, allow me later to tell the people what we have done to date. Professor, we have listened to Mr. Tsonis, and we have heard him saying that for several years now, there has been a problematic interaction between the port and the city. As we said, now we have a newly defined port area. Of course, the project is still underway. In your view, what needs to be done in this specific case, the Patras port?
Yes, something very important for our discussion. This is not only a Greek phenomenon, because all this potential, this dynamic described by all the previous speakers requires space. And here in Greece, we have a particularity, an historical one, since the foundation of the Anonyme Société Anonyme, and given that no other institutions were available, we gave very big portual zones to others. And there is conflict in Kavala and Alexandroupoli, always the town authorities with the port authorities are always at odds. And in an economy where local authorities have problems, and I will in 2012, I had the responsibility position. Since then, I support that we need a long-term agreement between local authorities, town authorities, and port authorities, because grant all this zone to the town authorities is not useful, because the port can give long-term benefits to the town, and the port can reinforce, enhance the coastal zone of a city. Mr. Sardelis, can you give us the special traits of Kavala port?
Και τα δύο τα λιμάνια, και της Καβάλας και της Αλεξανδρούπολης, ήταν λιμάνια τα οποία όλοι γνωρίζουμε ήταν κάπως αφημένα στην τύχη τους. Τώρα τελευταία βλέπουμε ότι έχει αρχίσει μια κινητικότητα. Ειδικά στο λιμάνι της Αλεξανδρούπολης όλοι γνωρίζουμε από τα δημοσιεύματα την κινητικότητα, τουλάχιστον στο κομμάτι του στρατιωτικού περιβάλλοντος, τι υπάρχει και τι γίνεται και τι προοπτικές υπάρχουν, και σίγουρα με κάποιες συζητήσεις που έχουν γίνει στους μετοπικούς φορείς βλέπουμε ότι έχει αρχίσει και αυξάνεται και το εμπορικό φορτίο του λιμένος μετά από την ανάδειξη της σημασίας του λιμανιού μέσω της στρατιωτικής οδού. Για την Καβάλα τα χαρακτηριστικά είναι επίσης πολύ πολύ καλά υποσχόμενα και πριν την έναρξη της διαγωνιστικής διαδικασίας, αλλά πολύ περισσότερο μετά την οριστικοποίηση ως προτιμητέοι επενδυτές. Έχουμε κάνει πολλές συναντήσεις και με τους τοπικούς φορείς και με τους παράγοντες της πόλης, επιχειρηματίες, εμπορικούς συλλόγους, επιμελητήρια, με τις διοικήσεις των λιμένων, και βλέπουμε ότι οι προοπτικές είναι πάρα πολλές και στο κομμάτι της ενέργειας και στο κομμάτι της διατροφικής αλυσίδας, αλλά όπως είπαν και οι άλλοι συνομιλητές, είναι πάρα πολύ σημαντικό η βελτίωση των υποδομών και η διασύνδεση με κάθετους οδικούς και σιδηροδρομικούς άξονες. Και σε αυτή την κατεύθυνση εμείς προσβλέπουμε, γιατί όπως είπα και στην ολοκλήρωση της εισήγησής μου, έχουμε κάνει πάρα πολύ λεπτομερή σχέδια επιχειρηματικά, τα οποία από την επόμενη μέρα σίγουρα για την Καβάλα και για την Αλεξανδρούπολη μετά την ολοκλήρωση της διαδικασίας, εφόσον είμαστε εμείς οι προτιμητέοι επενδυτές, θα αναδείξουν τις δυνατότητες που υπάρχουν όχι μόνο για τα λιμάνια αλλά και για την ευρύτερη περιοχή.
Broader area, for the broader region. Mr. Yatridis, could we have a policy according to which every port, according to its individual trades, will have a different policy in order to interconnect all the ports? Yes, obviously both the ministry and the Hellenic Ports Association, including the 13 ports authorities and the 12 most important Siemens pension funds. We are always in cooperation in order to enhance our policies and exchange our positive expertise in order to face the competition, because the competition is not only within the European Union. We have competition from the East, we have competition from the West. We are talking about the regulation for the fuel, for the alternative fuels. This we need to engage all the adjacent areas which are engaged through the IMO, the International Maritime Organization, but we need to protect, to safeguard our fleet, because it's the 21% of the global fleet and the 60% of the European one. So we need to abide by the polluter pays principle. We need to be competitive in all the services provided in Greek ports. If we are competitive, the general retired mentioned that they have the port of Kavalas and they are in the last phase for the Alexandroupoli port. And we are talking about very important sums of money, 3.1 million and 36 million investments. So the investors are upgraded. So such a group would not participate without the possibilities of amortization of these investments. Alexandroupolis has 4 groups in the final phase. Igoumenitsa 4, Iraklio 8, and we realize from that both national and international investors, how do they think about these ports and what are the perspectives of these ports according to them? And Mr. Choni said something very important. Unless we enhance the LNG infrastructure by 2025, the LNG ships will not reach Patras. And this is very important at the European level, not only for the LNG, but for methanol as well, hydrogen, green ammonia, or any other fuel that will be promoted by the industry. It's the industry, the ship owners who will decide based on both the financial terms and the environmental dimensions, so the scenario planning, how to manage crisis, etc., because all these entail financial and geostrategic aspects. And Mr. Devenopoulos is fully aware of the fact that the sum required for the network to be efficient here goes beyond 100 million euros. Because imagine how many ports in Piraeus or in other ports moored at the same time. So we have developments in all the ports, in the Patras port, and we know that we are a maritime country and ports are very important. Mr. Demenopoulos, you are the most important port in our country. To what extent the developments in your port can have an impact on the financial situation of the country as a whole? And how can we measure that? You know that the way to add value is clear, and it passes by implementing healthy reforms with a positive impact on society and on economy. You talked about the container station terminal, and we reached that result through 600 million euros investments, and by respecting the deadlines, we managed to increase by 7 million containers the capacity, and we've created 2,500 jobs and giving life to the adjacent area. So through these investments, we create jobs, and in the case of ports, these entail some complementary services. For every job created, we created more 3 indirect jobs in complementary services. When it comes to the port, it has agreed with the Greek public, with the Greek government, for a new package of 300 million euros in investments related to other port services apart from containers, cruise, car shipping, ship repairing, which will create more jobs through the through the activities added. When it comes to the measurement of the footprint, there are economic models in the port of Piraeus. We follow the input-output model, and we had announced in 2018 the results in this conference in Patra. And according to this model, the port of Piraeus contributes 0.4% in the GDP in 2018. And in the last years, and with the contribution of the port in terms of taxes in 2021, amounted to 50 million, and the expenses when it comes to environment, 68 million euros. In 2021, our contribution accounts for 0.76% of the GDP, and this is very positive because this is one of our main targets, namely the development of the port to fuel the development of the region as a whole. And you need to know that the port authorities are a listed company, and there is a high interest on the part of the investors to invest through the Athens Stock Exchange. It pertains to the big capitalization index, and it pertains also to the ESG index. And that's our vision, to have a good result both in financial aspects and in the contribution of the port to the society, and manage a sustainable development with human capital at the heart of this growth. Mr. Yatridis, Mr. Devenopoulos mentioned some investments in the cruise. The debate is vivid in our country. It could be very beneficial.
By the end of 2022, if everything goes well, so if the international developments allow it, considering also the war in Ukraine, which is very close, of course, it's a war on Europe. We need to find ways for this war to end. It is really too serious to neglect. So unless there is an extension and an escalation of the war, the forecasts for a cruise in 2022 are, simply put, excellent. 150% increase in the 15 big ports and overall as a country from 2021, and an increase, importantly, compared to 2019, 25%. And so for specific destinations, we have real skyrocketing. Piraeus, Rhodos, Corfu, doubling of cruise ship arrivals. In Thessaloniki, Mykonos and Santorini, a triple increase in Kos, 19 arrivals in 2019, 4 last year in 2021, and 57 arrivals are expected for 2022. In Patras again, efforts are being made, and I believe that the results will be visible in the next years, and also in the case of other destinations that will be linked with the road network, hopefully the railways also, and airports which need to operate because connectivity is key. At Katakolos we have approximately 200 expected arrivals. Itea, also Nafpaktos, opposite to Rio. And generally speaking, there is a very positive multiplier effect, a positive impact of cruise. It is how we will invest in turning the destination an attractive destination. It matters for the port, for the region alike. Everyone needs to work together in order to upgrade a destination. Well, my mother is from Patras. I studied in Patras. I got my PhD in Patras, and I firmly believe that Patras may really benefit hugely from cruise. Mr. Tsonis, no cruise ship this year in Patras. Well, not exactly the big cruise ships we would like to have, but smaller. What we intend to do is to turn the port from transit to a home port, so the cruises to live from here. This is very significant for us to achieve, which is why we have outsourced a study to erect a building next to Kanelopoulos passenger station, passenger terminal, which will control the non-Schengen countries' originary passengers. You may remember the reactions that there were in the past in the case of a specific ship. Well, we are happy for the fact that Patras may welcome that ship. Just imagine if we did not have the necessary infrastructure to help the mooring of that ship. I believe that the cruise industries will pay back this to Patras. So I believe that there are the cruise industry is very promising, and you know, Patras is at the heart. Olympia, Delphi, Kalavrita. We have domestic visitors, religious, also tourism. So it's a pole of attraction as well as a beautiful city to welcome visitors. I would like, though, to as I said, to say something about our master plan. The dry berth related studies underway, which is missing here. This is a small vessel yacht parking, with also the possibility to perform small-scale ship repair works. We have also finalized the studies necessary for the commercial part of the port, also significant for the city. As soon as the railway comes here and not wanting to compete against Piraeus, we would like to turn Patras port into a transit, into a hub, and then we have the LNG project, and we have submitted a dossier for the location for the Agios Nikolaos pier, where the new Patras Marina will be built. We have submitted also the dossier for the location at the Ministry of Tourism and the Ministry of the Environment. By the end of the next month, we will have been granted the license for seaplanes. Patras Corfu connection, we have shaped the check-in area for passengers at Agios Andreas terminal. The commercial part of the port will operate for bulk freight, and the last pier for cruise ships. And very quickly, this is our plan for the development of the port. And as I said, as I pointed out earlier, there's no reason why the port and the city are not complementary one to the other. The thousands of people live close to the port, work in the port. We need to develop further the port to create new jobs. Has it occurred to you, or rather, is there interest from investors to invest in Patras? Well, a necessary condition is for the train to come here, to be able to have this railway connection. I'm jealous when I hear about Igoumenitsa, Alexandroupoli, Kavala, Irakli, already developing. Certainly, I want the Patras port to be part of this roadmap. Do you believe that, according to your experience, a PPP is the only way to develop a port? I believe that certainly the state is short of all the millions necessary to upgrade a port, so we need to leverage private capitals as well. Mr. Sardellis, Kavala and Alexandroupolis are a role model in your way after the PPP, the public-private partnership.
Σαφώς, αυτό το διαπιστώσαμε, όπως σας είπα, και από τις συναντήσεις και συζητήσεις που κάναμε, αλλά αυτό αποτυπώνεται και στα επενδυτικά μας σχέδια, τα οποία έχουν κατατεθεί για το λιμάνι της Καβάλας και τα οποία έχουμε στο μυαλό μας για το λιμάνι της Αλεξανδρούπολης. Και σίγουρα, επειδή και η φιλοσοφία μας είναι συνεργατική, πιστεύουμε ότι το λιμάνι μπορεί όχι μόνο να αξιοποιηθεί και να αναδειχθεί σαν λιμάνι, αλλά μπορεί να προσφέρει πάρα πολλά για την ανάπτυξη και της πόλης και της περιοχής της ευρύτερης. Και ένα τελευταίο, αν με επιτρέπετε, προς επίρρωση των όσων είπε ο κ. Ιατρίδης για την κρουαζιέρα, ειδικά για το λιμάνι της Καβάλας. Μέχρι και πέρυσι ήταν 10 τα κρουαζιερόπλια. Φέτος αναμένονται αυτή τη στιγμή, έχουν κλείσει 44 μέσα σε ένα έτος. Οπότε βλέπετε.
So, Mr. Tsonis, we are jealous, aren't we? And how all the stakeholders and local community did react. Were there any, well, they were somehow hesitant at the beginning, logically. But when you involve all stakeholders, especially in the case of Kavala, and you discuss, you share with them what you intend to do, what are the business projects, when you clarify that we are not just investors, we are interested exclusively in the depreciation and amortization of our investments, we have specific targets that will create jobs, will benefit the area, then everyone is ready to come on board. Professor, just a sentence. It's important to remember that relaunching cruise in 2021 took place in Greece. So 50% of the cruise arrivals was recorded in Greece. This is a success of ports, and it showcases that if we are to maintain our leading position, we need to have a long-term strategy, and in this case, public and private partnerships are key. I would like to thank you all, gentlemen. And I am looking forward to discussing with all of you again next year, again on the occasion of the Regional Growth Conference, and share positive news, not only for Patras, but for the whole of shipping and port family of our country. Thank you. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen. This panel is over, but we will continue with the dialogue with the former European Commissioner for Migration and Home Affairs, Foreign Minister of Greece, Dimitris Avramopoulos.
Κυρίες και κύριοι, καλησπέρα σας. Συνεχίζουμε τις συζητήσεις.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have the pleasure and honor to have a dialogue with Mr. Avramopoulos, former European Commissioner for Migration and Home Affairs. He was a minister in different ministries, but for what we are going to talk about, he used to be a foreign minister of Greece, and he is fully aware of all the matters that we will discuss. And I'm a former diplomat, yes, of course, and we will talk about all the different topical subjects. And Ukraine, first of all, how long will it keep raging, this war, and what are the perspectives in the aftermath? First of all, I would like to say that it's a pleasure for me to be here again with you. And 3 months ago, what we said back then, we saw all these things being materialized. All we said back then has been materialized. Apart, the only thing we didn't predict was the war in Ukraine. I was one of the first to try to inform on this subject because I was fully aware of these subjects from my mandate as a former European Commissioner. But I would like to say this country was not prepared to enter the European Union. That's why we insisted on the big reforms that should have all the reforms that should have been materialized. But things could be different. Since 2014, with great tensions, another invasion in Ukraine, which led to the annexation of Crimea. These were clear signals, and due to the fact that I know that you are aware of American politics, Kissinger and Brzezinski had rung the bell and had said that NATO didn't need to draw closer to the Soviet Union, to the collapsed Soviet Union borders, because this could lead to a war. You know that back in 2014, Mrs. Ashton and other commissioners were in the front line of the protests. The moves were very fast. Ukraine is of the right to want to integrate the Western institutions. But you know that Putin remembers the fall of Berlin from the fall of the Berlin Wall from the KGB balconies, and he kept that inside him. And this, let's see the current situation. Yes, that's there is a responsibility on the shoulders of the West. Yes, to a certain extent, yes, because it could deal with that in a different way on the very onset by taking on board what we've said previously, that namely that they had a ruthless leader, a real dictator, that I envisage a very bad end to this leader. But now the impact of this war affects the whole world. Even the sanctions against Putin's Russia have a negative impact on the economy, the energy security, etc. I'm not optimistic. What will be in the aftermath of this? He will go down the road until the end. He wants to have a victory, but he wants to revisit the ancient imperial Russia. Yesterday he referred to Great Peter. Because the roots of the imperial Russia, even in the Soviet era, is there. They wanted to dominate the world. And in his person, he sees a combination of the Tsar, when it comes in ceremonial terms, and in Stalin when it comes to methodology. And Ukraine is in the middle of that. But we should note that it's not a war of Russia's of Putin's Russia against Ukraine. It's pressure through war against the Western, against the West. He wants to dissolve the Western front. And this entails upheaval all over the world, and this is very bad for us because it creates an upheaval in the architectural geostrategy throughout the world. And if we accept what is taking place in Ukraine, then we have Helsinki and we have the violation of Helsinki. If we start a domino effect and we have changes on the borders, we have new claims and nationalism as a result.
And so there are some realists, including Kissinger, argue that to find a way out, we need to come up with a compromise which, to a certain extent, will also satisfy Putin. Is this utterly unacceptable for the West? This is the message conveyed today by the West. Well, you know, there is also the resistance shown by Ukraine, but it's not only Kissinger, it is also Macron, who recently made a statement, and the Ukrainian foreign minister reacted, or Chomsky, for example, who does not limit himself to recording history, but also conveying his view. This is what the message conveyed. Give him some space. The more you put pressure on him, the more he will squeeze the world. Moldova, for example, is a step before collapse. 90% Moldova relies on Russia, but also within the European Commission things are difficult. It is very difficult for the European Union to agree on the energy-related measures against Putin's Russia. In Germany, finds it very difficult to strike a balance between Germany's need for natural gas specifically, and on the other hand, the central leading role it claims towards European integration. So the things are difficult, and the prospects are gloomy for our country, of course. Oh, that was my next question. In your view, how have we managed the situation? And first and foremost, the decision to send military equipment to Ukraine. Some argue that we could have decided to send only humanitarian assistance. Well, what I would like to clarify is it's high time for us to stop playing games. Where do we belong? We do belong to this defense bloc, which means that on the one hand we enjoy protection, on the other hand there are commitments we need to honor. So despite the pressure made, I believe that the decision of the government was correct. It responded to the commitment expected from us. What did they expect from us? What could we give? Some countries will just grant humanitarian assistance. Some other countries will send military equipment. Many did not know that the Kalashnikov sent were Ukrainian, and they were seized when I was serving as a Minister of Defense. They were useless for us. So they took them, and they went back to those who manufactured them, although at the beginning they were about to be sent to Libya. For the rest, the balance needs to be stricken within NATO when considering the roles and ambitions of Germany. Certainly this is not what will judge the outcome of the war. And there are other countries which have sent to Ukrainian advanced armed systems which of course Putin see as a real threat and has threatened to bombard them. But all the countries have indeed accepted to send something, and so I believe that rightly Greece has honored its commitment by sending military equipment. It's high time Greece took an honest stance, diplomatically speaking, vis-à-vis our enemies and our allies. Let me now pass to Turkey. What about the Turkey's stance? We have been seeing a partially successful attempt of Turkey to play the double game. So what do you have to say about that? About Turkey's role in the Ukrainian crisis? Well, I would like to first say this. Well, we care too much about what Turkey is doing. Turkey is pursuing its own interests, and we need to pursue our own. So the Turkish stance go back many years ago when Turkey has tried to strike a balance depending on its own interests. We saw that in the Second World War when Turkey was neutral in the First War. Turkey was among the vanquished, and the consequences of that defeat is described in the Lausanne Convention. People think that the Lausanne Convention has to do only with the borders. No, it is taking care of the situation after the fall of the Ottoman Empire, and Turkey believed that the Lausanne Convention was detrimental to Turkey, and this is the starting point of Turkish revisionism. This is a term many do not understand, and which is a term coined by Hitler, actually. It is a stance adopted by Hitler, starting with the outcome of the First World War and then the development of it. And the same goes for Turkey. Turkey Russia would never understand and accept the outcome of the World War, the Cold War. Mr. Erdogan argues that the Lausanne Convention was unfair for Turkey. I remember that when he first talked about Lausanne in the Treaty of Lausanne, we had a discussion about the Treaty of Lausanne. When I was a commissioner, he said that the situation was unfair when it comes to Mosul, and because there are the oil reserves there, so there are open, pending issues there. The Kurdish issue, the Syrian case, and here Turkey started to, in the Ukrainian case also, it has attempted to play an intermediate role by having organized the first meeting. But as I said, we have a very clear-cut position inside NATO. However, the bilateral relations between Greece and Turkey have gone out of control, and this is not to be attributed to Greece over the past period. Mr. Erdogan, who was not a threat for Greece up to some years ago, in fact, he was conveying messages and he was expressing his willingness to come closer to Greece. And when all the governments went to Istanbul some years ago to enter into 25 agreements, there was the disseminated feeling that there was a new era. His cooperation with Barthélémy let him make concessions, as for example, they turned Hagia Sophia into a mosque. Well, concessions against the far right party. Yes, right. Let me remind you that another 2 or 3 attempts to turn Hagia Sophia into a mosque was rejected by Erdogan. So he started yielding things to his friend Barthélémy. which unfortunately are expected to intensify. Here we have to do with a more risky thing, the awakening of the deep state of Turkey, which have the plans which sometimes risk declaring a war. So that nationalistic Kemalic state is about to reawake, and this is a threat for Greece. What is Greece doing? What is self-evident? Mr. Mitsotakis, after the aggressive attack by Mr. Erdogan, remained calm, reasonably, and rightly, I believe. We had a relationship based on trust and good faith with Mr. Erdogan, because he was appointed mayor when I was appointed mayor. But I can see a drastic change in his stance over the past years. However, Greece has put in place a robust defense system, hopefully never to be used, of course, because thanks to the sacrifices of the Greek people, our defense system is a very advanced defense system. But of course, we should avert in any case a military battle. I'm not sure whether the international allies may play a role. We can remember the case of Cyprus. It's 50 years now. The UN resolutions seem to be valid. We invoke them, the Cypriots invoke them, but without any result whatsoever. The same goes for the European Union, and I have a first-hand experience. Because, or rather, in the absence of a defense policy, when it comes to rhetoric, it seems to be close to member states. But behind closed doors, there are bilateral contacts. And the foreign policy in the European Union is a national policy in the absence of a European policy, which means that each and every member state pursue their own national interest. And here lies the problem. And so Germany and France, especially Germany, you believe, will be reluctant to put any pressure in favor of us? Well, if the unthinkable happens, I believe that many will express themselves, but a posteriori. It's very difficult to preempt that. It's very difficult for them to preempt on their own initiative. Under German presidency in 2020, the Germans attempted to help ease the tension between Greece and Turkey. But many things happened back then. We had the agreement between Turkey and Libya. We had the half agreement between Greece and Turkey and Egypt. And so progressively, the developments have taken to where we stand now, today. But all that, in my view, has to do with what is happening inside Turkey. Hopefully, this round will close with the Turkish elections. In Turkey, the president may hold elections whenever he wants. So I'm wondering whether Erdogan is getting prepared for that. Well, this is another story. But according to the real parliamentary period, then there is another year left. So can Greece rely on the US and the European Union, and to what an extent Erdogan will heed them? And because you're familiar with what Erdogan means and stands for, as far as it's possible, what is his psychological situation, his mood? I mean, he launches direct threat. This is an aggressive rhetoric he adopts for internal reasons, for domestic reasons. Kindaroglu, I remind you, told him, you take the islands, you go and invade the islands, and we will support you. Back then, Erdogan had to accompany him, but we are interested in the official stance of Turkey. And it is not excellence rhetoric, which is what we take into consideration. You know, sometimes media may disseminate false information, but we are interested in the official rhetoric and in how the domestic situation is. And yes, I do admit that Erdogan has yielded things to the opposition because he needs the assistance of other powers in order to regain some seats in view of the forthcoming elections. There are two nationalist cycles in Turkey, the Kirijalus, the Republican Kemalists, and of course the extremists. But all this rhetoric, in conjunction with the fact that for the first time the covers of Turkish newspapers feature the Greek-Turkish relations, show that the public opinion now has a say. Let us remember that very easily people are turned into a mob, and we need to be very cautious about that. Well, as you said, this Greece is yet again a headline issue, which was not the case some time ago. You know, I am one of the most of the calmest Greek politicians, usually appealing to my cold blood and focusing on the big picture. It's the first time that, considering all the geopolitical developments, I am in deep concern, and I believe that all Greek parties and people are equally concerned. What about our foreign allies and partners? First question, are they equally concerned? I mean, they certainly see what is happening, they are aware of what is happening, but can they do something? There's a difference between whether they want or whether they can do something. As I said, in the European countries, the national geopolitical and economic interests usually prevail. Certainly, the Europeans are not eager to promote such a tension because it destabilizes the eastern wing of NATO. But what we have seen in our region in the aftermath of the war in Ukraine, an upgrade in the role of NATO, and the more this happens, the more the European Union sees its geopolitical role weakened. What does this mean? It means that certainly if something happens, initiatives will be taken. Several countries of the European Union probably are getting prepared. Any initiative taken by the European Union, though, we need to see how Erdogan will interpret. The Greek stance is crystal clear. Thankfully, we are members to the European Union and the NATO, and if that was not the case, it would be the situation would be dramatic. Let us remember that in the 40s, when the Turkish invaded Cyprus, Cyprus was neither a member of the EU or NATO. But history will show Greece has taken its precautions, it's fully prepared, it also operates under the protective umbrella of Europe and to a certain extent NATO, but NATO will not intervene. I mean, in the case of Ukraine, NATO, it does not intervene, Ukraine not being a member, but if two member states of NATO enter into a conflict one of the other, NATO will be reluctant to express itself in favor of one or the other. And how will it work? Well, I'm sure that NATO, in that case, will take diplomatic initiatives, and I'm convinced it is doing behind closed doors in the case of Ukraine, for example. Unfortunately, the situation has gone out of control. Recently, we have seen personal aggressions and personal attacks launched by Erdogan against Kyriakos Mitsotakis. And for example, and in my view, It is a mistake by Mr. Erdogan to do that. Even in very difficult conjuncture, in war period, leaders are very civilized. Eleftherios Venizelos had an open channel of communication with Kemal Atatürk before and after the crisis, 7 or 8 years after the Asia Minor destruction. They entered into a memorandum of understanding, as a result of which Kemal also was awarded the Nobel Prize. So it is a diplomatic norm. It is a rule. You never break diplomatic communication relations. And I said that when I was invited to address the Turkish ambassador some years ago, at the beginning of the mandate of our government. I said that we are lucky to have two powerful leaders, both in Greece, Kyriakos Mitsotakis, permeated by Eleftherios Venizelos and his father's foreign political doctrine in favor of Greece, focusing on geopolitical roles in favor of peace and stability. And here in 2019, you have a leader able to agree to adopt a constructive role. And back then, the only pending issue was the delineating, outlining the sea zones, maritime zones. For the first time, though, we have an open challenging of national sovereignty. One thing is national sovereignty, another thing is sovereign rights. I believe that this strategy is not only more aggressive, but I'm afraid that to a certain degree it will also have an appeal to the foreigners. I mean, when Turkey invokes international law, then this may resonate with the foreigners. But it is legally foundless. I know very well what the Lausanne Treaty provides for, and before that we had the Lausanne Convention. This was before. It had to do with Samothraki and Limnos. In the case of the Dodecanese, Turkey has nothing to do because it had conceded them to Italy, Italy to Greece, and so Turkey is not entitled even to have a say over the Dodecanese. Turkey is interested in the islands next to Anatolia, near to Anatolia, but here we have they have formed the Aegean dedicated military mechanism, and in our case, we if necessary, we will defend our islands. And to tell a truth, another truth, the contestation of that area finished with 1922. And as I said, thankfully, Greece is in the European Union and the NATO. But as I was saying, though, for the first time, our national sovereignty is being challenged, which was not the case many, many years ago. I mean, the continental shelf at the EEZ was the only contested areas, and that was acceptable, even the use of international organizations. But now there is a real threat here against national sovereignty. Hopefully, he will not get all the way. Hopefully, we will not have to experience a tragedy. Turkey needs to understand, though, that any incident will exacerbate Turkey's isolation. She will, for good, break all the possibility to enter the European Union and all the relations with the European Union. And of course, Turkey will relinquish any hope for Greece to support its membership in the European Union. And so Turkey has certainly all interests to avoid and to avert this kind of rhetoric. But I believe, as I said, that as soon as elections in Turkey take place, this will certainly be eased. I do believe that the elections is a milestone, and I have always been an advocate of dialogue, but of course respect to international law and the mutual respect to national sovereignty are inviolable. They cannot be violated. Certainly, peoples need peace, but we need to be prepared to address any incident. For the first time after 1922, I believe that we all need to be concerned. The situation is kind of alarming and a last concern. Anytime we have had problems with the Turkish, the problems were addressed by leaders. For example, Kemal Venizelos, Mitsotakis and Ozal, Karamanlis and Demirel. Why? Because our systems are structured in a way that leadership may define the developments. Currently, we have a cold-blooded, a calm leader. Thankfully, on the other hand, from the other country, there is someone who listens to the internal voices of opposition. Well, if this is the case, probably then I'm afraid that we need to be even more concerned because of the situation as it has proven to be. Triggered by Erdogan, of course, with reference to the communication or non-communication or failure to communication with Kyriakos Mitsotakis. Certainly the personal attack, which is not only mistaken, it is also difficult to explain. Because, of course, Kyriakos Mitsotakis did what was expected by him. He went there, he told truths. He made no reference to Erdogan's Turkey. He just said that we are a geopolitical factor of stability. We will guarantee our stability, which is threatened by the neighboring country. And this is what actually was a starting point for a counter-offensive by Turkey. I said earlier that I express my concerns. Together with me, others also express their concerns. Certainly, we will not make the mistake to foment these tensions. We need to keep our calm and to further enhance our deterring power, internationalize, so focus on raising awareness at the international level. These our allies and partners know, and at any cost, in this transitional period, we need to preempt any exacerbation of these tensions. The neighboring country is not that wise, but because I'm sure we will keep our calm, I am confident that we will overcome this crisis. Thank you very much. We had a very interesting discussion. I thank you very much for helping us to understand better what is happening in this alarming moment. And now we will have a short lunch break, which will be followed by a dialogue with former Prime Minister George Papandreou. Thank you.
Πριν από μισό αιώνα, οραματιστήκαμε το μέλλον, με ανθρώπους να ζουν σε βιώσιμες πόλεις και σε αρμονία με το φυσικό περιβάλλον. Με σύγχρονες υποδομές για καλύτερη καθημερινότητα, ποιότητα ζωής, πολιτισμό. Οραματιστήκαμε το μέλλον και ανοίξαμε δρόμους για τις μικρές και μεγάλες διαδρομές που ενώνουν τις ζωές των ανθρώπων και κάνουν τα όνειρα να ζωντανεύουν. Πιστέψαμε στην επανάσταση της καθαρής ενέργειας και στη δύναμη της καινοτομίας και τολμήσαμε. Πιστέψαμε στους ανθρώπους μας και ταξιδέψαμε την Ελλάδα σε ολόκληρο τον κόσμο. Πιστέψαμε ότι κάθε τι καινούριο που κάνουμε πρέπει να γεννά ευκαιρίες και να φέρνει ευημερία σε όλους. Όμιλος Γεκτέρνα. Επενδύουμε στην Ελλάδα. Επενδύουμε στο μέλλον.
Με την πρωτοβουλία Vodafone Smart Forest δημιουργούμε το πρώτο έξυπνο δάσος στην Ελλάδα που εντοπίζει έγκαιρα τη φωτιά με τη δύναμη της τεχνολογίας και του Vodafone Green Network. Αγκαλιάζουμε πιλωτικά περισσότερα από 314.000 στρέμματα στην Πάρνηθα και δημιουργούμε το υπόδειγμα για να είναι πιο ασφαλή από πυρκαγιές τα δάση της χώρας μας. Γιατί όταν μπορούμε να προστατεύουμε το δάσος, μπορούμε να συμβάλλουμε σε ένα πιο βιώσιμο μέλλον για τις επόμενες γενιές. Together we can. Vodafone.
Πριν από μισό αιώνα, οραματιστήκαμε το μέλλον, με ανθρώπους να ζουν σε βιώσιμες πόλεις και σε αρμονία με το φυσικό περιβάλλον. Με σύγχρονες υποδομές για καλύτερη καθημερινότητα, ποιότητα ζωής, πολιτισμό. Οραματιστήκαμε το μέλλον και ανοίξαμε δρόμους για τις μικρές και μεγάλες διαδρομές που ενώνουν τις ζωές των ανθρώπων και κάνουν τα όνειρα να ζωντανεύουν. Πιστέψαμε στην επανάσταση της καθαρής ενέργειας και στη δύναμη της καινοτομίας και τολμήσαμε. Πιστέψαμε στους ανθρώπους μας και ταξιδέψαμε την Ελλάδα σε ολόκληρο τον κόσμο. Πιστέψαμε ότι κάθε τι καινούριο που κάνουμε πρέπει να γεννά ευκαιρίες και να φέρνει ευημερία σε όλους. Όμιλος Γεκτέρνα. Επενδύουμε στην Ελλάδα. Επενδύουμε στο μέλλον.
Με την πρωτοβουλία Vodafone Smart Forest δημιουργούμε το πρώτο έξυπνο δάσος στην Ελλάδα που εντοπίζει έγκαιρα τη φωτιά με τη δύναμη της τεχνολογίας και του Vodafone Green Network. Αγκαλιάζουμε πιλωτικά περισσότερα από 314.000 στρέμματα στην Πάρνηθα και δημιουργούμε το υπόδειγμα για να είναι πιο ασφαλή από πυρκαγιές τα δάση της χώρας μας. Γιατί όταν μπορούμε να προστατεύουμε το δάσος, μπορούμε να συμβάλλουμε σε ένα πιο βιώσιμο μέλλον για τις επόμενες γενιές. Together we can. Vodafone.
Πριν από μισό αιώνα, οραματιστήκαμε το μέλλον, με ανθρώπους να ζουν σε βιώσιμες πόλεις και σε αρμονία με το φυσικό περιβάλλον. Με σύγχρονες υποδομές για καλύτερη καθημερινότητα, ποιότητα ζωής, πολιτισμό. Οραματιστήκαμε το μέλλον και ανοίξαμε δρόμους για τις μικρές και μεγάλες διαδρομές που ενώνουν τις ζωές των ανθρώπων και κάνουν τα όνειρα να ζωντανεύουν. Πιστέψαμε στην επανάσταση της καθαρής ενέργειας και στη δύναμη της καινοτομίας και τολμήσαμε. Πιστέψαμε στους ανθρώπους μας και ταξιδέψαμε την Ελλάδα σε ολόκληρο τον κόσμο. Πιστέψαμε ότι κάθε τι καινούριο που κάνουμε πρέπει να γεννά ευκαιρίες και να φέρνει ευημερία σε όλους. Όμιλος Γεκτέρνα. Επενδύουμε στην Ελλάδα. Επενδύουμε στο μέλλον.
Με την πρωτοβουλία Vodafone Smart Forest δημιουργούμε το πρώτο έξυπνο δάσος στην Ελλάδα που εντοπίζει έγκαιρα τη φωτιά με τη δύναμη της τεχνολογίας και του Vodafone Green Network. Αγκαλιάζουμε πιλωτικά περισσότερα από 314.000 στρέμματα στην Πάρνηθα και δημιουργούμε το υπόδειγμα για να είναι πιο ασφαλή από πυρκαγιές τα δάση της χώρας μας. Γιατί όταν μπορούμε να προστατεύουμε το δάσος, μπορούμε να συμβάλλουμε σε ένα πιο βιώσιμο μέλλον για τις επόμενες γενιές. Together we can. Vodafone.
Starting now.
Πριν από μισό αιώνα, οραματιστήκαμε το μέλλον, με ανθρώπους να ζουν σε βιώσιμες πόλεις και σε αρμονία με το φυσικό περιβάλλον. Με σύγχρονες υποδομές για καλύτερη καθημερινότητα, ποιότητα ζωής, πολιτισμό. Οραματιστήκαμε το μέλλον και ανοίξαμε δρόμους για τις μικρές και μεγάλες διαδρομές που ενώνουν τις ζωές των ανθρώπων και κάνουν τα όνειρα να ζωντανεύουν. Πιστέψαμε στην επανάσταση της καθαρής ενέργειας και στη δύναμη της καινοτομίας και τολμήσαμε. Πιστέψαμε στους ανθρώπους μας και ταξιδέψαμε την Ελλάδα σε ολόκληρο τον κόσμο. Πιστέψαμε ότι κάθε τι καινούριο που κάνουμε πρέπει να γεννά ευκαιρίες και να φέρνει ευημερία σε όλους. Όμιλος Γεκτέρνα. Επενδύουμε στην Ελλάδα. Επενδύουμε στο μέλλον.
Με την πρωτοβουλία Vodafone Smart Forest δημιουργούμε το πρώτο έξυπνο δάσος στην Ελλάδα που εντοπίζει έγκαιρα τη φωτιά με τη δύναμη της τεχνολογίας και του Vodafone Green Network. Αγκαλιάζουμε πιλωτικά περισσότερα από 314.000 στρέμματα στην Πάρνηθα και δημιουργούμε το υπόδειγμα για να είναι πιο ασφαλή από πυρκαγιές τα δάση της χώρας μας. Γιατί όταν μπορούμε να προστατεύουμε το δάσος, μπορούμε να συμβάλλουμε σε ένα πιο βιώσιμο μέλλον για τις επόμενες γενιές. Together we can. Vodafone.
Κυρίες και κύριοι, καλησπέρα σας. Συνεχίζουμε.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We will now move on to the discussion with the ex-Prime Minister, Mr. George Papandreou. The initial plan was to have this discussion in person, but we will have it via Zoom. And I would like to start by welcoming Mr. Papandreou and allow me to ask a question. How do you feel? Because we have read and we have learned that you now have a pacer. Even though you are very athletic, everything well with your health? Yes, everything is fine. Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to seize this opportunity to thank you for your interest, but also I would like to thank all the people who expressed their wishes these days for this small health adventure that I had. And of course, following 2 days of break, now I'm again ready to take up action. I would also like to thank all the people who are following this discussion online via their computer or the TV screens, or even those who are in person there with you. And now I am ready to continue with my lifestyle that involves so much exercise. Of course, always being attentive to my health, because health is the most important thing for all of us. Mr. President, I would like to start. Let's start with Ukraine. Now we are 107 days in the war, and I would like to ask you, which are the dilemmas ahead of us? Which are the dilemmas for the West, Europe, for the United States, for China, since it's the second biggest economy in the world, but mostly, which are the dilemmas for our country, Greece? Very good question, especially with regard to the dilemma. But let's begin with where we stand right now. I believe that there are many scenarios. One scenario is to have a counterattack by Ukraine in order to reconquer the territory that it has lost, which is a rather difficult choice, which will not be effective. The second scenario is a counterattack by Russia, which, of course, is already attacking Ukraine. And this is also a very difficult scenario to materialize, because the resistance of the Ukrainians is fierce, even though Russia has conquered a significant part of the Ukrainian territory. But even a guerrilla war that may go on will make an effort of Russia to expand into Ukraine even more difficult. And the third scenario, which is the most possible one, is to have a war of attrition. In other words, a war that will last for very long and will cause serious damages to both sides. And of course, it will cause problems not only to the two countries that are involved in the war. Ukraine has already suffered severe losses in terms of life and in terms of territory, but it will also have a consequence on all of us, on Europe, on our area, but also globally, as we can see, since we are now experiencing the energy and the food crisis, which are the result of the war. So what we need to answer to is which are the necessary diplomatic moves that need to be made so as to ensure a ceasefire that will in turn allow a negotiation process to start under the supervision of international organizations like the United Nations, and which eventually may lead to a solution. However, at this point, I would like to highlight that this is a very difficult task because, as you can understand, the Ukrainian people cannot possibly accept fait accompli, cannot accept that it will lose part of its territory because of the Russian invasion. And I also believe that we all stand on the side of Ukraine with regard to that. In Greece, all the political parties believe that this invasion has been a very negative development, because if Putin succeeds and feels sure that he can impose his will and reach his objectives by force, then this will give an example to other leaders who may have the same aspirations. We can see today what is going on with Turkey, and more specifically how Mr. Erdogan is behaving. So the other leaders may be wishing to follow his example. So the point is, are we moving towards a world where there's going to be the prevalence of the powerful ones? with competitions, with wars and conflicts, and not only in Europe, as we can see today, but also in a wider geopolitical system that will involve the United States and China, for example, competition, which of course is very perilous, not because it has consequences on energy or food and on many other sectors, but because we now talk about the mass destruction weapons as if it is something very common, something possible to happen. The utilization of nuclear weapons, the utilization of new technologies like artificial intelligence, the developments in technology which may lead to general war will pose a great threat to humanity. And of course, the point is that in our times we are faced with multiple challenges at the same time: the energy crisis, the climate change, the pandemic crisis, the migration crisis, the social problems like the huge inequalities both within the countries but also outside our country. And all of these challenges, in order to be resolved, require synergies. So the question is, are we going to proceed to the logic and the rationale of the powerful, or towards a multilateral system that will be based on the rule of law, that will limit the power of the strong ones so that the common objectives can be reached? Mr. Ellis, I believe that we lost a major opportunity we had when the Berlin Wall collapsed. Back then, we had the opportunities to shape and to strengthen, especially the West, and by that I mean the United States, to enhance and develop a different system. However, it decided to invade Iraq, then to deploy military in Afghanistan. But we need to revisit all these issues, and we need to promote the role of Europe. Europe comprises different nations, different peoples. It has a history of conflict. However, it is a continent which has managed to preserve peace for so long. Why? Because we observed some rules. But if you want, I can talk about the dilemmas that Europe is faced with, because I think that Europe also has its weaknesses. But since I don't want to monopolize the floor, maybe you want to ask a question. Yes, you can talk about the dilemmas that Europe is faced with, but I would kindly ask you to talk about the energy crisis and the fact that Greece is greatly dependent on Russia for its energy. And I would also like to ask you whether the stance of the West actually pushes Russia closer to China, which is the other major player at global level. Yes, very important questions. Now, with regard to the dilemmas that Europe is faced with, I believe that on the one hand, we have the big dilemma, which is, are we going to move towards a multilateral system of rule that will ensure the peaceful coexistence of all and will allow us to deal with the major challenges of the time? Or are we going to move towards a system of conflicts where the powerful ones will always be the victorious, but everyone will lose? And there is another dilemma, by the way, between authoritarianism and democracy. What we can see is that authoritative states and regimes allow leaders to act uncontrolled, to become isolated and introvert, with the results that we can see right now in Ukraine. But this should worry us, because we need to find ways to strengthen democracy, because, okay, we do have democratic deficits, and we need to acknowledge that. We cannot possibly say that having witnessed such a development, such a war raging next to us, to claim that we have no weaknesses or no deficits. On the contrary, we should use this crisis in order to identify our weaknesses and resolve our problems, and in order to strengthen the democratic institutions, which in many countries are under attack, even in the United States, which is the biggest democracy in the world. But among these dilemmas, there are some other ones that we need to deal with. Europe is a Europe that is based on rules. Yes, there is no doubt about that, but its basic role up until now was the single market, which basically let the markets regulate the economic policy implemented by the countries. The result of that being, as we know very well, the financial crisis that dealt a very serious blow to Greece. Of course, Greece had made mistakes in the past, and then we also saw that Europe took a long time to take measures, blamed Greece as being the only responsible one and the only country that presented the problematic system. But back then I had said that Greece was not the only problem of Europe, but it seems that now Europe has recognized its weaknesses and in the midst of the pandemic decided to act in a quick and a very solidarious way by developing the Resilience and Recovery Fund, by acknowledging the need of Eurobonds. In other words, it accepted to borrow money in order to finance its member states. And this is actually an important dilemma that we need to answer to. Are we going to strengthen Europe or are we going to leave Europe as it is? The trend that we can see is, however, that we are moving towards the future, towards a better and stronger Europe. Now, with regard to the energy crisis, is Europe going to become energy autonomous? Personally, I believe that Europe should become more autonomous, not find other sources than the Russian one, but to have its own sources. And of course, Greece can play a very important role in that direction. But with regard to the energy crisis, there are other dilemmas that we need to answer to. Are we going to opt for the renewable energy sources or are we going to continue using the fossil fuels? Of course, and now we can see that there is a turn towards natural gas, at least for the time being, but we know that something temporary may become permanent. Then, clean energy, waste, all these are connected with the natural gas and with the fossil fuels, whereas renewable energy sources are clean and can help us protect our planet. I believe that these resources are far healthier, not only for our environment, but also for all citizens of Europe, and especially for Greece. In Greece, we do have these resources, and I believe that each and every Greek citizen can develop the technology required for the utilization and development of renewable energy sources. Unfortunately, we don't have the necessary framework still in the country. And now, with regard to the food crisis, a grave issue for Europe. The agricultural policy of Europe, of course, started following the Second World War when we had all these food problems, and now we have the nightmare making a comeback. So which are the policies that will contribute to a qualitative upgrade of agronutrition? Again, an opportunity that our country needs to seize if we want to invest in a different agronutritional policy that will support the rural world and the agronutritional world, but first and foremost, they will support our own production, be it the one that is turned to the exports or to the local market. The point is that we have many imports in our country, and this creates problems. That is why we need to decide whether we are going to support the primary sector, support experts, and overturn this situation. With regard to Greece and Europe together, we have seen in the past that when we join forces, we can provide quick solutions. The example of the pandemic, I believe we had a very quick response that gave solutions. With regard to the issues of research, development, education, and technology, if we want to become more independent and more dynamic compared to China and the United States, again, we need to join forces. Because you know that now the major platforms are not European, are American, are Chinese, or some from India. And last but not least, defense and security. Of course, everything I said earlier have to do with security, the security of the citizens, security of food, education, research, technology. All of these are inextricably linked with the security of the citizen and, of course, with social security, since this involves also employment and work in general. Right now, we're having this dialogue about the minimum wage that should be adopted at European level. And with regard to defense, we can say that Putin actually gave a new breath of life to NATO. But apart from NATO, we need to focus on Europe. We need to make Europe autonomous and independent if we want it to be secure. And this is a very important objective. And as Greece, and personally as Minister of Foreign Affairs, have always said that this is important. And back in 2003, we had the Treaty of Lisbon and the chapter of mutual cooperation, which did not exist in the past. I had given a lot of fight in order to ensure that this chapter would be incorporated. And now this will be to the benefit of Finland and Sweden. And of course, this has to do with our defense industry, both European and Greek one. Mr. President, since we don't have much time, and since I believe that it is self-evident that you, who have experience in dealing with Turkish officials, and since you have experience following the case of Öcalan, of the earthquakes, I would like to hear your view about the phase that we are in. You have expressed your concerns, and I would like to ask you, why have we reached this point? In other words, this period of 20 years that have passed since 2000 were years of calm, we could say. But now we are in 2022 and things have changed dramatically. We are in the worst phase of the relations between the two countries. So I would like to hear your view about that. Why did we reach this point? And what do you believe will happen in the immediate future? I believe that it is time to talk about the immediate future because we can see the developments. The developments are deeply concerning. They are negative. Nobody can know what Erdogan is thinking, but what we need is to prepare ourselves for any possible developments. First of all, I would say that this turmoil that can be seen now at global level is the tool that Erdogan is using. He has taken diplomatic initiatives in order to strike a balance between Ukraine and Russia, but also between the West and Russia. He has taken initiatives in order to promote peace negotiations or to resolve food crisis. Hasn't been any response, but the point is that everything that Erdogan is doing is something to disorient the Turkish citizens. In other words, he talks about Sweden and Finland that want to become members of NATO, and this is actually something that Putin caused. He managed to push these two countries towards NATO, but at the same time, this showcases the problem of NATO, which was actually an organization that was based on this conflict between the two countries during the Cold War, an organization that didn't pay the necessary attention when democratic rights were violated and has turned a blind eye to authoritarian leaders. So this was a major problem of NATO itself. But the Turkish president actually uses this anti-West rhetoric, which is something that the Turkish citizens want to hear, in order to bring his supporters closer together and develop a nationalist idea that will distract the citizens from the daily problems, which are enormous. The inflation in Turkey is huge. It has grave economic problems, and because of Erdogan, not just because of the latest developments, and I mean by that the Ukraine war, Turkey has a major problem. It is Erdogan who is to blame for many of the problems that Turkey is faced with. Now Erdogan is seeing his popularity dropping, and my belief is that he thinks that he can overturn that by using this rhetoric. However, even though he says what he says, it doesn't mean that he won't proceed into action. This will be tragic for us, but also for Turkey, because there will certainly be a reaction on our part, but also there will be a reaction at the international level. This is a message that needs to be conveyed to Turkey. If there are reactions from the West, from the United States, let's say, or from Europe, do you think that they will be enough to deter him, to stop him, or there will just be reactions, but he will continue acting as he is acting right now? And I'm talking about the Aegean Sea and Greece, of course. Based on my experience, many times in the past, the reaction of our friends and allies hasn't been the expected one. But in order to talk about our policy and the framework that we need to have vis-à-vis Turkey, I believe that we need to be very clear with regard to Turkey in the context of what we want to express as a country, what our citizens want to express, what our policies want to express. First of all, we need to continue the talks with Turkey. I'm against this idea that we need to find a third intermediate in order to resolve our problems with Turkey. Why? First of all, because usually these third parties have their own interest to serve. Many times they try to strike a balance between the two countries when we are the victims right now and Turkey is the attacker, to put it this way. So there shouldn't be any question of striking a balance between two countries. The point is to observe specific rules. And the second is that when someone is honest and very clear, the message is far more effective. And I believe that the message that we want to convey is clear. First of all, we have not only the right, but also the responsibility of defending our national sovereignty. The Treaty of Lausanne, of course, provides for disarmament, but there is also an even more general assumption that every country has a right to defend itself and to defend its national sovereignty. Secondly, we are not the ones who are attacking. We won't attack Turkey, regardless of what is being said on the part of Turkey, which is believed by some and not believed by others. But the point is that we are not the attackers. Greece should not be perceived as the attacking country. But of course, at the same time, we need to make sure that we will not allow anyone to violate our own national sovereignty. Third, we have common interests. If we resolve the issue of the continental shelf, if we resolve the Cyprus problem and of the exclusive economic zones, then we will realize, I believe, that we have many common interests. A European future of Turkey is beneficial to us. We have also common energy interests for which we can work together. And if we do that, then both countries will be stronger and the wider region will be stronger. And I believe that this is a message that Turks are hearing. But of course, they hear that when there are some arguments supporting it. And our arguments are indisputable. So what Mr. Erdogan is doing it just for his political survival. But allow me to say something about our defense. First of all, diplomacy, and personally, as a Minister of Foreign Affairs, I know that is powerful when you have a powerful defense. But powerful defense is not enough. You need to ensure two things. For a country like Greece, which is a small country, you need to have initiatives and an independent foreign policy so that you can leave aside this traditional perception of the past that both political wings have abided by, who is going to be the best protector. No, we need, all the political parties need to ensure independent foreign policy, independent initiatives in all sectors, diplomatic initiatives. We should be the first when it comes to diplomatic initiatives, even now, with regard to Ukraine, with regard to Libya. Why aren't we not one of the countries that takes initiatives, but also in the Middle East? Also, we need to take independent and autonomous initiatives for many other issues, like environment, like energy. Our country should be a pioneer in initiatives. And if you like, we do have the symbolism that is required in order to become a country that takes initiatives and puts them into action, especially in an environment that is defined by insecurity and uncertainty. Now, the second thing about defense, I believe that it is wrong to be based always on the markets. I have seen so many people applauding Mr. Mitsotakis for buying Rafales. I had also bought Rafales because Mr. Sarkozy had made me to buy the Rafales. I had made these purchases in the midst of a very difficult financial crisis. However, we supported this purchase of Rafale. But applauding Mr. Mitsotakis, I don't understand. It's not an achievement. An achievement would be to support our own defense industry. When I had started the talks with Mr. Netanyahu to approach Greece with Israel, we had focused on the technological upgrading and development of new technologies in the defense sector of our countries. Unfortunately, 15 years have gone by, and there hasn't been this cooperation, at least as we wished it to be. And you know, Israel is a country where research is at the service of the state. Young people are involved in research. They do that in order to support their industry. The same stands for Turkey with the drones and the Bayraktars. Why don't we have the same technologies? Why don't we have the same practices? So we have a huge deficit when it comes to the development of technology, both in the military and in the defense industry. And of course, this has something to do with Europe. With this answer, we came to the end of this discussion. Unfortunately, we don't have much time. Initially, I wanted to ask you a question about the politics here in Greece. How do you see PASOK doing in the future? Look, talking about elections is an obsolete practice, I would say, because the point is not to change the government simply. The point is to find a different path for the country. And now we are at a crossroads. And we need to decide, do we want renewable energy sources? Do we want Greece to change its production model? Do we want it to change it by using more services other than tourism? We shouldn't be focusing only on Aegean Sea or on the sun. We should focus on education, on research. We should promote the development of new technologies. This is the major dilemma for our country. And that is why there should be joining of forces, consultation, democratic processes, which unfortunately are not promoted by this government. What I can see is a polarization between New Democracy and Syriza, and not a new breath for the country, not a discussion about the direction that the country must follow in the future, which is a negotiation that needs to take place and a discussion that needs to take place if we want to see our country proceeding into the future with the people on its side and using all the skills of the young, many of whom are working and living abroad. We should make the most of all things instead of fighting one another. Of course, there should always be there must always be different ideas and different opinions, but there should be a consensus on where we should be heading to, because the major challenges are ahead of us, and we will need to join forces in order to meet these challenges. If we had done that in the past, right now we would be in a different position, and that's what we need to do for the future. Okay, and I would like to close that, not with the message of war, but with this message that is in favor of consensus and cooperation in order to make our country better, in order to make a Greece that will be focused on growth. Thank you very much.
Εγώ ευχαριστώ.
Γεια σας και καλώς ήρθατε.
Hello and welcome to the climatic change and climate emergency and entrepreneurship panel. I am Theodoros Georgakopoulos. So we're here to discuss how we can put into good use what we've already heard at the Regional Growth Conference and what we will have to do in the future. So we have set up our world with certain constants. The sea is over there. We have the forests. At times there are fires breaking out. So the climate is specific. So we build our cities and our lives and our employment and industry based on that. But this has started changing. The temperature is rising much faster than it had in the past. Many of the consequences cannot be reversed. There's no way to avoid them also. So clearly there are two challenges. The first one is how to slow down this change in order to avert a climate catastrophe. And of course, we must adapt to what cannot be avoided. So today, talking about climate emergency from a growth point of view, with Professor Yannis Maniatis, former Minister of Environment, Energy and Climate Change, and also the following university professors: Konstantinos Kartalis, University of Athens, head of the Analysis Research on Climate Change in Greece, as well as Phoebe Koundouri, professor at the Athens University of Economics and Business, and president of the EIRE. So in order to give them as much time as we have available for their interventions, I will no longer talk about that, but I would like to give them now the floor to see what can be done. Professor Maniatis, well, allow me to start by saying that what we have been experiencing these last few years, it's something that we haven't experienced as humankind for many, many decades. So we're having multiple crises at the same time. Food crisis, war, climate change. There are so many issues that are taking place at the same time and affecting mankind. And I think that during the last decades, mankind didn't have to face such strong changes, turmoil. So I think we can say for the first time, unfortunately, that the next generation cannot aspire to live in a better way than the previous generation, and at least try and keep the same level of quality of life. So let's bear that in mind, because we have to fully acknowledge the challenges we're facing. Second observation I'd like to make is related to climate change and energy crisis. We have to bear in mind the scales. Europe is actually emitting 7 to 8% of global CO2 and other emissions. So, and Greece is 0.7%. So we can be proud because Europe is actually leading the way by the example of having reduced these emissions. But the thing is that this isn't about Europe. The big game is about other areas. Let me just give the typical by now example. All over the world, there are 500 million carbon plants producing electricity. 3,500 are in China, and the rest are in the rest of the world. So this is where we should focus in order to reduce gas emissions. So, okay, we Europeans are doing quite well, and the others are looking up to us, but we have to have our eye turn to other areas of the world where the gas emissions are huge. Third observation, we have been talking a lot, not only in Greece but also in other countries, mostly about the production of energy, and usually we are talking about RES, biomass, geothermal, etc. Unfortunately, we've been talking much less about the equally important dimension of green energy, which is saving energy. And I say that with a deep sadness, because unfortunately all over the world, because apparently there are not strong enough lobbies to talk about saving energy. 80% of all discussions is on how we are going to place photovoltaic panels, etc. And 20% is only thinking about saving energy. So actually having our discussion as a starting point. And I would like to highlight the fact that according to the International Energy Organization, saving energy is equally or even more important. So at that point, I would like to say that we in Greece, even though very often we feel that we're lagging behind, well, we can be proud because the program Saving Energy at Home has been ranked as the second best after the one in Spain and Greece for the same time, 2013-2014. And please bear that in mind because people don't know that. Greece is the 6th best country in the world in the production of photovoltaic energy in the world, and the 6th best in the world in the RES contribution when producing electricity. So we're doing well. We could also do better. And another observation, we have about 100 to 120 different ways to reach a green productive model. Out of these 120 ways, I'm only interested in those that are actually giving added value to my country. And in order to achieve that, only methodologies and ways of producing energy that create also jobs are the ones that we have to look into. And let me explain that. As we speak, 85% of photovoltaic panels in the world are produced by China. 50% of wind turbines are produced in China. 60% of electric cars are produced in China, and 90% of batteries are produced in China. So we, as Greece, if we want to contribute, well, the easy thing is to import things from China, Germany, or the US, ready-made products. No. What I have to do is to produce, first of all. We've talked about it, and I seem to sometimes to be a bit obsessed about that, but the Greek sun heating boiler, because we use that in Greece very often, so it decreases by 20% electricity bills. Greece has 7 million houses. Out of them, only 1.5 million have a sun heater water system. So this is a way to reduce both the spending as well as save energy, and by using a Greek product, because this is produced in Greece. So at the same time, allow me to say that Greece is also producing smart meters, some of the best industrial use batteries. Sunlight in Xanthi is the industry. Good cables. So Greece has to focus on these actions. These are actions that not only save energy, not only cut our electricity bills, but they also create job posts. And finally, I would like to say something about Europe. You know, after congratulating them on how they worked on the pandemic, we were united, created this mutual fund. So unfortunately, when it came to energy, things didn't go well. I am a staunch believer of EU, but I'm very, very disappointed that nobody saw it coming, the energy crisis, and nobody saw the impact, its impact coming. So at a global level, the incomes that every year petroleum groups and natural gas groups production were about $1.5 trillion. So these what the income. Saudi Arabia, Iran, Russia, 1.5 trillion. In 2022, they will be collecting 4.5 trillion, and these 3 trillion will come out of the pockets of European households, European economies, European businesses. So Brussels had to have known that and acted before we reached that point. And I would like to close here with a very important observation. So Europe has to learn the hard way, but we have to learn. Now, the day that Putin invaded Ukraine, the 24th of February in 2022, is our own 9/11. It was a great disaster for the EU and Europe, and we have to look towards the future in a different way. And Europe's energy future has to be based on, first of all, the import of green energy and saving energy. And we have to really cut down on energy poverty that is hitting 60 million Europeans. And Europe has to rely on its own energy lines in order to avoid this dependency that we are having on Russia and China. We're dependent on China at 80% for the import of crucial raw materials. So we have to become also an energy power, a geopolitical power, and not only rely on our cultural and moral values. So I think that the EU has learned by this bitter pill that it had to swallow in February. There are also some questions. We'll take them during the second part of the discussion. So first, let's go to Mr. Kartalis. In order to hear from him, because he has also performed surveys and research for the analysis regarding climate change, and both at a local but also regional level and national level. So let's hear from Mr. Kartalis, his own approach. Let's see what he has to comment on what Mr. Maniatis said. Well, Yannis really touched upon very interesting, crucial elements that really shed light on this multifaceted issue. But I would like to be a bit more optimistic, because when Europe got out of the Second World War, well, the whole continent was in ruins. However, in the early 50s, they started the coal and steel union, and that led to the European Union, and we have gone through so many changes, and I think we'll find a way to move forward. I think that the current crisis is actually allowing us to look into things. Yes, okay, the EU was late coming to this party, but they have finally woken up. So the crisis, according to me, showed that this model of globalization plus, because we have these global chains of command, well, I think we should come to globalization minus, not being dependent from an economy that is situated to 10,000 kilometers away, because a crisis there could really prove disastrous here. So what we have to look into now is how to bring closer production systems. That doesn't mean, of course, that we should raise walls between countries. No, but we should look into things and do them in a different way. So basically, First of all, we have to look into natural disasters, physical disasters. Then we have to look at the transition risks, who are going to pay the price. And of course, there's also the transition opportunities, because there are opportunities. So let's start with natural disasters, physical disasters. Mr. Georgakopoulos talked about that. We at the University of Athens and the Anaeosis, we have worked on a series of making a blueprint of the impact of climate change here in Greece. So maybe I will have enough time for me to show you 2 or 3 maps. So what we know is that we are currently living a climatic crisis. And of course, the Eastern Mediterranean is a hotspot. So the climatic impact is stronger, and we have changes and natural disasters that occur more often, they are stronger, and they last longer. So this is something that is causing concern. But the thing is that we now have answers. It's not like there are, for example, a forest fire and we don't know why. We know why. So we have to adapt. And in order to adapt, we have to spend, because adapting to climate change is really expensive. This is not something easy. And it takes years, it may even decades. So very often you will hear us we will hear us say that the NSRF or other funds must take into consideration that, and they should have a 3-decade horizon. So if we want to adapt to climate change, and even if we in this room decide that we are stopping emitting gas and greenhouse gases, well, for 3 decades, we will still have impact and consequences. So this is not something that can be resolved with a plan, an action plan of 3 or 5 or even 10 years. And if you think at what will take place in 50 years, well, most of us in this room, if we think about what happened in 2015, well, think that it's like the 1990s. It's that close, and we shouldn't make any mistakes. We can't spend money on wrong investments. The next thing that I would like to say is that we must spend this money very quickly. This is front-loaded, not back-loaded. Because if we do it that way, we will spend more money, and it will take more time to reverse some things. Yesterday, me and Mr. Georgakopoulos were asked whether we can reduce carbon emissions in the world. But Yanis just said it. If there is no bridging of the gap between what China and India are producing in gas emissions in the world, even if the EU is actually giving the good example, well, there'll never be a concrete result. This is a global problem. Nobody can solve it on their own. So that means that we have to restructure everything. And if I could say one thing that we faced in the previous period, that would have one name, Trump. He actually made the UN a weaker organization, and it caused many problems. So let's bear in mind that multilateral organizations are the only ones who can bring about change. And this is where we meet people, because multilateral organizations have seen that millions of people will lose their jobs, and approximately 175 million people will find new jobs. So that means that 25 million people will lose their jobs, and this is huge. It has an impact in the societies, in economies, in the lives, in the families. And what does that mean? It means that we have to create new skills. What we used to say as something very romantic, reinventing oneself, changing skills, but it's necessary, because there will be people left and be marginalized if they don't have these new skills. And we see that in Kozani and Ptolemaiда, and I think the same will be the case in Megalopoli, because there will be no longer be lignite used for the production of electricity, but this will have to be replaced, and people have to find a job. I said before about the risks, and the risks are in heavy industry, the maritime industry, as well as energy, which is not produced by RES. So these are the categories where we'll have the biggest risks. There will be also a reduction of the income, and maritime industry has understood, because there have always been looking fast in the future. The others were a bit more slow. So maritime industry has always been, more far-sighted. And even in Posidonia, they were discussed about the unified carbon price. No matter where you buy it, it should cost the same. And for example, if I say that I want to bring clothes from China or wind turbines, and I want them to come fast and from afar, I should be the one paying for it. Whether I will manage to relay that excess to the market and the buyer, well, that's another thing. So we have to really see what is good for the planet and for our societies. So this is a circle that is impressive, and I would like to close here because I see time is flying. The next phase that we have will have in the EU, purchasing gas emissions rights. If an industry doesn't manage to cut down on gas emissions, they can buy the rights. And this was the case for cement, metal, or plastics. But the next phase of the EU will also include the maritime services, air transport, as well as the energy that is consumed in the houses. So, and since everything has a cost, but not everything is very costly, I will give you an example. Air transport is contributing 10% of greenhouse gas emissions. In order to really reduce them and reach zero at 2050, which is the goal, you have to change the fleet. This is not easy at all. You can't change the fleet and all these airplanes. But there are at least 7 airports in Greece, in the world, which have the something, and the Athens Eleftheros Venizelos is bad. So they talk to each other, and when a plane is to land, they land directly, and they go to a place where they turn off their engines. So they managed to reduce by 10% the greenhouse and gas emissions. Yes, and there are many questions that I would like to have.
Χαίρομαι πολύ που είμαι και πάλι μαζί. Να βάλουμε λίγο τους χάρτες, να δούμε αν θέλετε. Εγώ θα συμφωνήσω πολύ με τον Γιάννη, με όλους τους προλαλήσαντες, ότι έχουμε πολύ δύσκολη συγκυρία. Την πανδημία, για να μετρήσουμε κρίσεις, η πανδημία, η οικονομική κρίση που απορρέει από την πανδημία, αλλά και από την ενεργειακή κρίση, τα οποία οδηγούν μαζί με τα μεγάλα δημοσιονομικά ανοίγματα σε πληθωρισμό. Ένας πληθωρισμός ο οποίος φαίνεται να μας οδηγεί σε στάσιμο πληθωρισμό, που σημαίνει πληθωρισμός και όχι ανάπτυξη, τεράστιο πρόβλημα, άλυτο πρόβλημα, δύσκολο πρόβλημα, τρίτη κρίση, κλιματική κρίση, τέταρτη κρίση, η κατάρρευση των οικοσυστημάτων στα οποία βασίζεται η παραγωγή μας και η κατανάλωσή μας. Πέμπτη κρίση η πληθυσμιακή, έκτη κρίση η ενεργειακή που άρχισε ένα χρόνο πριν τον πόλεμο, εντάθηκε με τον πόλεμο, αλλά άρχισε ένα χρόνο πριν τον πόλεμο και κυρίως οφείλεται στην κλιματική κρίση και η γεωπολιτική κρίση. Μπορώ να συνεχίσω, αλλά αυτές είναι πιο μεγάλες. Τεράστια η δυσκολία της συγκυρίας. Εδώ πέρα είναι οι χάρτες που φτιάχνουμε ως United Nations Sustainable Development Solutions Network, το οποίο είναι το παγκόσμιο δίκτυο για λύσεις για τη βιώσιμη ανάπτυξη κάτω από τον Γενικό Γραμματέα των Ηνωμένων Εθνών. Εγώ προεδρεύω του Ευρωπαϊκού Hub και κάθε χρόνο από το 2015, που ήταν η χρονιά που ήμασταν όλοι στη Νέα Υόρκη και ανακοινώθηκαν οι 17 στόχοι της βιώσιμης ανάπτυξης και 193 χώρες τους υπόγραψαν αυτούς τους στόχους στην Ατζέντα 2030 και είπαμε ότι μέχρι το 2030 θα καταφέρουμε αυτούς τους 17 στόχους που έχουν 169 επιμέρους στόχους και οι οποίοι μετρούνται με ακρίβεια και σαφήνεια με εκατοντάδες indicators. Άρα, όπου ακούσετε ότι η αηφόρος ανάπτυξη είναι κάτι περιγραφικό, κάτι το οποίο δεν έχει οριστεί επακριβώς, αυτό είναι λάθος. Συνεχώς ακούγεται αυτό το πράγμα. Αυτό είναι λάθος, γιατί αυτή τη στιγμή μαζί με το Charter of Human Rights των Ηνωμένων Εθνών, αυτή η ατζέντα και ο ακριβής τρόπος εφαρμογής της είναι η μόνη άλλη παγκόσμια ατζέντα στον κόσμο. Άρα ξέρουμε που θέλουμε να πάμε ή τουλάχιστον υπογράψαμε επίσημα ότι θέλουμε να πάμε εδώ. Το υπογράψαμε. Επίσης αυτή η ατζέντα της βιώσιμης ανάπτυξης είναι ένα investment program. Είναι ένα πολύ σαφές investment program. Είναι πρόγραμμα επενδυτικό για κάθε χώρα. Για να δούμε πόσο καλά πάμε για το κλίμα. Θα πάω πολύ γρήγορα. Όπου είναι κόκκινο σημαίνει είμαστε πολύ μακριά και αντίθετα από το στόχο. Αυτός είναι ο χάρτης για το στόχο 13 που αφορά την κλιματική αλλαγή. Δηλαδή, στο 2050 να γίνουμε κλιματικά ουδέτεροι. Βλέπετε ποιοι είναι οι κόκκινοι, ο αναπτυγμένος κόσμος, παραμένουν κόκκινοι και βλέπετε επίσης ότι υπάρχει πολύ πορτοκαλί, που επίσης σημαίνει μεγάλες προκλήσεις για να καταφέρουμε το στόχο, και πολύ λίγα πράσινα που ουσιαστικά αφορούν χώρες οι οποίες δεν έχουν βαριά βιομηχανία ή δεν είναι αναπτυγμένες. Εδώ είναι η Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση και πάλι κόκκινο το Climate Action και εδώ ο χάρτης. Βλέπετε πόσο μακριά είμαστε με όλα αυτά που γίνονται. Η Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση είναι το flagship example. Είναι η καλύτερη περίπτωση. Είναι ουσιαστικά η μόνη γεωγραφική περιοχή που έχει μετασχηματίσει αυτά που υπόσχεται στη COP, το Συνέδριο των Ηνωμένων Εθνών για το κλίμα, τα National Determined Contributions, είναι η μόνη γεωγραφική περιοχή η οποία τα έχει μετασχηματίσει σε κανονισμούς, νόμους, διρεκτίβες κτλ. Άρα είναι και η μόνη που έχει άμεσα τη δυνατότητα να έχει αποτέλεσμα. Γιατί χωρίς κανονισμούς, νόμους και χρηματοοικονομικά εργαλεία για να πετύχεις κάτι δεν μπορείς να πετύχεις την εφαρμογή, μπορείς να υπόσχεσαι. Αλλά για να το μετατρέψεις αυτό σε εφαρμογή, θέλεις το κανονιστικό πλαίσιο και θέλεις και τα χρηματοδοτικά εργαλεία και θέλεις και τις επενδυτικές επιλογές. Αυτά θέλεις. Άρα ούτε η Ευρώπη πάει τόσο καλά στο κλίμα. Αυτή είναι η Ελλάδα, στόχος 13, κόκκινο. Πάλι. Και αυτές είναι οι περιφέρειες της Ελλάδας που ο κύριος Λουλούδης είχε το όραμα να σκεφτεί να αποτυπώσουμε τη δουλειά του UNSDSN και σε περιφερειακό επίπεδο στην Ελλάδα. Και βλέπετε ότι εκεί πέρα που έχουμε το SDG 13 έχουμε κάποιες περιπτώσεις που λείπουν τα data, αλλά έχουμε επίσης και κάποιες προσπάθειες που φαίνεται να έχουν κάποιο αποτέλεσμα. Δεν θα πω στη λεπτομέρεια το στοιχείο γιατί δεν έχω το χρόνο. Απλά θα σας πω ότι γενικότερα η Ελλάδα και μέσω των πολιτικών της Ευρωπαϊκής Πράσινης Συμφωνίας που προσπαθεί να εφαρμόσει και να αντλήσει από αυτή χρήματα για να μπορέσει να τα εφαρμόσει. Και μέσω του RFF, που ουσιαστικά ένα μεγάλο μέρος του εστιάζει σε decarbonization και ενεργειακή αποτελεσματικότητα. Θα δείτε ότι κυρίως η Ελλάδα έχει αποτέλεσμα στη διαχείριση της παραγωγής τροφίμων, χρήσης γης, νερού και του θαλάσσιου περιβάλλοντος και στο energy decarbonization. Στους άλλους βασικούς μετασχηματισμούς που κατ' ουσίαν καθορίζονται από την υποχρέωση μας να εφαρμόσουμε την Ευρωπαϊκή Πράσινη Συμφωνία και τα SDGs, ακόμα δεν έχουμε επενδύσει αρκετά. Και θα το δείτε και εδώ στην ανάλυση του RFF μας. Εδώ είναι πόσα χρήματα από το Recovery and Resilience Plan έχουμε δώσει στους διάφορους στόχους της βιώσιμης ανάπτυξης, αν κάποιος κάνει την ανάλυση. Θα δείτε εκεί που είναι κόκκινα είναι αυτά που δώσαμε για την κλιματική αλλαγή. Αλλά δώσαμε και αρκετά σε πράγματα που επίσης είχαμε αδυναμίες. Αυτό τι σημαίνει? Ότι έρχονται και κουμπώνουν. Εκεί πέρα που είχαμε σημαντικές αδυναμίες, φαίνεται ότι το RFF μας έδωσε αρκετά χρήματα. Άρα υπάρχει μια συνέπεια στην πολιτική μας. Εγώ να πω ότι όσον αφορά την επιχειρηματικότητα, πολύ σημαντικό είναι το μέρος της Ευρωπαϊκής Πράσινης Συμφωνίας. Όχι μόνο αυτό που θέτει τους στόχους, και πρόσφατα περάσαμε έναν κλιματικό νόμο, ο οποίος είναι ικανοποιητικός, δεν είναι τέλειος, αλλά είναι ικανοποιητικός για αρχή και μπορεί να αναβαθμιστεί. Πολύ σημαντικό κομμάτι είναι το EU Taxonomy. Γιατί είναι σημαντικό? Γιατί σου λέει πρώτον ότι θα πάρεις καλό δάνειο αν η επένδυση σου θεωρηθεί πράσινη, και πράσινη επένδυση θεωρείται αυτή που εστιάζει σε μείωση των εκπομπών του θερμοκηπίου, σε προσαρμογή στην κλιματική αλλαγή, σε επενδύσεις στην κυκλική οικονομία, σε επενδύσεις στην αειφόρο διαχείριση του νερού και των ωκεανών και σε επενδύσεις στην προστασία και αναβάθμιση της βιοποικιλότητας. Άρα θα πάρεις καλά terms for your loans, θα πάρεις φτηνή χρηματοδότηση αν εστιάσεις σε αυτά. Και αυτό είναι το taxonomy που λέμε, η ταξινομία της Ευρωπαϊκής Πράσινη Συμφωνία. Μαζί με αυτό όμως γίνεται και μια άλλη μεγάλη ιστορία, η οποία άπτεται του Proposal for Corporate Sustainability Directive. Η κάθε εταιρεία, η οποία είναι μεγάλη, αλλά μέχρι το 2026 αυτό θα αφορά και τα SMEs, θα πρέπει να υποβάλει Sustainability Report, το οποίο δεν θα είναι όπως αυτά που υπάρχουν. Το Sustainability Report αυτό έχει αυστηρές προδιαγραφές. Η πληροφορία που πρέπει να μπει μέσα έχει οριστεί. Είναι λεπτομερής, θα γίνεται monitor και assess, και επίσης θα είναι digitally tagged για να μπορεί να ελέγχεται σε real time. Και τέλος, ακόμα και στο asset management, το European Taxonomy βάζει sustainability principles. Αυτό έχει δώσει μια μεγάλη αγωνία σε όλα τα corporates του κόσμου και στο financial sector για το πώς θα μάθουν, πώς θα αποκτήσουν το capacity να κάνουν σωστά αυτά τα λεγόμενα ESG, Environmental Social Governance Criteria, στα οποία βασίζονται τα Sustainability Report. Το δικό μου, και θα κλείσω με αυτό, Θοδωρή, το δικό μου advice, η δική μου συμβουλή, τα ESG είναι πιο μικρά από τα SDGs. Με ποια έννοια? Ότι αν κάνεις το Sustainability Report σου βάσει των SDGs, το Sustainable Development Goals, θα δεις πάρα πολλά πράγματα που κάνει η εταιρεία σου που μπορεί να μπει στο Sustainability Report και να πάρεις credit γι' αυτό. Γι' αυτό η κάθε μεγάλη εταιρεία θα πρέπει να επενδύσει σε capacity building για να μπορέσει να αναδιαθρώσει το business plan της, ακόμα και το production line της, με τρόπο που θα της δώσει ένα sustainability report που θα είναι έγκυρο, αλλά δεν θα το κάνει μόνο γιατί υπάρχει το regulation. Θα το κάνει γιατί οι εταιρείες που προσαρμόζονται στο νέο regulation, δηλαδή οι εταιρείες που θα είναι και πιο clean, πιο καθαρές όσον αφορά το αποτύπωμα τους στο περιβάλλον και πιο κοινωνικά ευαίσθητες, δηλαδή το κοινωνικά τους αποτύπωμα, θέσεις εργασίας, συνθήκες εργασίας και πιο καινοτόμες. Η καινοτομία είναι τεράστιο θέμα. Θα πρέπει αυτές οι εταιρείες είναι αυτές που φαίνονται στις δικές μας αναλύσεις ότι είναι οι πιο profitable. Άρα επένδυση στην καινοτομία και στην αναδιάρθρωση των business plan, ούτως ώστε να μπορέσουν οι επιχειρήσεις να ανταποκριθούν στο θεσμικό πλαίσιο, το οποίο όμως είναι συνεπές με αύξηση της κερδοφορίας.
Έχουμε κάποια εργαλεία.
So there are some tools that the companies can use. There are some incentives. Mr. Maniatis, you talked about some sectors where opportunities can be identified and where some progress has been made in our country. Very briefly, please, in order to close this round of interventions, and since we don't have much time, how much companies... Excuse me, but the sound was cut. Why should there be in the Greek market 22 businesses that compete with each other? Don't worry. The good thing is that they're not competing in Greece. All of them are export-driven. They employ approximately 3,500 people. And to share some good news with you, recently a ranking was published about the 20 best and biggest global companies of solar heaters producing companies, 3 of which are companies. I was deeply moved when I saw this ranking. Okay, one hears these numbers and immediately thinks of the pathogenicities of the Greek entrepreneurship, even in sectors which now should be in the position to make the most of the opportunities. And one can't help but wonder, is the Greek entrepreneurship ready? It is possibly the only case, you know, and I'm saying that because the state hasn't paid any attention to these people. That is why these people turn the 65% of their production to exports. They export to Israel, United States, China, Japan, the Gulf countries. Thank God the state did not intervene. They are fully competitive and have the best products. But allow me to say the following as well. There is a multitude of other small, medium enterprises or even bigger enterprises that, and Kostis knows that very well, that also focus on energy saving and on the energy upgrading of buildings. I was saying earlier that half of the way that we need to cover in order to develop a virtuous energy system is saving. 75% of the materials used in order to ensure energy saving in a building is produced by the Greek companies. These companies, these businesses know exactly what they do. The engineers working in that sector know what they do. So what we have to do is to help them. We need to develop national championships and help all these entrepreneurs become even more extrovert. When 75% of the raw materials for the saving is produced by your own businesses that employ over 50,000 people, Greece, instead of importing products which are manufactured by other countries outside Greece, should focus on financing, on developing the adequate institutional framework in order to support the society and the country, because we want that. Everyone wants that. So, to summarize, apart from what we said already, there is a series of many other businesses. For example, the businesses operating in the aluminum sector, we need to support them. There are so many other raw materials like cables, pipes, solar boilers, heat pumps, geothermal equipment. I'm saying that because in Greece there is a lack of national strategy for the support of Greek businesses that manufacture and produce raw materials or services which can be used for the green transition. We act as if we don't even understand that it's one thing to import a ready car that costs 30,000 and then bring it here without me adding any added value, and it's a different thing having a solar boiler that has been produced by Greek hands. I'm giving you these two extreme examples because this national strategy, unfortunately, is absent. We have funding tools in our hands. We must develop this national strategy. You talked about the program Εξοικονομώ κατοίκων, I Save at Home, which was very effective, and it led to the energy upgrading of, unfortunately, some thousands of buildings. You're right, yes. Greece has 7 million houses, out of which 3 million are old ones. 1.5 million have a double glazing, and the rest not. So what do we need to do? Is there any possibility to resolve all this only with this program, Εξοικονομώ κατοίκων? No. 30,000, 40,000 buildings can benefit from this program. We have 3 million houses. So what we need to do is find ways to upgrade these houses. If we don't have the necessary money, what can we do? Provide tax incentives. And I will give you an example. And please close with that. Yes. Hear me out. This market doesn't exist yet. The state receives zero money from the upgrading of houses. Since it is an inexistent market, what's your problem to provide incentives to a market from which you receive nothing, whereas by providing these incentives, we will get the 24 VAT tax and also get revenues from the people who will get employed in this market. So by providing these incentives, for example, tax exemption, you may then collect the VAT and the income tax. Italy is already doing all this. So if we want to follow this path, this virtuous path that will lead us to energy saving, then we'll need to think out of the box. We can do it.
And since we're at a region where supposedly, we were meant to be hit by an extreme natural disease phenomenon, which actually didn't, it was just some strong rain. So please let us close by giving a glimpse of the future to our audience. Could you show us a map or just describe what will things look in a few years? Well, 1 or 2 at least. Let's see how this area will look like in the middle of this new century. Well, I heard Yannis very attentively, and he's right. But we should also see at what the state has done, because thankfully or unfortunately, this is the main axis. So in this country, so since 2010 until today, 35% of the electricity produced in the country is through RES. So this came through a policy that we managed through some problems, of course, but we managed to reach that, and even through the crisis. So this is good. In the beginning of this year, 55% of the electricity produced in the country came from the RES, wind and solar power. Now, so this is the future. As long as we think about hydrocarbons, well, we're losing what we have gained from all these efforts that we've made. So we have to look, we have to shape the future, looking into the past and avoiding to make mistakes. So this is actually a map that is projecting. I'll take some of Yannis. Unfortunately, we don't have time. Okay, so these is the vulnerability of the agriculture and in Greece. You see areas that are very vulnerable for agriculture. So these are not scenarios from the future because this is less credible. The scenarios we have put into good use for this simulation have been based on what the changes that we had from 1981 to 2010. So they are considered as credible in foreseeing the future. This is not a certitude. This is an assessment. This is an estimate. So these are the most vulnerable areas. And what does that mean to those who are working in the central government and regional government? They have to foresee the policies that will allow these areas to adapt. And that is translated into infrastructure, keeping water, having water tanks, changing even the use of cultivation. So these are issues that might sound taboo or difficult, but they have to be taken care of. And this is where we see things and how they stand for example, dryness, etc. We'll see all that in great detail. So this is what will take place in every area, what we expect that it will happen in every area. And this brings us in front of our responsibilities. Nobody can say, I don't know, I have no idea what might happen. No one can claim they don't know or they can't imagine. So we have to start working in a different way in this country. Of course, there's many steps that are taken, not always towards the right direction, but we have to really trust into science. And the only positive element is that, once again, science was... Thaddoris, 1 minute. No, we have no... Just allow me to say one thing. In July 6th, there will be the official launch of Climate Hub of the UN, and we have the honor to have its headquarters in Greece.
Δεν θα κάνει προβλέψεις για το κλίμα, δεν θα κάνει το climate science, θα κάνει τις λεπτομερείς pathways, τα λεπτομερή μονοπάτια, ούτως ώστε κάθε χώρα να μπορέσει να φτάσει στο climate neutrality. Αυτά είναι ένα μείγμα από τεχνολογία που τα ερευνητικά μας κέντρα, τα πανεπιστήμια μας και το σύστημα καινοτομίας έχουν αρχίσει να γίνονται πάρα πολύ δυνατά στις τεχνολογίες που χρειαζόμαστε, στο μείγμα της τεχνολογίας που χρειαζόμαστε και επίσης θα δείχνει και από πού θα χρηματοδοτηθεί αυτή η μετάβαση.
Finance this transition. We're very happy that this will take place here and with Jeff Saxter. Okay, we can't wait. Thank you very much for following us. And let's hope that we get a little bit wiser together.
Καλησπέρα σας. Είμαι ιδιαίτερα...
Good afternoon. I am very emotional being here because I come from Peloponnesus, and Patras was the first window of Greece towards the west. It's a beautiful city, and I'm so happy to have to moderate a panel with those great speakers regarding financial tools for innovative entrepreneurship and the role of diaspora. Please, I start with the questions addressed to the distinguished speakers. I would like to say that innovative entrepreneurship is actually very much the buzzwords right now in Greece. And if we think about that, we see that entrepreneurship is everywhere and innovation as well. There's all the companies such as a spin-off of Gizelis. However, it is mostly part of the startup businesses ecosystem that is dating just a decade in Greece. So allow me to say here that mapping this ecosystem has been completed, and the analysis shows very clearly how practically all startups are using technology independently of the sector on which they operate. Furthermore, these businesses are very extrovert. They have specific characteristics that usually, that typically Greek enterprises do not share. So in this innovative ecosystem, there is a great need for furthering the financial tools. Most of these startups have started with capitals up to 10,000 euros, and most have a turnover of less than 100,000 euros. And here where we have to see what are the financial tools that have to be accessible to these startups, when do they have to be given. Sometimes is too much money given to these startups actually stifling the production, and also the diaspora. The diaspora is a very complex element that is changing and shapes differently in the years. So diaspora was always a Greek element, but at this moment we don't have a good map of the diaspora, and we wanted, starting in December, putting this on the map. So I would like to give the floor to my distinguished guests. First, I would like to give the floor to Andreas Katsaniotis, Deputy Minister of Diaspora Greeks. The second speaker will be Haris Lambropoulos, President of the Hellenic Development Bank of Investment. That is actually what we call the super fund for investment. We also have among us Dr. Paris Kokorotsikos, CEO of Euroconsultants and a visiting professor at the Hellenic University. So I'm not the only professor here. I have some fellow professor with me. And then I also have Sotiris Hiagas from Venture Stories Partners. He has actually a vast experience through his experience and from Tax Capital, and he's mostly working with Parisian seed businesses, and this is where the financial tool comes into place. And finally, we have Mr. Konstantinos Drougos, CEO of Oasis Carbon Management and advisor to the Greek House Davos, and he is also very active in the Happens. Everybody knows about this. So, Minister, please let us know what is your vision when it comes to the Greek diaspora. What do you want to introduce in the linking of the Greek diaspora and the innovative entrepreneurship of Greek startups? Thank you for inviting me. What is important, and you've talked about it before, is the fact that we're in Patras. Patras is the place where the first big wave of Greeks living as immigrants came to this port. So this was the first big wave of Greeks that tried to go abroad, especially in the United States and then in Canada, in order to find a better life. So these people who started from here and managed to reach the States and live there in the United States, Canada, and then Australia, well, they succeeded. They succeeded much more than those who stayed in Greece have arrived to actually managed to achieve. And they also managed to convey to the great-grandchildren the love for Greece. And to me, this is very moving, being in the States, being in Canada, and finding very successful businessmen of Greek descent whose Greek is not good. However, their soul is full of Greece, as Greek as we cannot even fathom. So these people have a great need. And they have to really find a connection to be able to have a contact point with the homeland, which is Greece. So these are people who are successful, as I said before. They have not only the money, but they have something more important, the connection. You know that the people who are either finances or professors, well, the way they are connected with the markets abroad, this is more important than financing. So the people of the diaspora, second or third generation, they have the money, they have the resources, but they also have another level of diaspora, because these are the people who left a few years ago, and they have knowledge that they have acquired in Greece. So we're talking about the brain drain. People who studied in Greece, who grew up in Greece, but unfortunately, due to the crisis, they had to become the last wave of Greek diaspora. So we all understand that diaspora is not only one. No, it's a mosaic. And right now we are in this globalized world. And in fact, this is a great help to Greece, because there's a network of people with great know-how, because things have changed. The Greek diaspora is not the same as 100 years ago. Of course, you were talking about the mapping. We are currently starting a great process of mapping the scientists/researchers, Greeks, who live abroad. This is fantastic. And we are estimating, and we only have some data that these are over 60,000. We're talking about postgrad researchers, Greeks either belong to the diaspora or Greeks who recently left Greece. So right now they are working on several fields, and they're creating knowledge, they're producing knowledge. You know, the great thing about this country is knowledge. Indeed. Yes. So if we manage to have a map of who they are in order to use them in a way. Who would have known Boulas without COVID? Yes, of course, COVID helped so much that we got to know the Greek scientists abroad. Well, COVID allowed science to regain its position and the position it deserves. So we have to map out the Greek researchers and scientists, connect them to Greece. And I would like to tell you that already with the University of Patras, we have started a big effort so as to have all the alumni of Patras who are working abroad mapped in a list. And that should be a case study, so that all Greek universities would have to list their researchers, all their alumni, and who also have become businessmen, and where they are all over the world. So right now, we just imagine how many of them are. Well, if we do that, we'll know how many of them there are. That's a great initiative. I mean, this is an example that should every Greek university follow. Yes, the same goes for us.
Okay. Could you tell us which are the new financing tools and how is diaspora involved with this and how
Καλησπερίζω και εγώ, και εγώ είμαι ιδιαίτερα συγκινημένος, διότι εκτός από την ιδιότητα που φέρω αυτή τη στιγμή, είμαι και μέλος ΔΕΠ. Είμαι επίκουρος καθηγητής στο Πανεπιστήμιο της Πάτρας και τα ερευνητικά μου ενδιαφέροντα αναφέρονται σε αυτό που αναδείξαμε νομίζω μέχρι στιγμής όλοι και στη συνέχεια θα αναδειχθεί, στα οικονομικά περί το ανθρώπινο κεφάλαιο, δηλαδή στη γνώση, στα οικονομικά της γνώσης. Και η σημερινή εποχή, πέρα από τις μεγάλες προκλήσεις και ανατροπές που όλοι βιώνουμε, χαρακτηρίζεται από την οικονομία της γνώσης, μέσα από τις προκλήσεις που έχουν να κάνουν με την καινοτομία και την καινοτόμο επιχειρηματικότητα και φυσικά μέσα από τις προκλήσεις που ακούσαμε και στο προηγούμενο πάνελ για την εφαρμογή των στόχων βιωσιμότητας, γιατί η ανάπτυξη χωρίς βιωσιμότητα είναι μία τρύπα στο νερό πλέον και δεν είναι αυτό που λέμε κάτι το οποίο μπορούμε να κληροδοτήσουμε στα παιδιά μας. Να πω δύο λόγια για τον οργανισμό τον οποίο εκπροσωπώ και εξού και τα χρηματοδοτικά εργαλεία που θα αναφέρω. Η ΑΤΕ, η Ελληνική Αναπτυξιακή Τράπεζα Επενδύσεων, είναι το πρώην ΤΑΝΕΟ, το πρώην Ταμείο Ανάπτυξης Νέας Οικονομίας και στην ουσία αποτελεί, όπως είπατε και εσείς, το υπερταμείο επενδύσεων σε κεφάλαια επιχειρηματικών συμμετοχών, δηλαδή σε venture capital και private equity, όπως είναι γνωστά. Και ο στόχος μας είναι να χρηματοδοτούμε με τα προγράμματα και τα χρήματα, τους πόρους που διαχειριζόμαστε την ανάπτυξη, γι' αυτό και έχουμε και το μότο μας, το ένα είναι We Invest for Growth και το δεύτερο μότο είναι Financing Innovation, δηλαδή πώς το πετυχαίνουμε αυτό μέσα από τη χρηματοδότηση της καινοτομίας. Έρχομαι λοιπόν να πω ότι αυτή τη στιγμή, στη σημερινή συγκυρία, μέσα από μια ιστορική διαδρομή των Jeremys, του Equifund, η κυβέρνηση έχει καταφέρει, ή η συγκυρία μάλλον αυτή τη στιγμή έχει ευθυγραμμίσει διάφορους παράγοντες, δηλαδή φιλοεπενδυτική πολιτική, διαθεσιμότητα πόρων, νομοθετικό πλαίσιο, γενικότερες δράσεις και δραστηριότητες, όπου μπορούν να συμβάλλουν στην κλιμάκωση, στο scale-up που λέμε, των δραστηριοτήτων που οι πολιτικοί μας βοηθούν για να υλοποιηθούν. Από την πλευρά μας λοιπόν εμείς διαχειριζόμαστε αρκετά χρήματα, 2,1 δισεκατομμύρια ευρώ, και όλα τα προγράμματά μας στην ουσία είτε αναφέρονται είτε καλύπτουν ένα μεγάλο μέρος του καινοτόμου επιχειρήν. Αναφέρονται σε διαχειριστές κεφαλαίων, δηλαδή σε fund managers, οι οποίοι μας υποβάλλουν τα επιχειρηματικά και επενδυτικά του σχέδια και την επενδυτική του στρατηγική. Η επενδυτική στρατηγική θα πρέπει να έχει στοιχεία καινοτομίας, δηλαδή για τις μικρομεσαίες επιχειρήσεις τις οποίες επενδύουν κεφαλαιοποιώντας τις, δηλαδή βοηθώντας και βελτιώνοντας τα ποιοτικά χαρακτηριστικά του ισολογισμού των ιδίων κεφαλαίων, οπότε βοηθώντας τις εταιρείες να έχουν καλύτερη πρόσβαση σε άλλα χρηματοδοτικά εργαλεία πιο παραδοσιακά, δηλαδή σε τραπεζικό δανεισμό, σε αναπτυξιακούς νόμους, σε ΕΣΠΑ κλπ. Άρα να κλιμακώσουν και αυτή την παρουσία τους και να μεγαλώσουν και να μπορέσουν να επιχειρήσουν πιο δυναμικά. Αγγίζουν λοιπόν εν πολλοίς το κομμάτι της καινοτομίας, της εξωστρέφειας και της πράσινης και βιώσιμης ανάπτυξης. Άρα και γι' αυτό ζητάμε και από τους fund managers, πέρα από το reporting που κάνουν, πέρα από τις οικονομικές καταστάσεις από ορκωτούς που μας υποβάλλουν για τα χρηματοοικονομικά, να υποβάλλουν και τα λεγόμενα ESG reports, και με τα τελευταία κεφάλαια που αναφέρθηκαν πριν και έχουμε τη τιμή να διαχειριζόμαστε 500 εκατομμύρια σαν πλατφόρμα ιδίων κεφαλαίων του Εθνικού Σχεδίου Ελλάδα 2.0, του RRF δηλαδή, των κεφαλαίων των ευρωπαϊκών του RRF, μπαίνουν και τα do no significant harm στοιχεία που ζητάνε παραπάνω σεβασμό στα διάφορα, στις διάφορες επιλογές χρηματοδοτήσεων. Να πω ότι από την πλευρά μας μέχρι στιγμής έχουν συσταθεί τα τελευταία 2 χρόνια 13 venture capital funds. Ένα είναι και του κυρίου Σιάγα που θα πει περισσότερα και για τη στρατηγική τους στη συνέχεια. Έχουμε επενδύσει περί τα 300 εκατομμύρια ευρώ και τα κεφάλαια που διαχειρίζονται αυτά τα funds, γιατί για να μπορέσει ένα fund να λειτουργήσει και να συμμετέχουμε κι εμείς ως επενδυτές για λογαριασμό του δημοσίου, θα πρέπει να αντλήσουν και ιδιωτικούς πόρους. Τα συνολικά κεφάλαια λοιπόν είναι 900 εκατομμύρια. Άρα έχουν κάποιους ισχυρούς πολλαπλασιαστές και συνολικά πιστεύουμε ότι με βάση και τα υπόλοιπα διαθέσιμα χρηματοδοτικά εργαλεία μπορούν να μοχλεύσουν στην πραγματική οικονομία 8 με 9 δισεκατομμύρια ευρώ. Άρα λοιπόν το κομμάτι των κεφαλαίων είναι διαθέσιμο, υπάρχει μεγάλη προοπτική, η επόμενη μεγάλη πρόκληση για το ελληνικό επιχειρήν, ειδικά στο κομμάτι της καινοτομίας, είναι η εξωστρέφεια της έρευνας, δηλαδή τα πανεπιστήμια μας και όσοι έχουμε υπάρξει μέσα ή όσοι διαβάζουν απ' έξω έχουν κάνει καταπληκτικές πρωτιές, παράγουν υψηλής ποιότητας ερευνητές. Άρα λοιπόν η εξωστρέφεια αυτής της έρευνας και η προσέλκυση κεφαλαίων από το εξωτερικό για να επενδύσουν σε αυτήν θα είναι κάτι πάρα πολύ σημαντικό και θα δώσει μεγάλη προστιθέμενη αξία στην ελληνική οικονομία. Να ρωτήσετε βεβαίως. Ναι, εγώ θέλω να πω ότι η καινοτομία δεν είναι πανάκια, δεν είναι κάτι που είναι μια ωραία λέξη και τη λέμε. Εάν κάποιος περί τα οικονομικά δει πώς οι σύγχρονες θεωρίες οικονομικής ανάπτυξης έχουν εξελιχθεί, είναι ο συντελεστής που βγαίνει έξω από τη συνάρτηση παραγωγής και πολλαπλασιάζει και μοχλεύει όλους τους υπόλοιπους. Δηλαδή με τα ίδια inputs, με τις ίδιες εισρωές, υιοθετώντας καινοτομία, υπάρχει ένας πολλαπλασιαστής που βοηθάει. Και έχουμε παραδείγματα πολλών χωρών, π.χ. το Ισραήλ.
Okay, in Greece, we can say that through the system of startups has now promoted an extrovert innovation. And I would like to ask you the following. Greece is not just Athens, and according to the survey I mentioned earlier, we know that although the startups ecosystem was located by 80% in Athens, now is approximately 50% in Athens. That is, only half of the startups are in Athens, and now the regions attract many of them. Have you taken into account this in your strategy? How do you also plan to finance companies that operate in the regions?
Εμείς από την πλευρά μας, βεβαίως. Καταρχάς, τα προγράμματά μας ακολουθούν την καινοτόμο αντίληψη των open calls, των ανοιχτών προσκλήσεων. Δηλαδή, να μην στρεβλώνεται η αγορά και αν μου επιτρέπετε η έκφραση και να μπουκώνεις με χρήματα σε μια δεδομένη στιγμή, αλλά να αφήνεις την αγορά να σου πει πότε τα θέλει, οπότε να μπορείς να ανταποκρίνεσαι σε μια τέτοια ζήτηση. Και η δεύτερη παράμετρος που ενθαρρύνουμε και έχουμε παράδειγμα εδώ στο πάνελ το οποίο θα αναφερθεί, είναι να δημιουργηθούν και regional funds, δηλαδή και επιχειρηματικά κεφάλαια τα οποία να επενδύουν στην ελληνική περιφέρεια. Ιδιαίτερα δε αυτό συνδυαζόμενο και με αυτό που είπα πριν, με την εξωστρέφεια της έρευνας από τα πανεπιστήμια, δηλαδή αυτή τη στιγμή που έχουμε τη χαρά να είμαστε στην Πάτρα, που η Πάτρα είναι το πιο ζωηρό και ζωντανό παράδειγμα στην Πελοπόννησο, στην περιφέρεια Δυτικής Ελλάδας και της ευρύτερης περιφέρειας Πελοποννήσου. Ξέρουμε ότι επενδύουν και έχουν έρθει πρόσφατα και έχουν κάνει γραφεία οι λεγόμενες Big φόροι, μεγάλες ελεγκτικές και συμβουλευτικές εταιρείες. Γιατί το κάνουν αυτό? Γιατί κάτι βλέπουν ότι έρχεται. Δεν ανοίγουν γραφεία για να φύγουν από τη βολή τους από την Αθήνα, να εκμεταλλευτούν και το τοπικό ταλέντο και να δώσουν την ευκαιρία να αναδειχθούν περισσότερο οι επιχειρηματικές δράσεις που δεν είναι τόσο γνωστές στην Αθήνα. Βεβαίως η Ελλάδα δεν είναι η Αθήνα. Εμάς μας ενδιαφέρει πάρα πολύ αυτό. Οι προσκλήσεις μας είναι ανοιχτές. Το site μας είναι γνωστό, hdbi.gr. Οι ενδιαφερόμενοι μπορούν να πληροφορηθούν. Υπάρχει πλήρης ενημέρωση σε αυτό και νομίζω ότι η επόμενη μέρα θα μας βρει καλύτερους δεδομένων και των διεθνών συνθήκων. Αυτό που είπε ο Υπουργός πριν και είναι και το κομμάτι του πάνελ, η διασπορά μπορεί να παίξει πάρα πολύ σημαντικό ρόλο και για την εξωστρέφεια των ελληνικών επιχειρήσεων που επενδύουν τα ελληνικά funds ή άλλοι επενδυτές, αλλά και για την προσέλκυση κεφαλαίων για να επενδύσουν σε αυτούς τους διαχειριστές κεφαλαίων.
Startup να διεθνοποιηθούν.
Is to allow Greek startups to become global, to get some branches abroad, or to become a new Silicon Valley, if you like. So from the Deputy Minister and from you, we got some very positive messages, and I would like you to congratulate you on that because you are making some practical steps. Would you like to add something?
Να πω ότι αυτή τη στιγμή αυτό που έλεγε ο Υπουργός πριν, τώρα μου ήρθε στο μυαλό, υπάρχει το Startup Registry, δηλαδή έχει ολοκληρωθεί αυτό. Έχει καταγραφεί ποια είναι η κοινότητα της νεοφυούς επιχειρηματικότητας με το Elevate Greece. Με το καλό, εγώ θα ήθελα να πω και το είπαμε και σε μια δημόσια συζήτηση με τον κύριο Δήμα, να υπάρχει και ένα Research Registry, να καταγραφεί και η ερευνητική δραστηριότητα και βεβαίως να γίνει και η καταγραφή από τον Υπουργό των ατόμων της διασποράς που έχουν και υψηλό ανθρώπινο κεφάλαιο και αγάπη για την πατρίδα και μπορούν να αποτελέσουν και μια αφορμή για επαναπατρισμό αυτού του, για brain gain που λέμε.
Yes, so that Greece can become a dynamic country in the region and manage to reverse the deindustrialization. Yes, allow me to share some news with you. This morning, in the context of this conference, when Mr. Plevris and Mr. Gaga were talking about the criteria, or better, about what they will give as incentives so as to attract doctors into the Greek public health, I said to Ms. Gaga that we need to have a talk so that the Ministry of Health provides some incentives to the doctors, and so that then we can communicate that to the doctors who have studied for 10 years in Greece but then left in order to work abroad. Doctors who have an additional incentive to return to the country. Brain gain is not an easy task. It is a process that must be applied on a daily basis. Greece needs to bring back these people. These people studied with the money of the Greek taxpayer and then they left in order to work abroad. They need to come back. We need these brains. The added value of the country, if you want, the economic added value lies in the minds of the young people who sit at the back. Yes, this is the future, and I also teach entrepreneurship in the Economic University of Athens, and I keep on telling them that. And unfortunately, there is no indicator in the economic system that shows the true value of these young people. Yes, now we can move on, having heard this very optimistic message, and we now give the floor to Mr. Kokoritsiko. By the way, you have a video, a PowerPoint to show. Yes, okay. He will talk to us about what exists and what is missing from the regional innovation systems, and he will focus on Patras. He will talk about the multiple benefits of the new financing tools. Thank you very much. for the invitation and for this very interesting discussion we are having. I want to show you a couple of slides, not more. Slides about the successful innovation ecosystems, and then I will focus on Patras to see what we do have and what we are lacking. What we are lacking in order to reach the level of some other ecosystems in Europe. Let's not talk about Silicon Valley. There are some ecosystems here in Europe, and I will give you some data. The successful innovation ecosystems in Europe are systems that are next to small and middle-sized cities. Utrecht, next to the University of Utrecht. Leuven, the Technological Park of Leuven, next to the University of Leuven. Lund and Malmö in Sweden, not in Stockholm, as one would expect. Oxford and Cambridge, and not London, for example, in the UK. So all the innovation ecosystems are based on a combination of factors, the basic of which is a university with serious STEM specialties, with research results, with international networking and activity. And next to that, of course, there is the state, the region. There are different other bodies, which, okay, they exist in Greece, all of which are interconnected. There are, however, many other financing tools. One of the most important financing tools, are the tools that transform research into commercial results. And I'm talking about the stage before the emergence of the commercial venture capitals, which take risks, but at an early stage, they operate and are present there. Here in Patras, as you have said, there is an ecosystem. However, last year, in the context of a study we conducted on behalf of the region, we realized that the different factors of this ecosystem have nothing to be jealous of the ecosystems of Utrecht, of Lund. There are incubators, there is a small technological park, which could increase in size because there is a new generation of technological parks. It has the capacity to grow, and there is the market that allows it to grow. However, what is missing is the financing of the transformation of the early stage to grow. Here, in this case, there are the funds in Athens, from Athens, and it is also known that best results are ensured when you have the ecosystem in close cooperation with an early stage fund which will get the added value from the growing of these companies and then invest this added value again in the area. Of course, these companies have increased in size. They employ people in the region. They have an important footprint on the area, but it would be even better if a large part of the added value would be reinvested in other startups, because this reinvestment feeds the cycle of growing. And we believe that this is what the Patras ecosystem is lacking and should be added. Excellent. Now, let's move on to Mr. Sotiris Tsiagas, who will talk to us about the different approach that the funds should follow in the regions. I had a talk with him and asked him, should we have regional funds? And the answer was yes.
I would like to thank you. Also, it's a great for inviting me. It's a great pleasure to be in Patras. I have been born in Thessaloniki. However, my father is originally from Patras, so Yes, I'm very happy to be here. Well, the thing is, at the panel we have Mr. Labropoulos, who is the main investor in venture capital fund that we in Tax Capital, which is and I'm partner there. So the help we had from the Hellenic Development and Investment Bank at the beginning was incredible by Mr. Labropoulos as well as his main collaborator, Mrs. Hardopoulou, and so this is a team that is managing currently a huge capital. So why am I here? Well, I would like to convey my own point of view because tax started and we still have this characteristic. So we're receiving proposals from submissions from everywhere. But we started as original pre-seed. So we are not the original growth fund now. We're original pre-seed, and the basis of our company, the seed of our company, is actually Thessaloniki. So we're trying to identify the opportunities there, and we want to create a financial tool that will be right next to the place where ideas spring in order to have a hands-on approach. So we work a lot with the teams in order to bring them to a level that will allow them to turn towards bigger capital. So we start like that. We have been working for 18 months with the support of the Hellenic Development and Investment Bank and with private investors who, most of them don't come from the diaspora. We were talking with Konstantinos yesterday, but these are people who have rather recently left for abroad, and I think they would love to find an opportunity and get back to Greece, return. So we also have these LPs, our limited partners, and they have actually invested in these companies, aiming at when these businesses become vaster, they can come back and allow them to grow furthermore. So this is actually really close to what we were talking about, how the Greeks of the diaspora, all those who left during the crisis, can really contribute to the things we do here. So I see some changes with the hub that has been created for startups, and clearly in Greece, Athens is actually the one that traditionally has been attracting capitals as well as people. But in order to be able to have regional growth, and they really believe in us, so we have to have also regional players that will bring to the surface these small diamonds that the big funds want to find. And this is how it starts regionally, and then it becomes national. So there's always a bigger fish, if you like, to attract. Now, it's very important to have the regional funds that are also they're in the initial stages, because you have this geographical proximity. You have to be close to the team. You have to be next to the team to which you will invest. So we're building a small ecosystem next to the fund, where the partners of the fund. So we build an ecosystem of people that offer the main, if you like, services required in order to increase their technological level. And I see many similarities between the areas where we work in Thessaloniki and Patras, because they both have a vast history, universities, companies that set up their research centers in order to tap into this knowledge. So they're not the capital, but the capital cities in the regions. And this offers many opportunities, not only for new businesses, but also in order to have people who offer. And this is a whole ecosystem that will assist the startups and also provide them with the managers. Mr. Labropoulos, for example, I recently heard him talk, and it's the first time where a fund of funds that we have currently in Greece is looking in a very positive light the teams that for the first time want to work on that field. I mean, to become capital managers and invest either in their area or outside of it. That gives the opportunity to young people who wish to either become businessmen, find a regional fund that will allow them to move to take the next step, or even people who would like to be on the other side and slowly get this dynamic started. So allow me to ask, what is a characteristic of these startups? So are there boring levels in those who are extrovert? Are they, or they're probably high-tech, if not deep-tech? Yes, indeed. Since the beginning, and this is actually what we have agreed on with ATE, they're all companies part of the fourth industrial revolution. So allow me to say that most of them, yes, indeed, they are tech, if not deep tech or high tech. And they're introvert? No, of course, they're extrovert. We want all the startups to have the opportunity to think globally. However, since we have this regional characteristic, we start at a very early level. Just a little bit after what Mr. Kokoritsko said, once it's set up, we're not working while there's the ideation, because that's we have prototype, MVP, and initial traction. Okay, so clearly, yes, the idea is already there, so we're at the prototype level where there's something we want to improve, and we actually put in the money that's required in order to make the minimum viable product, MVP. So we'll go out in the market, we'll have some positive as well as negative feedback. There'll be some traction, that is clients who are willing to pay, and then we'll reach a stage where the company, that's quite cliche to talk about product market fit. We want to find the problem solution fit. To have that, and then the product market fit will come afterwards when we'll have a little bit more money. So this is what we're working. In 18 months, we've seen more than 18 proposals and submissions. Not all were winners, but 70% come from the wider area where we work. The rest come from the rest of Greece or abroad. And you think that these are good enough to become global? Well, in 18 months, we'll have a portfolio of 5 investments, 20 months, if you like. So the most important for me is that out of these 5 proposals, out of these proposals that are already defined, we have a circle of 15 to 20 companies that we've been working with for a year, and we're interested in this investing. So if you find a good team that has a product that you think is worthwhile, well, you can put it in a market that's big enough and things move forward. So all these efforts usually have some issues. There might be, for example, some people in the team that are not interested in continuing when this gets bigger. So part of our team is to get all these teams at all stages. And so apart from the technology, that which we have, because it comes from universities and research and the community that has worked on the technology, so we want them to be set up in a way that when we want to contact either clients or investors, they have to be clean-cut and will be able to manage things. Very interesting. Would you like to add something for I know that when it comes to Patras, there's actually unlimited opportunities, and I would love to become more involved. I mean, as much as I can help, this would be ideal. And after Thessaloniki, where I grew up, I think Patras is ideal. Yes, of course, and it's nice to have both feet on different cities. And now we'll move to Mr. Drougos, who will be talking to us about the regional centers and how they can attract human resources as well as financial resources from the diaspora. First of all, allow me to thank the organizers for inviting me to Patras. I don't often get the opportunity to come here, so I had also I was glad to meet very interesting people. And Paris told me that this is one of the main hub in Greece when it comes to ideas and startups. So it is an opportunity to look for myself at the ecosystem that builds that. So having lived for 35 years in the States, I'm back for 3 or 4 years. One of the main issues, and I think it has already been touched upon, is that apart from the fact that there have to be projects, pipeline as we call it, in order to attract investments, well, with what has been suggested until now, one of the questions that all my friends used to ask, so what are the Greeks bringing to the table? You want us to find every solution. So in that case, in the case of the funds, well, we have a crossover in participation and, of course, the private participation. So it's when one has to assess any investment, and the risk assessment is very important. So when you asked me to talk about diaspora, I had to go and read up. Oh, well, I gave you some homework, I'm afraid. Okay, so there are approximately 10 million Greeks outside of Greece. And we're talking, so first they range from brain drain to 10th generations. And there's also a large part that, well, there's the Greek Pontian diaspora that goes back 1,000 years, and they are very present in Greece as well as in other countries. So I also phoned up some friends to see what. Well, people asked me to speak to that panel. What should I? And they gave me some ideas. So there are also some billionaires, Greek billionaires all over the continent. Only in Nigeria there are more than 5, and they're not only found in the States, and there are also others in over 50 countries, and they are of Greek descent. So they come to Greece. Padae comes to Greece. They come more often. Lou comes much more often. So there is, of course, there are things to say about it. There's also Israel, who's survival-driven. And I also spoke to my Indian friends, and they said that they usually whine, like the Greeks whine. They have issues, they have problems, but they do really good business between Zambia, Brazil, and the States. But so when they have to invest in India, they're very careful. And there's also the Greek model. The Greek model of diaspora, there's the historical part, of course, and that played great importance in the Greek War of Independence in 1821. So they actually created the new Greek state. And then in there was also the Greek Cypriot lobby in Washington. And since 40 years after 1967 and so yes. Now we have Menendez. well, let's hope there'll be no other Greek survival modes, because that's not a discussion we should start here. So currently, there are the Greeks of second and third and fourth generation who want to learn their roots. So she has never been to Greece. She met some from Venezuela, and she came 1 month ago, and her name is Bolas, and she looked, and she went on that website Generation, and she found that her great-grandfather, came from somewhere in the Peloponnese. So there is enough of, there are enough people, and this is what Mrs. Pepelassi said before, there has to be some mapping on both sides. Now, what is in Greece to do, and what's there for the diaspora and other countries, and how these two can be combined. There's a term, soft power, this is what we say in Greece. For Greece, the brand name, wherever I have traveled, being Greek is actually pretty good. And I hope and I wish that this will remain a good brand for many years. Of course, that's also up to us. I mean, we shouldn't think that someday people did their job and we have nothing to do now, just, reap what they sowed. So the promotion of startups and the idea of startups, and not only that, for example, pre-seed and Series A is the main need right now in Greece. So Therese may correct me, we're talking about 300,000 to 1 million, and then there's the second scale from 1 million to 7 million. So in order to raise more money, the international markets would be a better tool and place to... Now, the market is moving. We're talking about globalization and the problems that, for example, we saw in the electricity bills in Greece. So this has created new opportunities, but we have to take advantage of them. In that room, there's 100, 200 people. So it is actually a challenge to think of how we can, in this world, in this country, aim at achieving further investments. Of course, the regulatory framework has to be very clear in order to make things more attractive, but this could also be a case-by-case scenario. And you have half a minute in order to... half a minute, right. So we have to give 1 minute to each speaker. So we have to demystify the whole the issue of Greece, because people, when we talk about Greece, they say, so what's this all about? What are you looking for? And we have to create pathways and paths, and we have to see what are the challenges, and this is where we start.
You have 1 minute each. If you want to add something, please give me some time more. What I want to say is that one of the most important programs for the diaspora was a program that provided the children of the people who were living abroad with the possibility to spend some days here in Greece, 3 weeks to be exact. I have 3 children, that's why I know. No, it was 2 weeks initially, okay. This stopped because of COVID. So we were trying to find a way in order to bring this back. And mind you that apart from Deputy Minister, I'm also a local. I come from Patras. That is why I contacted Mr. Farmakis and I told him that we were thinking about a new program, which we would call patridrognosia, knowledge of the homeland, so that the children of the Greeks living abroad, who up until some years ago were defining themselves on the basis of their homeland, to redefine themselves. So, the children that were living abroad and who were coming from Navpaktos to come back to Navpaktos, to come into contact with their past. So, following this discussion I had with the governor of Western Greece, we then contacted the Union of Regions, and we are sure that very soon we will be able to introduce a new program that will give the possibility to these young people to learn about their origins. And we told that before we saw the assignment of the new American ambassador here in Greece, a Greek who comes from Navpaktos. So, since we now talk about Greece, and we also talk about investments, nobody wants to invest in Mariupol, unfortunately. So, the image of Greece during the last few years has improved greatly and has become very attractive to foreign investors. So, it is up to us to make it even more attractive to the Greek second, third, fourth generation who live abroad. Patras has a very good ecosystem. So if we manage to promote these ecosystems, ecosystem of Patras, for example, which are far from Athens, where there is fierce competition, if we manage to do that, it will be very important. And the previous speaker also touched upon another parameter, the footprint that we need to leave behind. So the funds need to be invested here in order to produce added value. What happens now is big investors come in here, investing in the brains of the area, and us just being happy for their success. What should be done, however, is the success of these young children to become a multiplier for many and better results. Yes, this is something I advocate for so long. Yes, this is very important. Professors who teach the students who are making all this effort, parents who are paying so much money, they need to get this value. The value needs to stay here. And something else that was raised, we shouldn't cannibalize the brains. We have foreign investments, and what's happening, the one is stealing the executives of the other. This is what's going on in Greece right now. You know, we have a very beautiful picture abroad. We have foreigners who invest here, and the one is trying to steal the executive of the other. And all these children are not in the position to get what they deserve. So what we need to do is to reskill the executives who have so that they can get positions in the new market that is being formed. And in Patras, we have the possibility to do that. We have a university that is oriented towards technology. It was the first university that introduced the computer science department. We have also a very good technology department. We have basically the ecosystem we need, this STEMS ecosystem. We have everything we need here in Patras, which, by the way, has a regional authority that believes deeply in it and invests in it. It has also the luck to have Christos Dimas on its side, and we also have tools which, if we use them correctly, then we will make Patras the city that will be known around the world. One last thing about Ukraine. We are already in talks with the University of Kiev so that in cooperation with the University of Patras, we can develop an IT corridor. People who have technological businesses there that produce several products and offer different services, which, however, are faced with all these difficulties because of the war, to work with teams here in the University of Patras in order to carry on with their research, which will then belong to them. We don't want to do something else other than that. Yes, this is a different stage that we are entering in, and now the stakeholders recognize the value of ethical entrepreneurship.
Ωραία.
Yes,
έχει λήξει ο χρόνος. Θα κάνω μια πολύ σύντομη αποφώνηση, ας το πούμε, αν μου επιτρέπετε έτσι. Είναι γεγονός, όπως υπόθηκε και από τον αγαπητό φίλο Ανδρέα Κατσανιώτη, ότι η Ελλάδα έχει μπει στο επενδυτικό στόχαστρο. Αυτό δεν έχει γίνει τυχαία. Αυτό έχει γίνει γιατί έχουν γίνει σωστές επενδύσεις, έχει γίνει μεγάλη προσπάθεια τα τελευταία 10-12 χρόνια, αποδίδουν καρπούς, οπότε πλέον αυτά τα ενδιαφέροντα exits, όπως λέμε, από επενδύσεις σε εταιρείες τεχνολογίας και καινοτομίας, έχουν δημιουργήσει την περιέργεια των διεθνών επενδυτών. Βεβαίως, έχουμε στην Ελλάδα και 2 unicorns, την People Search, που είναι στην πιστοποίηση δεξιοτήτων, και το πιο landmark που ξέρουμε όλοι από ελληνικής καταγωγής CEO της JP Morgan που εξαγόρασε τη Viva Wallet. Περιμένουμε και άλλα unicorns, τα λεγόμενα sunicorns όπως τα λένε, να έρθουν. 2-3 είναι ήδη στην πορεία. Αυτό δημιουργεί μεγαλύτερη ορατότητα του οικοσυστήματος στο εξωτερικό, ναι, και μεγαλύτερη ελκυστικότητα, μεγαλύτερο traction. Απ' την άλλη μεριά, εμείς και με την σημερινή συμμετοχή κάνουμε πράξη αυτό που λέμε ότι είμαστε ανοιχτοί σε προτάσεις και σε διάφορες καινοτόμες προσεγγίσεις. Ακούμε προσεκτικά, αφού γραζόμαστε την αγορά. Εγώ συγκρατώ απόλυτα και αυτό που είπε ο αγαπητός φίλος ο Πάρης ο Κοκορότσικος και ο Σωτήρης με τις εμπειρίες που έχει από την αγαπητή Θεσσαλονίκη. Συν το γεγονός ότι και εμείς από την πλευρά μας, μέσα από τη συνεργασία τη στενή που έχουμε με την ηγεσία του Υπουργείου Ανάπτυξης, με τον κύριο Τσακίρη πιο πολύ που είναι στα επενδυτικά χρηματοδοτικά εργαλεία, αλλά και με όλο το επιτελείο, τον κύριο Γεωργιάδη, τον κύριο Δήμα και τον κύριο Παπαθανάση, προσπαθούμε να φέρουμε και κεφάλαια από το εξωτερικό για να επενδυθούν σε όλες αυτές τις ευκαιρίες, δηλαδή και από το Αμπου Ντάμπι και από τη Σαουδική Αραβία και από το Ισραήλ και από τη Γαλλία που έχουμε χτίσει μια σοβαρή στρατηγική σχέση.
I want to be practical and talk about what is produced, technologically speaking, in the Greek regions, because apart from the well-known examples that Harris mentioned, there are other very important things that are developed here in the regions. For example, 70% of the global market of catalyst design is made by a spin-off company of the Thermodynamic Institute of Salonika, which is called Geothermia. The first company that produced photovoltaic for greenhouses and which right now closes very important deals with the Dutch greenhouses comes from Patras. It is called Bright. It was basically a team of people from the previous TMEL, which was one of the most innovative companies that operated here. There are many similar examples that need to be showcased by the state because examples that have already succeeded abroad without financing could lead to more examples if there is, of course, local financing. One phrase, please, if you like. Yes, because they will throw us out. What I wanted to say is that I have seen in this survey that you showed, and that is why I feel an optimist. I believe that we have everything we need Maybe the only thing that rests to be done is some interventions on the part of the state. And I'm very optimistic that Patras will be even more successful in the future. The problem of Patras is that it's close to Athens, and in the past there was this idea that if you lived in Patras, you were in a disadvantaged position. But I believe that very soon Patras will become the hub that it actually is already, and it will create added value to all the people living and working here. There is the will. And of course, we should not disregard the fact that during the last few years, many funds have invested billions of euros in Greece in different ways. However, what we need to acknowledge is that this scheme that was described here today needs to be put into action, into practice. But in order for this to be done, we need to ensure communication, we need to convey our message, we need to explain what we offer, and of course we need to have the institutional framework and the incentives. And by the way, there are many people who want to invest here, but they don't have all the necessary information. That's why we need to target these people and provide them with everything they need. I would like to thank all of you for your contribution to this panel, and thank you very much.
Λοιπόν, επιτέλους Πασόκ. Λέω επιτέλους Πασόκ, μπορούμε να χρησιμοποιούμε έναν όρο ο οποίος είχε περίπου ποινικοποιηθεί τα προηγούμενα χρόνια. Ένα Πασόκ το οποίο ξαναγυρίζει στο πολιτικό σκηνικό με ενισχυμένα τα ποσοστά δημοσκοπικά. Νομίζω ότι μπορεί και η πράξη να πιστοποιήσει ότι αυτή η άνοδος είναι πραγματική. Μιχάλης Κατρίνης, κοινοβουλευτικός εκπρόσωπος του κινήματος και βουλευτής Ηλίας μαζί μας. Κύριε Κατρίνη, καλώς ήρθατε. Λοιπόν, τα ποσοστά ανέβηκαν Πασόκ Κοινάλ,
which one is it?
Δηλαδή,
what's the explanation? Do you have a new chief
το ρεύμα, πώς εσείς
chairman of Pasok, and that's what changed things? Is it, well, clearly Nikos Androulakis, who is a young person, actually made many people to rejoin PASOK. We're talking about thousands of people who gave a new dynamic, and it's actually, I think it's clear that everyone in society shows that PASOK is what the country needs. It will become a factor of stability in the country, but also it will bring about change in order to and most of our compatriots will benefit because we need solutions, we need strategies and vision. And first of all and foremost, we need a new generation that wants to change the country in its own way and make it a normal European country that will be competitive and will give perspectives to young people. Younger generation. So since we have young people here today, young people who never knew Andreas Papandreou, have never been, touched by this adoration to the person of Andreas Papandreou. So what does PASOK mean to young people? Well, they haven't lived the changes that were brought about by PASOK that changed really the country and the fate of everyone. And then we had the crisis. In fact, PASOK was practically criminalized. Now that things have changed, run their course, so people can actually make comparisons, and these are young people are the ones who actually wanted to become part of the socialist movement, and will have a and this is how young people want to change and shape the country. Now, while PASOK was actually had shrunk, a part of your voters went to Syriza, and many of them have not stayed there. So there's been so many analyses on who are the people voting for PASOK. Some say that they are the people in the middle, in the center. So what do you believe? Who is the current voter of PASOK? I don't think PASOK ever left the country, because 8 to 10 Greeks have voted for PASOK at least once in their lives. Even at the hard times, everybody said, "But where is PASOK? Where will PASOK? Is PASOK to give the answers?" And we could actually. We're very optimistic, and we want to shape how Greece is. So PASOK has always been the party that expressed those who were not the privileged ones and gave them the opportunity to change their life, change everything. Now, the non-privileged people of the 70s and the 80s are now those who are young. And Mr. Magnis, in the years of the financial crisis, all the decisions were against the younger generation. Many of them left for abroad. So we are calling them back through PASOK in order to shape the agenda that will allow the younger generation to become protagonists. You said before that PASOK can and will be something, the party that will bring about change. What I understand is that PASOK is the party that will define the changes, it will define what will be the government. So is that what you have in mind? Well, listen, in December, people told us to keep being an independent party and a stronger party to benefit the country. So those who imagine us as a complementary parliamentary power, well, they are wrong. PASOK is a very responsible party, a party that will become part of the solution and not the problem. We will suggest specific things that can be applied, and they're very well targeted. And this is why we are optimistic that in the elections we will be able to define the changes, but will call the other powers based on our requests to change. So many people have been asking with whom will you work, and you said at some point that actually we will decide what has to become. Well, we can't answer before there were elections. Some people would like, based on polls, to predict what will happen, but they shouldn't hurry, because we are at a very important crossroad, and we've seen what took place in 2012, and believe that PASOK, with its new leadership, has another pace, and we're no longer at these 10 years of crisis, and people can make comparisons and see who has the solution for the issues that were affected.
Τώρα εμείς σήμερα στο συνέδριο επί 3 μέρες, δηλαδή μιλάμε για ανάπτυξη, κάποιοι άνθρωποι θα λένε ποια ανάπτυξη, βέβαια, τι γίνεται και τι πρόκειται να γίνει.
So, what will take place? Well, things are very difficult. Things have changed, and we have to. There's a government that says that things will get better, and there seems to be some inertia. Some say that we're having growth, but this is not a growth that is reflected in people. But so this growth is only for those who have the privilege to be actually sewn at the hem of the government and the strong ones. So Nikos Androulakis has to really take the rein and show how things are done. So the Turkish strategy now, since you asked about that, well, they have these specific strategies. So Mr. Erdogan and Mr. Akati have been doing the same thing for months. So we consider that it's time for Greece to ask from our partners in the EU to prove what they have said, that Greece and Cyprus, because we're talking about Greeks. Well, Greece and Cyprus are actually the borders of the EU. So whenever someone is jeopardizing our sovereignty and they are aggressive towards Greeks, well, there have to be answers. So things have to be proven in practice, and we have to look into things and how the international conventions have to be actually supported. So, and for since you are the MP of Elia, what about the big road constructed? Well, we've seen that in Elia, and we're lagging behind. I would say that there's a big issue for many people who have lost their lives or have had road accidents in this road. So I want to be fair. There's a responsibility that's laid across all parties for the fact that this road has not been completed, but there were in the past some choices that the governments have made, and this actually led to issues with the extrovert element of Ilia, and I think that in a short while we'll be able to look into these things. Thank you, Catrice. Unfortunately, we don't have any more time. Allow me to ask you one thing. What is the percentage that will make you happy? Well, PASOK currently is the only party that is actually on the rise compared to the previous elections, and there's a dynamic, there's a strategy. So we are setting the goal, our whole goal very high, and I think that's what the society will prove. Thank you very much. Thank you for being here.
Yeah. No, because there was a reception with the annual ambassadors meeting at the Royal Palace.
I had a
now he has a function
had a
in the
very
palace.
close relationship because I was the president of the EU at the time.
Λοιπόν, καλησπέρα σε όλους. Μέσα σε ένα συνέδριο αναπτυξιακό νομίζω δεν θα μπορούσε να λείπει ένα πάνελ για τη διπλωματία, ιδίως σε μια συγκυρία που η γεωπολιτική, οι διεθνείς σχέσεις επιστρέφουν όλο και περισσότερο στη δημόσια συζήτηση. Ξέρετε, η θεματική της ενότητας πέρασε μερικές μεταμορφώσεις. Πήγαμε από τη διπλωματία των πόλεων, μετά στην ψηφιακή διπλωματία, έπειτα στο ουκρανικό και τελικά καταλήξαμε να κάνουμε κάτι, να μιλήσουμε για τη διπλωματία στον 21ο αιώνα. Έχουμε μαζί μας τον πρέσβη της Σουηδίας, Johan Borgström, Welcome Ambassador, τον πρέσβη της Ουκρανίας, με τον οποίο θα συζητήσουμε εκτενώς για την κατάσταση της χώρας του σε διπλωματικό, humanitarian επίπεδο, σε επίπεδο ασφαλείας, και τον πρέσβη τον κύριο Κρεοκούκη, ο οποίος ηγείται των διπλωματικών σχέσεων του Δήμου της Αθήνας. Των διπλωματικών σχέσεων. Είστε, υπηρετείτε, το δεχόμαστε, είστε κινητήριος δύναμη, ας πούμε. Λοιπόν, θα αρχίσω από εσάς, κύριε πρέσβη. Διπλωματία των πόλεων. Κάποιος θα σας έλεγε ότι αυτό υπάρχει ένα contradiction in terms σε αυτό. Υπάρχει διπλωματία των πόλεων. Ξεπερνά αυτό που θα έλεγε ο φίλος μου καλός ο Δημήτρης Αβραμόπουλος στο stage σκληρώσεις. Είναι relevant για τον 21ο αιώνα.
First of all, I would like to thank the organizers of the Regional Growth Conference. And, by the way, I have followed all the discussions until today, and I can say that all the panels have been extremely interesting. And I would also like to thank the organizers for the warm hospitality. Now, in order to answer to your questions, of course, the diplomacy of cities is something that is growing day by day. When I first started my diplomatic career many decades ago, it was an unknown term. Today, things are far different. Cities, as you know, are the organisms that are closer to the citizens more than any other. And the international cooperation among cities aims at developing multi-layered governance standards along with the regions, with the cities, and with international organizations. So the role of the cities is great, both in terms of the implementation of the national strategies, but also in their shaping. We're not talking only about implementation. The cities together develop general strategies. And together they can succeed many things. For example, the enhancement of urban resilience. In this conference, I heard about resilience many times. And resilience today plays a very important role, which, of course, I'm not going to analyze because I don't have the time. But resilience pertains to combating climate change and combating even the migration crisis. A city by itself can only deal with these challenges partly, but many cities together, when they join forces, they can get a far better result for the society and even for the international community. We saw that happening, especially in the municipality of Athens, but not only. With the pandemic, it was in the pandemic that we realized the importance of the diplomacy of cities. Because we realized also that cities are laboratories of innovation. There is the paradox that the mayor has underlined many times, and this is that although cities are the ones that produce the most CO2 in the world, on the other hand, they are the ones who make the biggest effort to reduce CO2 emissions. Of course, what we should also note is that cities have their own competences. They support national policies and international policies, mind you, and they act in a complementary way. It has been said that it is as if they are two cars running on the same road. So, cultural diplomacy now started in the beginning of the 20th century, when, after the challenges that emerged from the First World wanted to improve the living conditions. Then the Second World War came along, the fraternization of cities started, which was a very positive step. When the Paris Treaty was signed in 1963, which was actually the end of a long dispute between France and Germany. 130 fraternizations had preceded it. Today, the twinning of cities has become a little bit obsolete. However, the ones that have proceeded into the development of the necessary framework in order to implement policies continue in that positive path. The others do not follow this path. So, of course, in certain cases, and by the way, I heard before about Nigeria. The ambassador of Nigeria asked us recently, because there are many entrepreneurs in Nigeria, to proceed into a twinning. We usually start with memorandum of cooperation, which is something more focused. But what is very important is the activity of a city, be it Stockholm or Athens. And it is important because cities take part in international networks. We belong to more or less the same networks in Europe. C40, which is a network that provides know-how in order to combat climate change. And you can understand that if you are a member of such a network, you get more possibilities. For example, the mayor of Athens got the possibility to take part in the Glasgow summit on climate. Very important contacts were made in the context of this summit. And since you asked me about digital diplomacy in the beginning, I would like to tell you that networks have many digital diplomacy characteristics. And taking part in networks like these can be highly beneficial in various different sectors and in very different ways. Moreover, being a member of international organizations like the United Nations, it can be also very beneficial. And or being part of the OECD in the context of the Champions Initiative and German Marshall Fund, which is very important, the representative of which is not with us, however. But last night, in the room next door, when Mr. Yatromanolakis was talking, the Deputy Minister of Culture, a discussion was held about the European Bauhaus. And Athens is also a very active member of the European Bauhaus. Now, what does this mean? It means that in order to move ahead, cities need a common objective. In order to reach this common objective, you need the frameworks. The frameworks do exist, but you need, as a city, to have an international legal identity, which they will get slowly but surely, just as will the regions. And when it comes to the direct financing, there will certainly be a far greater progress in their gradual recognition as international legal entity, and will also be recognized their international legal identity. However, all of these actions undertaken by the diplomacy of cities which are part of wider frameworks but are based on the desire to cooperate. A lot depends on the prestige of each mayor. And another process then starts, which I call interdigitation. What does this mean? It means exactly what I said before. It means to be hand in hand, and it is exactly with that point that the diplomacy of cities plays an important role. And I will give you examples, because the cities can do things that the governments cannot. You know, for example, that our relations with Turkey are not the ones that we would like them to be. And this is an understatement. However, you cannot possibly break the bridges. You cannot destroy the bridges that have already been built. The cities have the possibility to prevent that from happening. That is why the mayor of Athens, with also Mr. Imamoglu, initiated a very productive cooperation, and there's going to be also an inter-Balkanic summit of mayors in November here in Athens, and in the coming 2 or 3 days we are going to sign a memorandum of cooperation with the mayor of Izmir. And I believe that everything I said shows that cities can build things, not destroy. The point is what will be done in the future. Another example, Kosovo. We all know that Kosovo hasn't been recognized, but the mayor of Pristina, who was a classmate of Bakoyannis in Harvard, they talked, they made decisions, so that in the future there's going to be the basis, there will be the foundations for the recognition of Kosovo. Of course, similar things have happened in other cases. We have, for example, a cooperation with Tirana. And of course, you know that the relation with Tirana is not the perfect one, but still, we lay the foundations for a better future. The interpersonal relations also play a very important role. I will give you an example, and I will not elaborate further. During the Mediterranean Summit of Mayors that was held in Florence in April, which, by the way, was a very interesting forum that brings together both the northern part of Europe and the southern part of Europe. When it finished, it was, by the way, the second summit. When it finished, we were 2 days in the Ukrainian war. We had finished the summit and we were having a cup of coffee. The mayor of Florence calls Bakoyani and tells him, "Will you support me in order to organize an event to support Ukraine?" And in that event, thousands of people came. The mayor of Florence was present there, of course. He was addressing these thousands of people, and the only foreign mayor was the mayor of Athens. And this was the beginning of the actions that mayors undertook to support Ukraine. And it was then that we all realized the tragedy that was unfolding. And then, in cooperation with the ambassador of Ukraine, we became very active in humanitarian terms, but also in terms of moral support that is very important, because the municipality of Athens organized a big exhibition in the Avenue Vasilissis Olgas in Zapion, where we exhibited pictures of the shellings and of the tragedy of the first days of the war. And you know, some small things like giving a small square to someone to organize an exhibition or to organize a concert, even these small things are very important and can actually make a difference. I don't want to say...
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ κύριε Πρέσβη. Κρατώ ότι κράτη και πόλεις τρέχουν στον ίδιο δρόμο στο διεθνές περιβάλλον και παίρνω από το λόγο σας την μιλήστε για την υποστήριξη στην Ουκρανία που προσφέρει ο Δήμος Αθηναίων. Νομίζω ότι το πρώτο πράγμα που πρέπει να κάνουμε είναι να δηλώσουμε την ανεφορίων και ανεφόρων που θέλει και εμπειρίκως υποστήριξή μας στον λαό της Ουκρανίας, ο οποίος παλεύει όχι μόνο για τη δημοκρατία και την ελευθερία του, αλλά και για τη δημοκρατία ολόκληρης της Ευρώπης. Και θέλω να δώσω το λόγο στον πρέσβη της Ουκρανίας, so I'm switching to English, so Ambassador, the floor is yours.
To the whole of Europe.
Ambassador, can you hear us? Are you with us?
Yes, I'm with you. Yes, I can hear.
So how are things in Ukraine? What's the situation in humanitarian, diplomatic and security terms?
There is no brief answer. I will try to answer briefly. Greetings to the peoples of indominant country. These are the words that every Ukrainian hears daily since the beginning of the full-scale invasion of the Russian Federation into the territory of our sovereign state. And today is the 107th day of our defense already. Defense of the democratic values and the future of Europe by Ukrainian people. The war in Ukraine is not only about the fight for freedom and independence, territories and national identity of the Ukrainian people. It's about something more important, not only for the people of my country, but for the whole Europe. The Kremlin regime is not threatened by Ukraine, but by the democracy and its values, which have never existed in Russia. And these are the values that our people have fought for, the values that seems to be taken for granted today, the values that are incorporated into international documents, conventions and statutes. Moreover, Russia's war against Ukraine has challenged the international security system and its architecture since the Second World War. Not only peace in Europe, but the whole world is under attack. Without the effective work of international organizations, without respect for international law, without a rule-based international order, the world in its political and security dimension has no chance for peace and a bright future. What is the price for this peace and security today? Human life. Thousands of human lives. Russian soldiers commit war crimes and atrocities in our country by destroying the infrastructure, killing and raping civilians, robbing our houses. Russian troops are performing the orders to destroy everything that has even little bit of Ukrainian origin, but they can't destroy our willingness to be independent and free. Tonight, in his address to Ukrainians and the world community, the President of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky, briefed on the current situation on the front line. Very fierce fighting continues in Donbass. Together with our president, we repeat these names every day: Severodonetsk, Lysychansk, Bakhmut, Slovyansk, and many, many others. From my side, I repeat them at the meetings with the Greek government, with diplomats, businesses, and others. Without any exaggeration, Russia wants to destroy every city in Donbass, like Volnovakha, like Mariupol. All these ruins were once happy cities. Black traces of fires, craters from explosions. This is all that Russia can share with its neighbors, Europe and the world. This is probably the fastest example of the complete degradation of any state, the path that the Russian state has covered in 107 days. Our armed forces, together with territorial defense groups and volunteers, are doing everything to stop the offensive of the occupiers as much as they can, as much as the heavy weapons, modern artillery, all that we have asked and continue to ask our partners for, allow them to. Of course, we are preparing for a large-scale restoration of our land, and we have already started reconstructions of the liberated territories. Sometimes I'm asked, we have the war in your country, how you seem possible to live normally and start reconstruction? But I answer, the life didn't stop in Ukraine. With the willingness of our people to freedom and to live in their homeland, we have already started to rebuild our cities. Moreover, now we are thinking how to find opportunities for foreign business to work in Ukraine after our victory. But the battles are still waging on. And right now, in these very difficult battles, it's been decided when its after will come. It's being decided at which frontiers we will finally break the plans of the occupiers. We do not want the world to divert its attention away from what is happening in the battlefield in Ukraine. The support is heavily needed right now. I'm grateful to our organizers of the Regional Growth Conference and the newspaper Peloponnesus for this opportunity to tell the people about the real situation in Ukraine and to address the people of Patras. Thank you for your support and for your kind hospitality provided to the Ukrainians who are escaping the war and found shelters in your homes. We feel the support of your government and the ordinary Greek people. And I'm confident that together we will be able to overcome it, expel the aggressor, driven by revisionism and dreams of supremacy of imperialism from our country. We want a different future for our children, and together we will prevail.
So, Ambassador, I was reading to an interview by the Finnish president last week, and I remember that a statement was that we have to try to do something to guarantee peace or silence. There is no other alternative. The West's attitude is definitely not silence, but do you think that the West is doing enough to ensure peace? And actually, what actually is peace? I don't know how Western leaderships perceive it, but I think that, peace is a victorious Ukraine. What do you think about it?
As I said previously, we are grateful for the support and practical assistance for our partners, and they have already provided, but we need more to end this war and bring peace to Ukraine. And as I said, President Zelensky says that in order to prevail, freedom must be armed, better than tyranny. And Ukraine is fighting a defensive war against an illegal and brutal invasion driven by genocidal intent. Russia tries to influence the West and disrupt military aid to Ukraine. The West should not concede to Russia on this matter, and because doing so would worsen and escalate the situation, not the other way around. Calls to avoid humiliation of Russia only humiliate those countries which might call for it. We all better focus on how to put Russia in its place to bring peace and save lives. Appeasement can only result in further acts of aggression against Ukraine and other states. This is one of the main lessons from the World War II. And Ukraine will not sacrifice its sovereign territory for the sake of peace with Russia. Ukraine will liberate its temporarily occupied territories, including the east and south and Crimea, either through military force or diplomacy, or a mix of both. And Ukraine will reach its internationally recognized borders.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. So I'm moving, because we don't have enough time, so I'm moving quickly to the Ambassador of Sweden. So Ambassador, I remember both the Swedish and the Finnish president, stating some months ago that NATO accession would not be happening, during their terms. So I guess that something changed and that the war in Ukraine is not an abstract concept for Sweden, right? So do you think that military non-intervention still serves you and stability and security in the neighborhood?
Well, thank you, Basil. It's great to be here, and Patra, great to be here on stage with Ambassador Hypoutis as well. No, clearly something changed, and when Sweden applied for membership of NATO on the 18th of May, that has to be seen in the perspective of Sweden having for 200 years pursued a policy of non-participation in military alliances in peacetime, aiming for neutrality in the case of war in our near neighborhood. But our analysis is that Russia has fundamentally changed. Russia has fundamentally changed institutionally, politically, security-wise, simply put, for the worse. Our analysis is that this change in Russia is enduring. This is the Russia we will have to deal with in both the near term and the medium term. And we have to draw lessons from that, consequences from that. When Russia attacked Ukraine on the 24th of February, they didn't just attack and violate Ukraine. They attacked the European security order as we knew it. And the old European security order is not coming back. Russia has also shown that they have dramatically lowered the threshold for their will to use massive violence in their near neighborhood. We do well to remember also that, contrary to some fantasy theories being peddled here and there, Ukraine was never attacked or was never a target for Russia because they aspired to be a member of NATO. Ukraine was attacked by Russia because they were not a member of NATO. And if there is a lesson that the West should learn, is that we have been incredibly naive, and I'm happily including myself in that we've been incredibly naive when it comes to Russia for quite some period of time, because we watched Russia murdering dissidents inside Russia. We watched Russia murdering dissidents outside Russia. We watched the rape of Georgia in 2008. We watched the military action in Crimea in 2014. We watched Russian military activities in the Donbass starting 2014 as well. And we should also remember that when Russia attacked Ukraine on the 24th of February, already 14,000 lives had been lost in eastern Ukraine because of Russia-supported military aggression in Donetsk and Luhansk. So when people express their great surprise at what happened on the 24th of February, I can assure you, well, the Ukrainians were certainly not surprised, but also, I mean, if you ask the Baltic countries, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, were they surprised? No, they were not, because they had been trying to ring the alarm bells about the development inside Russia, how Russia changed for many, many years. And I think we all know that if Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania hadn't joined NATO in 2004, they would have found themselves today in a very difficult security predicament. So from a Swedish point of view, we simply have to adapt to the realities in our near neighborhood. Russia has changed, the world changed on the 24th of February. The old European security order is gone. We need the collective defense mechanisms of NATO. We also know that we're able to contribute substantially to NATO.
You know, I think a good question is, what will you add to NATO, and to its capacities? I mean, what will be your contribution to the alliance? I think that Carl Bildt also wrote an op-ed with Project Syndicate about this last week.
Well, first of all, we will, just like Finland, we will contribute geography to NATO. And what do I mean with that? If you talk to military guys, they will talk about the need for a continuous area of operations. And if you look at NATO now with Finland, Norway, and then you have Poland, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania on the other side of the Baltic Sea, with Sweden and for that matter Finland in NATO, you get a continuous area of operation. You make NATO's position collectively much, much stronger, because the collective defense of the Baltic countries will become infinitely more credible with Sweden and Finland joining. Secondly, both, well, let me speak of my own country, so I don't say too much about Finland, but Sweden also has a technologically very advanced military, both state-of-the-art Air Force, Navy, including submarines. Then also important to note is that the Swedish armed forces have a very high degree of interoperability with NATO already. Swedish armed forces took part under NATO command in ISAF in Afghanistan, KFOR Kosovo. You had the Swedish Air Force participating. You also had the NATO-led operations in Libya. You recently had, which was not properly a NATO operation, but just as another example, you had battalions of Swedish special forces on the ground together with the French army in Mali. And so there is already a high degree of interoperability. And finally, important to note is that it's an important contribution also in the sense that Sweden is a wealthy country. So we are now increasing our defense expenditure to 2% of GDP. And here, if you want to put it in perspective, Basil, you should remember that Swedish GDP is roughly 3 times the size of Greece's GDP, even though Sweden has roughly the same population as Greece. So when Swedish defense expenditure doubles to 2%, this is a very substantial add-on to the collective capabilities of NATO.
So we're seeing some broader political shifts, Ambassador.
I beg your pardon?
We're seeing some broader political shifts, Ambassador, in the way we're perceiving things and moving forward, in exercising our foreign policy.
Yes, could you elaborate, you mean?
No, just because we have, very little time, let me move directly to the Ambassador of Ukraine, and then we'll be concluding with Ambassador Krikokis.
I wanted to add something the Swedish ambassador said, because, first of all, we all hope that the accession of Sweden and Finland in NATO will be really quick. That's very, very important, and we hope also that any kind of obstructionism will disappear. Of course, it's that the question of Ukraine and the question of accession of Georgia, I remember was then ambassador in Berlin, are quite different. There was a very long analysis of Chancellor Merkel 2 days before at the Phoenix television program, and she said, because they asked her, do you have any regrets about this policy? Did the West really behave okay? She said, I have no regrets on it. First of all, because Ukraine 8 years ago or 10 years ago was not the Ukraine of today. It was a country with enormous internal structural difficulties, which impeded an accession. And today, Ukraine is a different country. It made enormous progresses, and the perspectives were different. Unfortunately, the moment we live, it's... What?
I'm sorry, I can.
No, you don't know.
Could you please repeat, Ambassador?
It is that what happened at the time, really, the moment we should have guessed what's happening was the deterioration, decadence, the decay, whatever you call it, of the Minsk process. And that was a very unhappy moment. I don't know if you agree with us. Because if we had a progress in the Minsk process, we shouldn't really be in the situation today with a dramatic catastrophe of our country.
Yeah, let me just...
Yeah, please, put your hand.
Ambassador Sergei, I'm sure he will want to contribute. I think it's very important to go online saying that what is happening now in Ukraine is 100%, the responsibility is 100% with Moscow, with Russia. The only thing that the West should be ashamed of is not taking a firmer stance towards Russia, recognizing the deterioration inside Russia, inside the Russian political system, that we turned a blind eye to the atrocities, because you can call them that, committed by the Russian government against its own systems, happily been building up energy dependency on Russia, despite knowing all these things. And now we are paying a price for this, but the highest price is paid by the Ukrainian people and the relatives of Ambassador Sergei.
Yeah. So, Ambassador, can you hear us?
Yes.
So we've run out of time. So one last question for you. So I think we all agree that accession is not a short-term project, and given also, of course, and given also that Macron's political community proposal, which could actually act as a transitional phase for Ukraine, is not likely to work. I mean, do you think that Europe leaves Ukraine in some kind of geopolitical limbo?
No, I fully agree that all Erzat's suggestions, and it was clearly stated by my minister, are not for us. And there is a common way, there are rules. So we should follow, not to create some extra unities or creations that will accommodate and satisfy some politicians. I believe that the road is very clear, and I hope and I believe that the decision to grant us the candidate status would be approved and supported by the EU members. I understand that there's a long way ahead, and the first step is the candidate status. So we are. I'm still not still, but I'm positive that the right decision will be made, because it's not only practical, but it's very symbolic meaning to prove that the West supports Ukraine politically, and not only but declarations, but some decisions, and the granting the candidate status to Ukraine has a very political, symbolic, and very important meaning for Ukrainians, supporting them in their fight. Because what started in 2014, what was exactly about the European Union and European values and our strive to become a member. And look, we should not give up now. Now it's more important than ever.
So, thank you very much, Ambassador. I think that we've run out of time. I want to thank also Ambassador Borgam of Sweden and Ambassador Kriakoukis of the city of Athens, and all of you for being with us, the organizers, Elena, whom I see. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Καλησπέρα. Αναπτυξιακό συνέδριο και ιστορία. Θα κλείσουμε το αναπτυξιακό συνέδριο με μια συζήτηση η οποία θα μας γυρίσει 100 χρόνια πίσω εξαιτίας του γεγονότος ότι φέτος συμπληρώνουμε τα 100 χρόνια από την μικρασιατική καταστροφή. Θεωρήσαμε απαραίτητο να εντάξουμε την ενότητα αυτή στο αναπτυξιακό συνέδριο του 10ου και θα ξεκινήσουμε αμέσως τη συζήτησή μας με την Σίανα Γλωσσοπούλου, πρώην Υπουργό, που είναι πανεπιστημιακός και ιστορικός και τουρκολόγος, και τον Βασίλη Τζανακάρη, τον ακούραστο ερευνητή και συγγραφέα που έχει κάνει εξαιρετική εργασία πάνω στα ντοκουμέντα του 1922 της καταστροφής και της δίκης που επακολούθησε. Μάλιστα εξέδωσε πρόσφατα ένα καινούριο πόνημα. Γιατί λέμε η φωτιά που καίει ακόμα. Ο καθένας μπορεί να το διαβάσει όπως θέλει, αλλά ο λόγος που την κυκλοφορήσαμε ήταν ότι θεωρούμε ότι δεν έχουν απαντηθεί επαρκώς ερωτήματα που συνδέονται με την καταστροφή, καθώς επίσης είναι σχετικά ζώσα η μνήμη αυτή. Είναι μια πληγή που δεν έχει κλείσει. Άλλος βέβαια μπορεί να θεωρεί ότι είναι μια πατρίδα χαμένη, την οποία θα οφείλαμε να ανακτήσουμε. Αλλά ας αφήσουμε τους προλόγους, ας πάμε κατευθείαν στο ψητό, στην συζήτησή μας, κυρία Γλωσσοπούλου. Γεια σας.
Γεια σας, κύριε Μάρτη.
Λοιπόν, είναι αναρρύθμιτα τα ερωτήματα και νομίζω ότι είναι πάρα πολύ δύσκολο να τα απαντήσει κανείς μονολεκτικά και δεν θα επιδιώξουμε κάτι τέτοιο. Μάλλον αφορμές για σκέψη ζητάμε. Λοιπόν, βρεθήκαμε στη Σμύρνη το 1919. Ποιος ήταν ο λόγος, κυρία Γλωσσοπούλου? Δηλαδή, εντάξει, μας ζήτησαν οι ξένες δυνάμεις να πάμε να κάνουμε τον τοποτηρητή εκεί. Γιατί δεχτήκαμε? Ποιος ήταν ο σκοπός των ελληνικών πολιτικών δυνάμεων που αποδέχθηκαν?
Να ξεκινήσουμε με ένα πράγμα, κύριε Μάγνη, για να καταλάβουμε τι συνέβαινε όχι μόνο συγκεκριμένα στην περιοχή μας, αλλά γενικότερα. Είμαστε στη φάση μετά τον Πρώτο Παγκόσμιο Πόλεμο και την πτώση, την κατάρρευση των αυτοκρατοριών. Ό,τι ξέραμε στην ιστορία από αυτοκρατορίες, Αυστρο-Ουγγρική, Οθωμανική, Τσαρική, Ρωσία, καταραίουνε και μπαίνουν οριστικά στην άλλη φάση της ιστορίας που είναι τα έθνη κράτη. Αυτό σημαίνει ότι απελευθερώνονται δυνάμεις, εδάφη, αναδιευθετείται όλη η περιοχή. Μέσα σε αυτό το πλαίσιο η Ελλάδα, το ελληνικό κράτος, έχει μία ιδέα που είναι ο κεντρικός πυρήνας της ιδεολογίας του κράτους και είναι αυτή η μεγάλη ιδέα. Το πώς δηλαδή θα διευρυνθεί.
The nucleus of the program, and that is how to go to the place where there's a bigger Greek diaspora. So on one hand we have the empires collapsing, and on the other hand a nation state that has nationals in the area of Micronesia, and this is why Greece is there. Of course, with the after the Severus agreement that gives Greece the green light to go to the shores of Micronesia. So Greece is actually called upon to implement the terms of the peace as these were dictated in the agreement of Sevres at the end of the First World War. So what does that mean, however? Well, Turkey on one hand is amongst those who have lost. Yes, in fact, Turkey is in a collapsed state, meaning that the Ottoman Empire has been dismantled. The only area where you have Ottoman army, because elsewhere you have the big powers. So Istanbul is under the control of the Allies. So the Sultan and all the Ottoman leadership is actually under the thumb of the Allies. So there's Ottoman army only in the heart of Micronesia, what we call the Anatolia. Please let's note here that on May 19th, when the Greek army is actually deployed in Smyrna, practically at the same moment, another general of the Ottoman army is also landing, and he's been famous from the Gallipoli battle during the First World War. And this is Mustafa Kemal. He lives in Istanbul, and he goes to Trabzon and then to Samsun, and from there he goes to the heart of and becomes head of the Ottoman Empire army that is still in Anatolia. So at the same moment starts what in Turkish history they call, and what Mustafa Kemal has called, the Turkish movement, the national Turkish movement. This is actually something very liquid. There's changes, there's a reshuffling of the Senate. So Mr. Zanakaris, they asked us to go over there, the Greek army, and we went there. So we were called upon to do kind of a gendarme, to become the ones overseeing what the implementation. Unfortunately, the sound of Mr. Zanakaris is really good. So in 1915, Eleftherios Venizelos wanted to go there. That was his goal. And when Metaxas told him, but this is actually a bit daring, and he said, well, at times I want to become an adventurer as well. So it was very adventuresome, according to Metaxas. Now, so we saw the light and we went there. It was an opportunity. This is how we can see things, right? And then we started really getting high on the idea of becoming more imperialist. Well, actually, the system was rather, well, we'll wait and see what has to be done. So Venizelos, yes, indeed, seized the opportunity, an opportunity he was waiting for, because the dream of all Greeks, or at least most of the Greeks, was the big idea, how to regain these lands, and most of all, Istanbul. So Eleftherios Venizelos wasn't interested, at least in Istanbul at the beginning. He was interested in Smyrna, and this is what we call, what we say often, in layman's terms. I mean, he was obsessed with Smyrna because he believed that Smyrna was a very cosmopolitan city. It was a port. It was important. So things could actually get better if we had Smyrna and then as a basis, and then try to get Istanbul. Let's not forget that Istanbul had more than 100,000 Russian emigres that the Turkish were trying to use to other purposes. Mrs. Anastasopoulou knows these things better, and I've studied her books, and I'm very happy to be sharing a panel with her and discussing with her, because she's one of the people that I admire very much for her scientific work, and I respect her. I have the utmost of respect. So let's go back to Mrs. Anastasopoulou, Mr. Zanakaris. And so afterwards, it's easy, I mean, to be a prophet in hindsight. And one can say, yes, we should have avoided that. But was it a mistake to accept this invitation? Listen, Mr. Magnis, in history, we never say this was right or wrong, because we're not a court of judges sitting and deciding. We're trying to explain and understand why and how. And the main question is why we couldn't avoid this disaster, this catastrophe. So many people killed, and of course, so many refugees, thousands of refugees. So let's look at things from a different point of view. And we have to look at the ideologies of the protagonists, those who are in power. Well, they're not in limbo. They're not all together. There's ideology. So Venizelos, if our dear guest will allow me, he was an adventurer, and he had already explained that earlier than 1915. And why Smyrna? Why was he fixated on Smyrna? Because it was the commercial hub of the area. It was a stronger city, much more strong than Istanbul. It was the city that was looking into the future. It was cosmopolitan, but Venizelos always had the following idea. Within the framework of the big idea, and of course, they believed that will reach the red apple tree. And this is what actually led the Greek army so far inside Anatolia. But Venizelos was also very a pragmatist within the framework of the big idea. So what did he want? He wanted areas, and he kept saying that would be where the Greek population could be actually a majority. So he wanted to have a moral advantage, and Smyrna was actually the jewel of the crown. He wanted, you said, so he wanted to conquer Smyrna, he wanted to make it Greek. Well, this is a great question. What, was he going for an autonomous area, an independent? Well, that's a very interesting element. I think that this is where Mr. Zanakaris will be able to contribute, because he's done some work about that. So, since Venizelos was a pragmatist, the first order he gave was, you do not lay a hand on the local population. Do not bother the Turks or the Armenians. None. The Greek presence has to have the pacifistic. No, that was not kept. No, that wasn't kept. And allow me to say that none of the parties were actually peaceful. And what we have to say is that when Venizelos saw that things were getting hard, and then that happened very quickly, once the big powers had the black book on what the Greek army did in Smyrna, and they started saying that you will have to withdraw your powers, Venizelos was the first one who started saying about talking about a federal system that will actually take place in 1921. But Venizelos, since the beginning, had an idea. We must reinforce our presence with the other powers as well. And just let me give you one example. I don't want to take up much of your time. So within the programs that he set was also the University of Smyrna, the Smyrna University. So the one who was called in to do it was, of course, Karathadori, this great mathematician, member of the Academy of Vienna. He was really a celebrity in scientific terms. And the Karathadori was given to understand that they will not have anything to do with the Greek university. They ought to be biology, Turkish studies, Ottoman studies, agriculture, agronomy, excuse me. The only thing that stayed from this university, it's the Phos external light from the Occident, and this is kept at the Library of Greece. Well, Mr. Danakaris, when we went there, we were not very good boys, right? Well, no. Even before we landed in Smyrna, in a conference, they said that they would be united with the Greeks. Well, for the Turks, therefore, it was something that couldn't be accepted from one moment to the other. So clearly things were already bad, because even the people of Smyrna didn't know why the Greek army was there. They thought it was actually the liberators that would actually liberate them from 500 years over Turkish. But we were supposedly to go there in order to avoid any massacres against Christian citizens. But Venizelos conveyed the Steriadis in order to make things more clear, because the Greeks of Smyrna, with Chrysostomos as a leader, they started to, do things wrongly. Well, of course, but Eleftheriadis wasn't. Steriadis was not the the person, yes, or he was the most appropriate, not the less appropriate. Well, Venizelos chose him already from February, not at the last moment. He chose him from February because he knew the things, how they stood in Turkey. So all these things he could have helped. So what Venizelos tried to do was to avoid what Mrs. Anagnostopoulou said, to have any differentiation between Greeks and Turks. And both nations had to be treated in the same way. And clearly we misunderstood. And this is why Seriadis went there, because he wanted to put things into perspective. So if he was very tough at some cases, and the Greeks were actually disappointed, that's another thing. So people didn't understand why Venizelos sent them. But I think he was one of the most crucial person. And Venizelos had absolute trust on him, as well as the allies. And what Mrs. Anagnostopoulou said about the university, I agree with her. Venizelos thought that Smyrna could become actually a beacon of light that would send its light of education. So he had a dream for Smyrna, a unique dream, but he never managed to realize.
So we land in Smyrna, as we landed, and then we start to move forward. Of course, this proved to be a major strategic mistake. But what is your view? Why did this happen? Why was this decision made, which actually tested the reaction of the allies? Look, first of all, we need to say that we have a change in Greece. We have the elections. We have a political change in 1920. We have the elections. The proponents of the king win, which was the biggest surprise because Venizelos was the one who was victorious in the Treaty of Sèvres. He loses the elections, and then the orientation changes. The orientation changes, but at the same time, the Greek division becomes even more intense and very, very strong. This national division that we know even before that date, since 1915 and even since the First World War, prevailed even in Asia Minor and in Istanbul. The soldiers of Venizelos, the intellectuals, all of these people find refuge in Istanbul. The national defense is being built. The defense in Asia Minor is already built. So we have a fragmentation of the approach towards Asia Minor. And since I don't want to elaborate more, on the other hand, we have a leadership in Greece which loses all contact with the territory in Asia Minor, loses contact with the reality in Asia Minor, because I want you to think about something. Take modern Turkey, for example. At the shores of Asia Minor, we have a big Greek population, with Smyrna being the capital, but in all sides of Asia Minor, we have Greek population, and then we have many Greeks living in the Black Sea. In the southern coast, there are many Greeks, but as we move further along towards Asia Minor, Greeks become fewer and fewer, and they become fewer and fewer up until we reach the Cappadocia, Caesarea, and other areas where we have a population which is concentrated. We have a huge area that has many kilometers, and allow me to say that I actually covered the same distance that the Greek military covered in Asia Minor in order to see what they did and which distance they covered. From one point onwards, the Greek army moves towards an area where there are no Greeks living. We're talking about mainly Muslim and Turkish population, the vast majority, and this is very important to keep in mind. And on the other hand, there is not a significant support from the Navy. Plus, they move towards a plateau, which is basically a desert. It is a huge desert. It is not accidental that Mustafa Kemal, when in 1921 there is a battle where the Greek army wins, Mustafa Kemal hears that they will march towards Ankara, and his reply was, "Welcome, gentlemen," because in order to reach Ankara, the Greek army had to cross this plateau, which was basically a desert and where they could get no support. So, to put it militarily, it was a very difficult situation. But at the same time, we need to see what was going on with the Turkish movement. The Mustafa Kemal forces were becoming stronger and stronger, and the big powers, Italy, France, come into an agreement with Mustafa Kemal, and we will touch upon that later. On the other side, Lenin, for his own personal reasons, supports the Turkish army. So, when in the past the Greek army was powerful, all of a sudden a balance is reached. And the second very important thing, the Greek army marches. And all the local populations perceive the Greek army as the enemy. All of a sudden, the Greek army becomes the enemy, and it becomes the main national opponent. And in other words, everything changes. The general climate changes, the perception of the locals changes, and we have here the Greek administration, and we have Prince Nikolaos, who writes a letter and asks for assistance. Please get us out of this nightmare. Nobody understands why they are fighting. And a question to Mr. Giannakaris, please. Indeed, in Athens, back then, there was not a political leadership who could say, okay, let's withdraw the forces. This is a dead end. There was no one who could actually step on the brakes and retreat. Why? Why was that case, Mr. Giannakaris? I have the impression that Eleftherios Venizelos had to go to Ankara. Paraskevopoulos had asked him to do that. They had asked him to do that in order to defeat the Turkish army and therefore become the winning power. But Venizelos back then didn't get the support of the English to whom he addressed, and those who succeeded him could not do differently. They had to follow the same steps, the steps of Venizelos. If they didn't, because we need to put things in order, Kemal wouldn't accept any truce, any discussion. He wouldn't accept to take part in any talks with the Greeks unless the last Greek soldier left Asia Minor. This was the term that he has set. So they found themselves at a crossroads. They either had to make this daring march towards the Turkish army in order to fight the Turkish army and thus implement the Treaty of Serbs, or they would have to go back, and they could not go back and remain at the coast, because you need to keep in mind that if you are at the coast, you have behind the sea, and no army can actually hope to survive if there is the sea behind. So when they would retreat from the mainland, they would have to be at the coast, which would be detrimental. That is why they made this bold decision, with which the king maybe was not in agreement. But the generals and the king were not in good terms, and therefore we had this decision. However, we need to say that this march towards Ankara was an adventure for the Greek soldiers. It was a very difficult endeavor, very difficult march. They had no food. They had not the necessary clothes. They had nothing, basically. Okay. Okay, now let's talk about the elections of 1920. What happened back then? Up until that moment, we had a king who was not accepted by the foreign forces. He was the man who was identified with the pro-German turn that Greece was ready to make. In other words, not to take the side of the Allies during the First World War. So he's out of the picture violently, to put it this way, in 1920. Even though Venizelos has doubled the territory of Greek, elections are organized. Whether this was a smart choice or not is going to be discussed, and the king is elected. The Allies are furious and they change their stance. So we voted for the king and we lost Smyrna and we lost Asia Minor. This is the view of some, but some people claim that this occurred because there were some change in plans with regard to the oil. I believe that Mr. Giannakaris is a more competent person to answer this question. I believe that he has already answered it previously. Yes, but you are a politician. And now, regardless of what we should have voted, the people could not be penalized for voting the king. Don't tell that to me, Mr. Marni. Now I'm speaking as a historian, but don't say that to me when in 1915 the decision of the people was penalized. But okay, let's not talk about that. I don't believe that this played a role, actually, but it was used as an argument. It was used as a pretext, if you like, so that another game could be put into practice by the foreign powers. The new leadership, the king, basically did not change the policy vis-à-vis Asia Minor. If you take a closer look, you will realize that the policy is more or less the same as the policy followed by the Venizelos. Other things changed. The circumstances in the international community, some things changed with regard to the oils in the area, because when we talk about such an important event like the destruction of Asia Minor, we need to take into account what was going on in the rest of the world. Yes, and we need to say that up until that time, the value of oil wasn't that appreciated. In other words, it was a very critical moment because it was then that things changed. Yes, the oil of Mosul played a very important role, and not only the oils of Mosul, but I would like to touch upon a different factor. We had colonialism. All the colonialist world, which is something that we don't talk about, took the side of whom? It took the side of Mustafa Kemal. Greece back then was considered to be the ally of the big forces who was actually operating in a country who has been under attack of the big forces. Gandhi in India. Colonialist world, I repeat. Letters to Britain and France stating that you cannot possibly proceed as you have because they are Muslims. And the Muslim world takes the side of Mustafa Kemal and of his movement. And I would like to give you the example that France builds its big mosque in 1919 in order to appease the Muslim world. So you can see that many different things were occurring at the same time. Plus, we have on the other side the Soviet Union, the Bolshevik Russia back then, which changes radically the way we perceive and understand the area. So what requires a completely different reading is not now explained by anyone. And the foreign forces, what did they want? First of all, they wanted a balance between them because there was huge competition between them. So who would have at least the supervision of this area, of the area of Asia Minor? This was of utmost importance. You had Lenin, then you had the Muslim world and the colonies playing a very defining role. They wanted to have a say. And what they were saying in Greece, Mr. Giannakaris actually said it previously very aptly. What were they saying in Greece? Look, you will either win Kemal or you need to advance further inland because Mustafa Kemal was further inland, or find a way out. We need to come to terms because the world is changing.
So there were these big changes and we're marching towards Ankara. Well, we couldn't do much else. I mean, otherwise we had to go back to Greece with Hotel behind our legs. So we were the only ones who were there in order to win or to be victorious over the Turkish. You talked, you have worked on the articles written by Vlachos in Kathimerini. He was actually inciting, well, you know, these two articles, if they ever reached the Greek soldiers, well, everything would be lost. It appeared that the political leadership knew what was coming. No, not yet. They thought they could reverse things. What Mrs. Anagnosopoulou said, that between the two powers, France and England, there was a competition for oil, and also in Italy they were against us, and then with the victory of the Popular Party, well, France also turned against us. So we only had England. We lost Venizelos. So England had no reason to stand by us. However, they supported as much as it was possible in the new condition, under the new situation. So, but things could not be dealt with. Kemal was very clever, and I agree with Ms. Anagnostopoulou. In fact, with there were committees in England, and they tried to convince people to change their point of view towards the Greeks. So there was actually the crescent against the cross. That was the climate, because no allied soldier and not a farthing was given to the Greeks. So we started it on our own. We reached the moment, the area we reached, and of course we were the ones who paid the price. And here, after 100 years, I just wonder, based on what we know, so already before 1922, the Turkish have been going against the Armenians and the Pontians. Now, so if we had just let them be, do you think that the Greeks could have been saved? Or Kemal, or any Kemal, would have actually done the same with that they did to others? Well, I think, and I'm categorical in that, no, we wouldn't have saved the Greeks. Once the empires collapse, when there's the nation states, now the logic for them, these nation states, well, ethnical purity, no other populations. So the effort to reduce the presence of others in Micronesia has already started from the Balkan Wars and on. So when the Muslims leave the Balkans, they are actually resettled as refugees in the shores of Micronesia. So we have the idea that the states must be actually ethnically united. So ethnic cleansing was actually the case at this period. So you think that it would have happened differently? Well, no, I think there would have been massacres. There would have been massacres. Nothing would have been bloodless. You can't have a transition from an empire to a nation state at that time, the beginning of the dawn of the 20th century, that easily, but it wouldn't have been such a disaster. I mean, the reality, I'm not talking about the image. It's not a question of images, but we could have saved many people, populations. There would have been exchanges. Yet another big issue at the time, the exchange of populations from one country to the other. So Greece, of course, would have to adapt, and of course, Mustafa Kemal would have done precisely what he did, and that was to instill homogeneity. However, it didn't happen exactly as he dreamt it, but that was what he meant to do, and it wasn't easy. Okay, so Mr. Zanakaris, there's also a police issue. So, what was the idea? Should we get rid of every Greek, or do you think that throw every last Greek in the sea? This is what they wanted, and Kemal had said that to his soldiers. No, he was fully decided to do that. Whether they wanted to burn down Smyrna, I don't know. Maybe, that was an idea that was actually born when they entered Smyrna. What's important is to say that the Turks were the ones who burned Smyrna, and not as many revisionists say that it was the Greeks that burned Smyrna as they were living. Now, whether Kemal himself wanted that, I can't speak for him. So you've also dealt with the trial of the six. So if God were actually making you the judge of this story, could you say who was? Well, no. Let's say that you had this obligation. So who was responsible for all that? Do they have a name, a last name? Well, many. But the thing is, who had to pay for that? Someone had to pay for those mistakes. So if we could teleport to Greece at that time, the time of the great destruction, disaster, well, Greece was actually a niche, a city under turmoil. Pangalos was the one doing everything. Pangalos, well, he executed them before the foreign powers could. Yes, of course, he did. He executed them within 24 hours. And they say that he went in the martial court. And when they were reaching a decision, the judges, he'd tell them, you either execute them or I execute you. So in order to be able to understand what took place, Mr. Magnis, we have to fully understand the period. So did he execute them because he believed they were responsible, or just because someone had to pay? I think that someone had to pay. I think that's the answer. So through my books, I'm trying to convey the atmosphere of the period. So whether it was the trial of the six or something else, people had to understand how things stood. Because otherwise, if we don't analyze this period, well, this is the most important thing. In order to be able to find an answer, or try to find an answer. Mrs. Anagnostopoulou, do you believe that we have actually fulfilled a moral duty towards the people who were lost, who as a society, as a state, have we tried to reach the truth, to find out the truth about what happened, whether we gave the answers we had to give, or have we yet once again did that just made that yet another issue to discuss on political basis? Well, this is a difficult question, because there's also a personal issue, because I lived with these people as a child. I grew up in Patra, in the refugee camps. I mean, my grandmother, my grandparents were refugees from Israel, and these people were very impressive for the following reason. Whatever the interpretations we gave, and by we, I mean the next generations, second generation, my parents, I am the third generation, and then there's all the others coming afterwards. So we tried to fit them in the story as we wanted to narrate it. But these people had their own narration, and they included us. Those who had the great chance, the great opportunity to be included, well, we were very lucky. And they offered, from that point of view, in the societies where they lived, because they had there was a dynamic, there was potential. These people who came here afraid, chased by their homes as refugees, they had one important thing in their luggage, and that was solidarity, great solidarity, and a cultural tradition that they brought here, and this is what they allowed them to have a new life and a new story, and they managed to include others than in their story. So I'm afraid that sometimes in the need of the state to create an official story, we try to shape things the way we want, and that's history, and that's why historians say history from the bottom up and not from the top down. So the Center for Micro-Asia Studies in Athens has a great work that is called Exodus, and these are the interviews from the refugees that came. It's not me and you, Mr. Magnus. I don't know whether you are from there. Yeah, so we are descendants. So your last name is actually proving that you won. You're from Magnesia. So let's see what they say, how they were living in their homes. Let's see how they left these homes, and actually listen in, and with the anniversary of these 100 years, we should listen to them and narrate their story and see how they lived it. I think for me that would have been, as a historian, not as a politician, one important contribution for those people. Since we owe very much to these people and we have lived with them and listened to their story, and this is precisely why we have included that discussion in the program of the conference. And I would like to congratulate Peloponnese, the Peloponnese region, because in such a conference we can talk about growth if we don't look back in history. People tend to think that development and growth is something that pertains to the present, and the past has to stay in the past. But that's not the case. History is important. And history is a growth lever. We'd like to thank Mr. Anastapoulou, Mr. Giannakadis, and I think that here we are closing the works of the 10th Regional Growth Conference. Thank you very much.
Πριν από μισό αιώνα, οραματιστήκαμε το μέλλον, με ανθρώπους να ζουν σε βιώσιμες πόλεις και σε αρμονία με το φυσικό περιβάλλον. Με σύγχρονες υποδομές για καλύτερη καθημερινότητα, ποιότητα ζωής, πολιτισμό. Οραματιστήκαμε το μέλλον και ανοίξαμε δρόμους για τις μικρές και μεγάλες διαδρομές που ενώνουν τις ζωές των ανθρώπων και κάνουν τα όνειρα να ζωντανεύουν. Πιστέψαμε στην επανάσταση της καθαρής ενέργειας και στη δύναμη της καινοτομίας και τολμήσαμε. Πιστέψαμε στους ανθρώπους μας και ταξιδέψαμε την Ελλάδα σε ολόκληρο τον κόσμο. Πιστέψαμε ότι κάθε τι καινούριο που κάνουμε πρέπει να γεννά ευκαιρίες και να φέρνει ευημερία σε όλους. Όμιλος Γεκτέρνα. Επενδύουμε στην Ελλάδα. Επενδύουμε στο μέλλον.
Με την πρωτοβουλία Vodafone Smart Forest δημιουργούμε το πρώτο έξυπνο δάσος στην Ελλάδα που εντοπίζει έγκαιρα τη φωτιά με τη δύναμη της τεχνολογίας και του Vodafone Green Network. Αγκαλιάζουμε πιλωτικά περισσότερα από 314.000 στρέμματα στην Πάρνηθα και δημιουργούμε το υπόδειγμα για να είναι πιο ασφαλή από πυρκαγιές τα δάση της χώρας μας. Γιατί όταν μπορούμε να προστατεύουμε το δάσος, μπορούμε να συμβάλλουμε σε ένα πιο βιώσιμο μέλλον για τις επόμενες γενιές. Together we can. Vodafone.